a standard two-player game, and for backgammon, which includes dice rolls, so it's a two-player game with uncertainty. For both of those cases, we could come up with algorithms that were actually much more efficient than the standard alpha-beta search, which chess programs at the time were using, and that those programs could be beat. And I think you can see the same basic ideas in AlphaGo and AlphaZero today. The way they explore the tree is using the full meta reasoning to select what to think about based on how you select.
Is there any insights you can describe without Greek symbols of how do we select which paths to go down?
There's really two kinds of learning going on. So, as you say, AlphaGo learns to evaluate board positions. So it can look at a Go board, and it actually has probably a superhuman ability to instantly tell how promising that situation is. To me, the amazing thing about AlphaGo is not that it can be the world champion with its hands tied behind his back, but the fact that if you stop it from searching altogether, so you say, okay, you're not allowed any thinking ahead. You can just consider each of your legal moves and then look at the resulting situation and evaluate it. So what we call a depth one search. So just immediate outcome of the moves and decide if that's good or bad. That version of AlphaGo can still play at a professional level, right? And human professionals are sitting there for 5-10 minutes deciding what to do, and AlphaGo in less than a second can instantly intuit what is the right move to make based on its ability to evaluate positions. That is remarkable because we don't have that level of intuition about Go. We actually have to think about the situation. So anyway, that capability that AlphaGo has is one big part of why it beats humans. The other big part is that it's able to look ahead 40, 50, 60 moves into the future. And if it was considering all possibilities, 40 or 50 or 60 moves into the future, that would be 10 to the 200 possibilities. So way more than atoms in the universe and so on. So it's very, very selective about what it looks at. So let me try to give you an intuition about how you decide what to think about. It's a combination of two things. One is how promising it is. Right? So if you're already convinced that a move is terrible, there's no point spending a lot more time convincing yourself that it's terrible because it's probably not going to change your mind. So the real reason you think is because there's some possibility of changing your mind about what to do. Right? And it's that changing your mind that result then in a better final action in the real world. So that's the purpose of thinking, is to improve the final action in the real world. And so if you think about a move that is guaranteed to be convince yourself is terrible, you're still not going to change your mind, right? But on the other hand, suppose you had a choice between two moves. One of them you've already figured out is guaranteed to be a draw, let's say. And then the other one looks a little bit worse. Like it looks fairly likely that if you make that move, you will lose. But there's still some uncertainty about the value of that move. There's still some possibility that it will turn out to be a win. And then it's worth thinking about that. So even though it's less promising on average than the other move, which is guaranteed to be a draw, there's still some purpose thinking about it because there's a chance that you will change your mind and discover that in fact it's a better move. So it's a combination of how good the move appears to be and how much uncertainty there is about its value. The more uncertainty, the more it's worth thinking about because it's a higher upside if you're thinking about it.
And of course, in the beginning, especially in the AlphaGo Zero formulation, it's everything is shrouded in uncertainty. So you're really swimming in the sea of uncertainty, so it benefits you too. I mean, actually following the same process as you described, but because you're so uncertain about everything, you basically have to try a lot of different directions.
Yeah, so the early parts of the search tree are fairly bushy. That will look at a lot of different possibilities, but fairly quickly, the degree of certainty about some of the moves. I mean, if the move is really terrible, you'll pretty quickly find out, right? You'll lose half your pieces or half your territory. And then you say, okay, this is not worth it anymore. And then, so further down, the tree becomes very long and narrow. And you're following various lines of play, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 moves into the future. And, that's, again, is something that human beings have a very hard time doing, mainly because they just lack the short-term memory. You just can't remember a sequence of moves that's 50 moves long. And you can't imagine board correctly from that many moves into the future.
Of course, the top players, I'm much more familiar with chess, but the top players probably they have echoes of the same kind of intuition, instinct that in a moment's time AlphaGo applies when they see a board. I mean, they've seen those patterns. Human beings have seen those patterns before at the top, at the grandmaster level. It seems that there is some similarities, or maybe it's our imagination creates a vision of those similarities, but it feels like this kind of pattern recognition that the AlphaGo approach is using is similar to what human beings at the top level are using.
There's some truth to that.
But not entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I think the extent to which a human grandmaster can reliably, instantly recognize the right moves, recognize the values of position, I think that's a little bit overrated.
But if you sacrifice a queen, for example, I mean, there's these beautiful games of chess with Bobby Fischer or somebody where it's seeming to make a bad move, and I'm not sure there's a perfect degree of calculation involved, where if calculated, all the possible things to happen, but there's an instinct there, right, that somehow adds up.
Yeah, so I think what happens is you get a sense that there's some possibility in the position. Even if you make a weird-looking move, it opens up some lines of calculation that otherwise would be definitely there. And it's that intuition that there's something here in this position that might yield a win.
Down this
And then you follow that, right? And in some sense, when a chess player is following a line in sort of a mind, they're mentally simulating what the other person is going to do, what the opponent is going to do. And they can do that as long as the moves are kind of forced, right? As long as there's a forcing variation, the opponent doesn't really have much choice how to respond. And you see if you can force it into a situation where, we see plenty of mistakes, even in grandmaster games, where they just miss some simple 3, 4, 5 move combination that wasn't particularly apparent in the position, but was still there.
That's the thing that makes us human. So when you mentioned that in Othello, those games were after some meta reasoning improvements in your research was able to beat you. How did that make you feel?
Part of the meta reasoning capability that it had was based on learning, and you could sit down the next day and you could just feel that it had got a lot smarter. And all of a sudden you really felt sort of pressed against the wall because it was much more aggressive and was totally unforgiving with any minor mistake that you might make. And actually it seemed to understood the game better than I did. Gary Kasparov has this quote where during his match against Deep Blue, he said he suddenly felt that there was a new kind of intelligence across the board.
Do you think that's a scary or an exciting possibility for Kasparov and for yourself? In the context of chess, purely in this that feeling, whatever that is.
I think it's definitely exciting. This is what made me work on AI in the first place. As soon as I really understood what computer was, I wanted to it's fun. I started out with the first program I wrote was for the Sinclair program calculator. And I think you could write a 21-step algorithm. That was the biggest program you could write, something like that, and do little arithmetic calculations. So I think I implemented Newton's method for square roots and a few other things like that. But then, I thought, okay, if I just had more space, I could make this thing intelligent. And so I started thinking about AI. And I think the thing that's scary is not the chess program, because the chess programs are not in the taking over the world pieces. But if you extrapolate, there are things about chess that don't resemble the real world. Right? We know the rules of chess. The chessboard is completely visible to the program, where of course the real world is not. Most of the real world is not visible from wherever you're sitting, so to speak. And to overcome those kinds of problems, you need qualitatively different algorithms. Another thing about the real world is that we regularly plan ahead on the timescales involving billions or trillions of steps. And we don't plan those in detail, but when you choose to do a PhD at Berkeley, that's a 5-year commitment that amounts to about 1 trillion voter control steps that you will eventually be committed to,
including going up the stairs, opening doors, drinking water.
Every finger movement while you're typing, every character, every paper, uses and everything. So you're not committing in advance to the specific voter control steps, but you're still reasoning on a time scale that will eventually reduce to trillions of voter control actions. And so for all of these reasons, AlphaGo and DeepNo and so on don't represent any kind of threat to humanity, but they are a step towards it. And progress in AI occurs by essentially removing one by one these assumptions that make problems easy, like the assumption of complete observability of the situation. If you remove that assumption, you need a much more complicated kind of computing design. It needs to be something that actually keeps track of all the things you can't see and tries to estimate what's going on, and there's an inevitable uncertainty in that. So it becomes a much more complicated problem. But we are removing those assumptions. We are starting to have algorithms that can cope with much longer timescales, cope with uncertainty, that can cope with partial observability. So each of those steps sort of magnifies by 1,000 the range of things that we can do with AI systems.
So the way I started in AI, I wanted to be a psychiatrist. I eventually in the mind in high school, and of course programmed and so on. And I showed up at the University of Illinois to an AI lab, and they said, "Okay, I don't have time for you, but here's the book, AI Modern Approach." I think it was the first edition at the time. Here, go learn this. And I remember the lay of the land was, well, it's incredibly we solved chess, but we'll never solve Go. I mean, it was pretty certain that Go, in the way we thought about systems that reason, was impossible to solve, and now we've solved it. So it's a very
I think I would have said that it's unlikely we could take the kind of algorithm that was used for chess and just get it to scale up and work well for Go. And at the time, what we thought was that in order to solve Go, we would have to do something similar to the way humans manage the complexity of Go, which is to break it down into kind of subgames. So when a human thinks about a Go board, they think about different parts of the board as sort of weakly connected to each other. And they think about, okay, within this part of the board, here's how things could go. And that part of the board, here's how things could go. And then you try to sort of couple those two analyses together and deal with the interactions and maybe revise your views of how things are going to go in each part. And then you've got maybe 5, 6, 7, 10 parts of the board. And that actually resembles the real world much more than chess does. Because in the real world, we have work, we have home life, we have sport, whatever different kinds of activities, shopping. These all are connected to each other, but they're weakly connected. So when I'm typing a paper, I don't simultaneously have to decide which order I'm going to get the milk and the butter. That doesn't affect the typing. But I do need to realize, okay, I better finish this before the shops close because I don't have anything to get around my food. Right? So there's some reconnection, but not in the way that chess works, where everything is tied into a single stream of thought. So the thought was that to solve Go, we have to make progress on stuff that we use. In a way, AlphaGo is a little bit disappointing, right? Because the program design for AlphaGo is actually not that different from Deep Blue or even from Arthur Samuel's checker playing program from the 1950s. And in fact, the two things that make AlphaGo work, one is this amazing positions, and the other is the meta reasoning capability, which allows it to explore some paths in the tree very deeply and to abandon other paths very quickly.
So this word meta reasoning, while technically correct, inspires perhaps the wrong degree of power that AlphaGo has. So the word reason is a powerful word. Let me ask you, so you were part of the symbolic AI world for a while, where AI was a lot of excellent, interesting ideas there that unfortunately met a winter. And so, do you think it reemerges?
Oh, so I would say, yeah, it's not quite as simple as that. So the AI winter, the first winter that was actually named as such was the one in the 80s. And that came about because in the mid-80s there was really a concerted attempt to push AI out into the real world using what was called expert system technology. And for the most part, that technology was just not ready for prime time. They were trying, in many cases, to do a form of uncertain reasoning, judgment, combinations of evidence, diagnosis, which was simply invalid. And when you try to apply invalid reasoning methods to real problems, you can fudge it for small versions of the problem, but when it starts to get larger, the thing just falls apart. So many companies found that the stuff just didn't work because they were spending tons of money on consultants to try to make it work, and there were other practical reasons like they were asking the companies to buy incredibly expensive Lisp machine workstations, which were literally between $50,000 and $100,000 in 1980s money, which would be like between $150,000 and $300,000 per workstation in current prices. So
then the bottom line, they weren't seeing a profit.
Yeah, in many cases, I think there were some successes. There's no doubt about that. But people, I would say, overinvested. Every major company was starting an AI department, just like now. And I worry a bit that we might see similar disappointments. Not because the current technology is invalid, but it's limited in its scope. And it's almost the dual of the scope problems that expert systems have. So
what have you learned from that hype cycle, and what can we do to prevent another winter?
Yeah, so when I'm giving talks these days, that's one of the warnings that I give. So there's a two-part warning slide. One is that rather than data being new oil, data is the new snake oil.
That's a good line.
And then the other is that we might see a very visible failure in some of the major application areas. I think self-driving cars would be the flagship. And I think when you look at the history, so the first self-driving car was on the freeway, driving itself, changing lanes, overtaking in 1987. And so it's more than 30 years. And it kind of looks like where we are today, right? Prototypes on the freeway, changing lanes and overtaking. Now, I think significant progress has been made, particularly on the perception side. So we worked a lot on autonomous vehicles in the early mid-90s, but we had our own big demonstrations, and we put congressmen into self-driving cars and had them zooming on the freeway. And the problem was clearly perception.
At the time, the problem.
Yeah, so in simulation, with perfect perception, you could actually show that you could drive safely for a long time, even if the other cars misbehaving and so on. But simultaneously, we worked on machine vision for detecting cars and tracking pedestrians and so on, and we couldn't get the reliability of detection tracking up to a level, particularly in bad weather conditions, nighttime rain, fog.
Good enough for demos, but perhaps not good enough to cover the general.
Yeah, see, the thing about driving is, so suppose you're a taxi driver and you drive every day, 8 hours a day for 10 years. That's 100 million seconds of driving. In any one of those seconds, you can make a fatal mistake. So you're talking about 8 nines of reliability. Now, if your vision system only detects 98.3% of the vehicles, right? And that's sort of, 1 and a bit nines reliability. So you have another 7 orders of magnitude to go. And this is what people don't understand. They think, oh, because I had a successful demo, I'm pretty much done. But you're not even within 7 orders of magnitude of being done. And that's the difficulty. And it's not the can I follow a white line. That's not the problem. Follow a white line all the way across the country. But it's the weird stuff that happens. It's
So the edge cases, yeah.
the edge case, other drivers doing weird things. So if you talk to Google, right? So they had actually very classical architecture where you had machine vision, which would detect all the other cars and pedestrians at the white lines and road signs, and then basically that was fed into a logical database. And then you had a classical 1970s rule-based expert system telling you, okay, if you're in the middle lane and there's a bicyclist in the right lane who is signaling this, then do that, right? And what they found was that every day they'd go out and in another situation that the rules didn't cover. So they'd come to a traffic circle and there's a little girl riding a bicycle the wrong way around the traffic circle. What do? We don't have a rule. Oh my God. Okay, stop. And then they come back and add more rules. And they just found that this was not really converging. And if you think about it, right, how do you deal with an unexpected situation, meaning one that you never previously encountered, and the sort of the reasoning required to figure out the solution for that situation has never been done. It doesn't match any previous situation in terms of the kind of reasoning you have to do. Well, chess programs, this happens all the time. You're constantly coming up with situations you haven't seen before. And you have to reason about them. You have to think about, here are the possible things I could do. Here are the outcomes. Here's how desirable the outcomes are, and then pick the right one. In the 90s, we were saying, okay, this is how you're going to have to do automated vehicles. They're going to have look-ahead capability. But the look-ahead for driving is more difficult than it is for chess. Because
humans.
right, there's humans and they're less predictable than chess was. And you have an opponent in chess who's also somewhat unpredictable. But, for example, in chess, you always know the opponent's intention. They're trying to beat you, right? Whereas driving, you don't know, is this guy trying to turn left, or has he just forgotten to turn off his turn signal, or is he drunk, or is he changing the channel on his radio, or whatever it might be. You've got to try and figure out the mental state, the intent of the other drivers to forecast the possible evolutions of their trajectories, and then you've got to figure out, okay, which is the trajectory for me that's going to be safest. And those all interact with each other because the other drivers are going to react to your trajectory, and so on. So you've got the classic merging onto the freeway problem where you're kind of racing a vehicle that's already on the freeway, and you're going to pull ahead of them, or you're going to let them go first behind. You get this sort of uncertainty about who's going first. So all those kinds of things mean that you need a decision-making architecture that's very different from either a rule-based system or an neural network system. So just as AlphaGo is pretty good when it doesn't do any look-ahead, but it's way, 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 way better when it does, I think the same is going to be true for driving. You can have a driving system that's pretty good when it doesn't do any look-ahead, but that's not good enough. We've already seen multiple deaths caused by poorly designed machine learning algorithms that don't really understand what they're doing.
Yeah, on several levels, I think so on the perception side, there's mistakes being made by those algorithms where the perception is very shallow. On the planning side, the look ahead, like you said, and the thing that we come up against that's really interesting when you try to deploy systems in the real world is you can't think of an artificial intelligence system as a thing that responds to the world always. You have to realize that it's an agent that others will respond to as well. So in order to drive successfully, you can't just try to do obstacle avoidance.
You've got to pretend that you're invisible. You're the invisible God.
Right.
So,
but you have to assert, yet others have to be scared of you. There's this tension, there's this game. So if we study a lot of work with pedestrians. If you approach pedestrians as purely an obstacle avoidance, so you're doing look ahead as the model of the intent, they're going to take advantage of you. They're not going to respect you at all. There has to be a tension, a fear, some amount of uncertainty. That's how we have created.
Or at least some kind of a resonance.
Right.
Yes. You have to display a certain amount of resonance. You can't be too tempted. And so the solutions then become pretty complicated. Right? We get into game theoretic analyses, and so at Berkeley now we're working a lot on this kind of interaction between machines and humans.
And that's exciting. Yeah.
And so my colleague Dragan actually, if you formulate the problem game theoretically, you just let the system figure out the solution. It does interesting, unexpected things. Like sometimes at a stop sign, if no one is going first, right, the car will actually back up a little. Right? It's just to indicate to the other cars that they should go. And that's something it invented entirely by itself. Right? It didn't say this is the language of communication at stop signs. It figured it out.
That's really interesting. So let me just step back for a second. Just this beautiful philosophical notion. So Pamela reported in 1979 wrote, AI began with the ancient wish to force the gods. So when you think about the history of our civilization, do you think that there is an inherent desire to create, let's not say gods, but to create superintelligence? Is it inherent to us? Is it in our genes? that the natural arc of human civilization is to create things that are of greater and greater power and perhaps echoes of ourselves to create the gods
It's maybe. I mean, we're all individuals, but certainly we see over and over again in history individuals who thought about this possibility.
hopefully I'm not being too philosophical here, but if you look at the arc of this, where this is going, and we'll talk about AI safety, we'll talk about greater and greater intelligence. Do you see that when you created the Othello program and you felt this excitement, what was that excitement? Was it excitement of a tinkerer who created something cool, like a clock? Or was there a magic, or was it more like a child being born?
Yeah, so I mean, I certainly understand that viewpoint. And if you look at the Lighthhill report, which was so in the 70s, there was a lot of controversy in the UK about AI and whether it was for real and how much money the government should invest. And it was a long story, but the government commissioned a report by Lighthhill, who was a physicist, and he wrote a very damning report about AI, which I think was the point. And he said that these are frustrated men who, unable to have children, would like to create and create life as a kind of replacement, which I think is really pretty unfair. But there is a kind of magic, I would say, when you build something, and what you're building in is really just you're building in some understanding of the principles of learning and decision making, and to see those principles actually then turn into intelligent behavior in specific situations, it's an incredible thing. And that is naturally going to make you think, okay, where does this end?
And so there's magical, optimistic views of where it ends. Whatever your view of optimism is, whatever your view of utopia is, it's probably different for everybody. But you've often talked about concerns you have of how things may go wrong. So I've talked to Max Denmark. There's a lot of interesting ways to think about AI safety. You're one of the seminal people thinking about this problem, amongst sort of being in the weeds of actually solving specific AI problems. You also think about the big picture of where we're going. So can you talk about several elements of it? Let's just talk about maybe the control problem. So this idea of losing ability to control the behavior of an AI system. So how do you see that? How do you see that coming about? What do you think we can do to manage it?
Well, so it doesn't take a genius to realize that if you make something that's smarter than you might have a problem. And Turing, Alan Turing, wrote about this and gave lectures about this in 1951. He did a lecture on the radio, and he basically says, once the machine thinking method starts, very quickly they'll outstrip humanity. And, if we're lucky, we may be able to turn off the power at strategic moments, but even so, our species will be humbled.
Yeah,
Actually, he was wrong about that, right? If it's a sufficiently intelligent machine, it's not going to let you switch it off. So it's actually a competition.
So what do you think is meant, just for a quick tangent, if we shut off this super intelligent machine, that our species would be humble?
I think he means that we would realize that we are inferior, right? That we only survive by the skin of our teeth because we have to get to the off switch.
That was a close call.
Just in time, and if we hadn't, then we would have lost control over the Earth.
So are you more worried when you think about this stuff about super intelligent AI, or are you more worried about super powerful AI that's not aligned with our values? So the paperclip scenario is kind of.
I think so. The main problem I'm working on is the control problem, the problem of machines pursuing objectives that are not aligned with human objectives. And this has been the way we've thought about AI since the beginning. You build a machine for optimizing, and then you put in some objective that optimizes. Right? And we can think of this as the King Midas problem. Right? As King Midas put in this objective, right? Everything I touch turned to gold, and the gods, it's like the machine is okay, done. You now have his power, and of course his food and his drink and his family all turn to gold, and he's dies. Misery and starvation. This is, it's a warning. It's a failure mode that pretty much every culture in history has had some story along the same lines. It's the genie that gives you 3 wishes, and the third wish is always, please undo the first 2 wishes because they're messed up. And and when Arthur Samuel wrote his checker playing program, he learned to play checkers considerably better than Arthur Samuel could play, which reached a decent standard. Norbert Wiener, who was one of the major mathematicians of the 20th century, sort of the father of modern automation control systems. He saw this and he basically extrapolated, as Turing did, and said, okay, this is how we can lose control. And specifically that we have to be certain that the purpose we put into the machine is the purpose which we really desire. And the problem is, we can't do that.
You mean it's very difficult to code, to put our values on paper is really difficult, or you're saying it's impossible?
Theoretically, it's possible, but in practice, it's extremely unlikely that we could specify correctly in advance the full range of concerns of humanity.
You talked about cultural transmission of values, I think is how humans to human transmission of values happens.
Well, we learn, as we grow up, we learn about the values that matter, how things should go, what is reasonable to pursue, what isn't reasonable to pursue.
I think machines can learn in the same kind of way.
Yeah, so I think that what we need to do is to get away from this idea that you build an optimizing machine and then you put the objective into it. Because if it's possible that you might put in a wrong objective, and we already know this is possible because it's happened lots of times, right? That means that the machine should never take an objective that's given as gospel truth. Because once it takes the objective as gospel truth, right, then it believes that whatever actions it's taking in pursuit of that objective are the correct things to do. So you could be jumping up and down and saying that, no, you're going to destroy the world, but the machine knows what the true objective is and is pursuing it. Tough luck to you. And this is not restricted to AI, right? This is, I think, many of the 20th century technologies, right? So in statistics, you minimize a loss function. The loss function is exogenously specified in control theory. You minimize the cost function in operations research. You maximize the reward function, and so on. So in all these disciplines, this is how we conceive of the problem. And it's the wrong problem, because we cannot specify with certainty a correct objective. We need uncertainty, we need the machine to be uncertain about what it is it's supposed to.
It's my favorite idea of yours. I've heard you say somewhere. Well, I shouldn't pick favorites, but it just sounds beautiful. We need to teach machines humility. Uh,
Yeah, I mean,
it's a beautiful way to put it. I love it.
that they're humble, that they
Humble,
know,
yeah.
they know that they don't know what it is they're supposed to be doing, and that those objectives, I mean, they exist, they're within us, but we may not be able to explicate them. We may not even know uh, how we want our future to go.
So exactly.
And the machine that's uncertain is going to be deferential to us. So if we say, don't do that, well, now the machine's learned something a bit more about our true objectives, because something that it thought was reasonable in pursuit of our objectives turns out not to be, so now it's learned something. So it's going to defer because it wants to be doing what we really want. And that point, I think, is absolutely central to solving the control problem. It's a different kind of AI when you take away this idea that the objective is known, then in fact a lot of the theoretical frameworks that we're so familiar with, Markov decision processes, goal-based planning, standard game tree search, all of these techniques actually become inapplicable. And you get a more complicated problem because now the interaction with the human becomes part of the problem. Because the human, by make choices, is giving you information about the true objective, and that information helps you achieve the objective better. And so that really means that you're mostly dealing with game theoretic problems where the machine and the human are coupled together, rather than the machine going off by itself with a fixed objective.
Which is fascinating on the machine and the human level, that when you don't have an objective, means you're together coming up with an objective. I mean, there's a lot of philosophy that, you could argue that life doesn't really have meaning. We together agree on what gives it meaning, and we kind of culturally create things that give why the heck we are on this earth anyway. We together as a society create that meaning, and you have to learn that objective. And one of the biggest, I thought that's where you were going to go for a second. One of the biggest troubles we run into outside of statistics, machine learning, and AI, and just human civilization, is when you look at, I came from the Soviet Union, and the history of the 20th century, we ran into the most trouble, us humans, when there was a certainty about the objective, and you do whatever it takes to achieve that objective, whether you're talking about Germany or communist Russia.
I would say with corporations. In fact, some people argue that we don't have to look forward to a time when AI systems take over the world. They already have, and they're called corporations, right? That corporations happen to be using people as components right now, but they are effectively algorithmic machines, and they're optimizing an objective, which is quarterly profit, that isn't aligned with overall well-being of the human race, and they are destroying the world. They are primarily responsible for our inability to tackle climate change. So I think that's one way of thinking about what's going on with corporations. But I think the point you're making is valid, that there are many systems in the real world where we sort of prematurely fixed on the objective and then decoupled the machine from those that it's supposed to be serving. You see this with government, where government is supposed to be a machine that serves people, but instead it tends to be taken over by people who have their own objective and use government to optimize that objective, regardless of what people want.
Do you find appealing the idea of almost arguing machines, where you have multiple AI systems with a clear fixed objective? We have in government the red team and the blue team. They're very fixed on their objectives, and they argue and kind of maybe would disagree, but it kind of seems to make it work somewhat. That the duality of it. That's
Yeah.
a lot of words. Okay, let's go 100 years back when there still was going on, like the founding of this country. There was disagreements, and that disagreement is where so there's a balance between certainty and forced humility because the power was distributed.
Yeah, I think that the nature of debate and disagreement and argument takes as a premise the idea that you're completely wrong, right? Which means that you're not necessarily absolutely convinced that your objective is the correct one, right? If you were absolutely convinced, there'd be no point in having any discussion or argument because you would never change your mind, and there wouldn't be any sort of synthesis or anything like that. So I think you can think of argumentation as an implementation of a form of uncertain reasoning, and you know, I've been reading recently about utilitarianism and the history of efforts to define in a sort of clear mathematical way a, if you like, a formula for moral or political decision making. And it's really interesting that the parallels between philosophical discussions going back 200 years and what you see now in discussions about existential risk, because it's almost exactly the same. So someone would say, okay, well, here's a formula for how we should make decisions. Right? So utilitarianism is roughly, each person has a utility function, and then we make decisions to maximize the sum of everybody's utility. And then people point out, well, in that case, the best policy is one that leads to the enormously vast population, all of whom are living a life that's barely worth living, right? And this is called the Republican conclusion. And another version is that we should maximize pleasure, and that's what we mean by utility. And then you'll get people effectively saying, well, in that case, we might as well just have everyone hooked up to a heroin drip. And they didn't use those words, but that debate, was happening in the 19th century, as it is now about AI. That if we get the formula wrong, we're going to have AI systems working towards an outcome that, in retrospect, would be exactly wrong.
Do you think there's that's beautiful, but the echoes are there? But do you think, if you look at Sam Harris, our imagination worries about the AI version of that because of the speed at which the things going wrong in the utilitarian context could happen?
Yeah.
Is that way for you?
Yeah, I think in most cases, not all, but if we have a wrong political idea, we see it starting to go wrong. We're not completely stupid, and so we say, okay, maybe that was a mistake. Let's try something different. And also, we're very slow and inefficient about implementing these things. So you have to worry when you have corporations operating systems that are extremely efficient. But when we look at AI systems, or even just computers in general, right, they have this different characteristic from ordinary human activity in the past. So let's say you were a surgeon. You had some idea about how to do some operation. Right? Well, let's say you were wrong. Right? That way of doing the operation would mostly kill the patient. Well, you'd find out pretty quickly, like after maybe 3 or 4 tries, right? But that isn't true for pharmaceutical companies because they don't do 3 or 4 operations. They manufacture 3 or 4 billion pills, and they sell them, and then they find out maybe 6 months or a year later that, oh, people are dying of heart attacks or getting cancer from this drug. And so that's why we have the FDA, right? Because of the scalability of pharmaceutical production. And there have been some unbelievably bad episodes in the history of pharmaceuticals and adulteration of products and so on that have killed tens of thousands or paralyzed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, with computers, we have that same scalability that you can sit there and type I equals 1 to 5 billion 2, right? And all of a sudden, you're having an impact on a global scale. And yet we have no FDA, right? There's absolutely no controls at all over what a bunch of undergraduates with too much caffeine can do to the world. And we look at what happened with Facebook, social media in general, and click-through optimization. So you have a simple feedback algorithm that's trying to just optimize click-through. Right? It sounds reasonable, right? Because you don't want to be feeding people ads that they don't care about, not interested in. And you might even think of that process as simply adjusting the feeding of ads or news articles or whatever it might be to match people's preferences, right? Which sounds like a good idea. But in fact, that isn't how the algorithm works. Right? You make more money, the algorithm makes more money if it can better predict what people are going to click on, because then it can feed them exactly that. So the way to maximize click-through is actually to modify the people, to make them more predictable. And one way to do that is to feed them information which will change their behavior and preferences towards extremes that make them predictable. Whatever is the nearest extreme or the nearest predictable point, that's where you're going to end up. And machines will force you there. Now, and I think there's a reasonable argument to say that this, among other things, is contributing to the destruction of democracy in the world. And where was the oversight of this process? Where were the people saying, okay, you would like to apply this algorithm to 5 billion people on the face of the earth? Can you show me that it's safe? Can you show me that it won't have various kinds of negative effects? No, there was no one asking that question. There was no one placed between, the undergrads with too much caffeine and the human race.
Well,
they just did it.
And some way outside the scope of my knowledge, so economists would argue that the invisible hand, so the capitalist system, it was the oversight. So if you're going to corrupt society, whatever decision you make as a company, then that's going to be reflected in people not using your product. So sort of that's one model of oversight. So
we shall see. But in the meantime, but you might even have broken the political system that enables capitalism to function.
Well, you've changed. And so
We should see. Yeah.
Change is often painful. So my question is absolutely, it's fascinating. You're absolutely right that there's zero oversight on algorithms that can have a profound civilization changing effect. So do you think it's possible? I mean, have you seen government? So do you think it's possible to create regulatory bodies oversight over AI algorithms, which are inherently such cutting edge set of ideas and technologies?
Yeah, but I think it takes time to figure out what kind of oversight, what kinds of controls, and it took time to design the FDA regime. Some people still don't like it, they want to fix it. I think there are clear ways that it could be improved. But the whole notion that you have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and here are the criteria for what you have to do to pass a stage 1 trial, right? We haven't even thought about what those would be for algorithms. So I think there are there are things we could do right now with regard to bias. For example, we have a pretty good technical handle on how to detect algorithms that are propagating bias that exists in data sets, how to de-bias those algorithms, and even what it's going to cost you to do that. So I think we can start having some standards on that. I think there are things to do with impersonation and falsification that we could work on. So I think, yeah. Or a very simple point. So impersonation is a machine acting as if it was a person. I can't see a real justification for why we should insist that machines self-identify as machines. Where is the social benefit in fooling people into thinking that this is really a person, but it isn't? I don't mind if it uses a human-like voice that's easy to understand. That's fine, but it should just say, "I'm a machine." Some form.
And not many people are speaking to that. I would think a relatively obvious fact. So I think most people.
Yeah, I mean, there is actually a law in California that bans impersonation, but only in certain restricted circumstances. So, for the purpose of engaging in a fraudulent transaction and for the purpose of modifying someone's virtue behavior. So those are the circumstances where machines have to self-identify. But I think, arguably, it should be in all circumstances. And then when you talk about deepfakes, we're just at the beginning, but already it's possible to make a movie of anybody saying anything in ways that are pretty hard to detect.
Including yourself, because you're on camera now, your voice is coming through with high resolution.
Yeah, so you can take what I'm saying and replace it with pretty much anything else you wanted to say, and any individual change my lips and facial expressions to fit. And there's actually not much in the way of real legal protection against that. I think in the commercial area, you could say, yeah, you're using my brand, and so there are rules about that. But in the political sphere, I think it's at the moment it's anything goes. So that could be really, really damaging.
And let me just try to make not an argument, but try to look back at history and say something dark. In essence, is that while regulation seems to be oversight seems to be exactly the right thing to do here. It seems that human beings, what they naturally do is they wait for something to go wrong. If you're talking about nuclear weapons, you can't talk about nuclear weapons being dangerous until somebody actually, the United States, drops the bomb. Or Chernobyl melting. Do you think we will have to wait for things going wrong in a way that's obviously damaging to society? Not an existential risk, but obviously damaging. Or do you have faith that...
I hope not, but I mean, I think we do have to look at history. And so the two examples you gave, nuclear weapons and nuclear power, are very, very interesting because nuclear weapons, we knew in the early years of the 20th century that atoms contain huge amount of energy. We had E equals mc squared. We knew the mass differences between the different atoms and their components, and we knew that we might be able to make an incredibly powerful explosive. So H.G. Wells wrote a science fiction book, I think, in 1912. Frederick Soddy, who was the guy who discovered isotopes, the Nobel Prize winner, he gave a speech in 1915 saying that 1 pound of this new explosive would be the equivalent of 150 tons of dynamite, which turns out to be about right. And this was World War One, right? So he was imagining how much worse the world war would be if we were using that kind of explosive. But the physics establishment simply refused to believe that these things could be made.
including the people who were making it.
Well, so they were doing the nuclear physics.
I mean, eventually we're the ones who made it. You know, you talk about Fermi or whatever.
Well, so up to the development uh, was was mostly theoretical. So it's people using sort of primitive kinds of partial acceleration and doing experiments at the level of single particles or collection of particles. They were thinking about how to actually make a bomb. But they knew the energy was there, and they figured if they understood it better, it might be possible. But the physics establishment, their view, and I think because they did not want it to be true, their view was that it could not be true. That this could not provide a way to make a superwave. And there was this famous speech given by Rutherford, who was the sort of leader of nuclear physics, and it was on September 11th, 1933. He said, anyone who talks about the possibility of obtaining energy from transformation of atoms is talking complete moonshine. And the next morning, Leo Szilard read about that speech and invented the nuclear chain reaction. And so as soon as he had that idea, he could make a chain reaction with neutrons, because neutrons were not repelled by a nucleus, so they could enter the nucleus and continue the reaction. As soon as he has that idea, he instantly realized that the world was deep doo-doo. Because this is 1933, right? And Hitler had recently come to power in Germany. Szilard was in London, and eventually became a refugee, and came to the US. And in the process of having the idea about the chain reaction, he figured out basically how to make a bomb and also how to make a reactor. And he patented the reactor in 1934, but because of the situation, the great power conflict situation that he could see happening, he kept that a secret. And so between then and the beginning of World War II, people were working, including Germans, on how to actually create neutron sources, what specific fission reactions would produce neutrons at the right energy to continue the reaction. And that was demonstrated in Germany, I think in 1938, correctly. The first nuclear weapon patent was 1939 by the French. So this was actually going on, well before World War II really got going. And then, the British Army had the most advanced capability in this area, but for safety reasons, among others, and plus just resources, they moved the program from Britain to the US, and it became the Manhattan Project. So the reason why we couldn't have any kind of oversight of nuclear weapons, of nuclear technology, was because we were basically already in an arms race in a war. And
But you mentioned that in the 20s and 30s. So what are the echoes to that? And the way you've described the story, I mean, there's clearly echoes. Why do you think most AI researchers, folks who are really close to the metal, they really are not concerned about it and they don't think about it, whether it's they don't want to think about it? But why do you think that is? What are the echoes of the nuclear situation to the current AI situation, and what can we do about it?
I think there is a kind of motivated cognition, which is the term in psychology means that you believe what you would like to be true, rather than what is true. And it's unsettling to think that what you're working on might be a race. So you would rather instantly deny it and come up with some reason why it couldn't be true. And I collected a long list of reasons that extremely intelligent, competent AI scientists have come up with for why we shouldn't worry about this. For example, calculators are superhuman in arithmetic, and they haven't taken over the world, so there's nothing to worry about. My 5-year-old, could have figured out why that was an unreasonable and quite weak argument. Another one was, while it's theoretically possible that you could have superhuman AI destroy the world, it's also theoretically possible that a black hole could materialize right next to the Earth and destroy humanity. Yes, it's theoretically possible, but theoretically extremely unlikely that it would just materialize right there. But that's a completely bogus analogy, because if the whole physics community on Earth was working to materialize a black hole in the Earth orbit, right, wouldn't you ask them, is that a good idea? Is that going to be safe? What if you succeed? Right? And that's the thing, right? The AI community has sort of refused to ask itself, what if you succeed? And initially, I think that was because it was too hard, but Alan Turing asked himself that, and he said, we'd be toast. Right? If we were lucky, we might be able to switch off the power, but probably we'd be toast.
But there's also an aspect that because we're not exactly sure what the future holds, it's not clear exactly so technically what to worry about. So how things go wrong. And so there is something, it feels like, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's something paralyzing about worrying about something that logically is inevitable, but you don't really know what that would look like.
Yeah, I think that's it's a reasonable point, and it's certainly in terms of existential risks, it's different from asteroid collapse with the Earth, right? Which again is quite possible. It's happened in the past. It will probably happen again. We don't right now. But if we did detect an asteroid that was going to hit the Earth in 75 years' time, we'd certainly be doing something about it.
Well, it's clear it's a big rock. Probably have a meeting and see what do we do about the big rock with AI.
Right, with AI, I mean, there are very few people who think it's not going to happen within the next 75 years. I know Roy Brooks doesn't think it's going to happen. Maybe Andrew Ink doesn't think it's happening. But a lot of the people who work day to day, say at the rock face, they think it's going to happen. The median estimate from AI researchers is somewhere 40 to 50 years from now. In Asia, they think it's going to be faster than that. I'm a little bit more conservative. I think it probably take longer than that. But I think, as happened with nuclear weapons, it can happen overnight that you have these breakthroughs. And we need more than one breakthrough, but it's on the order of half a dozen. It's a very rough scale, but so half a dozen breakthroughs of that nature would have to happen for us to reach superhuman AI. But the AI research community is vast now, with massive investments from governments, from corporations, tons of really, really smart people. You just have to look at the rate of progress in different areas of AI to see that things are moving really fast. So to say, this is going to be thousands of years, I don't see any basis for that. I see, for example, the Stanford 100-year AI project, which is supposed to be some serious establishment review. Their most recent report actually said it's probably not even possible. Right? Which, if you want a perfect example of people in denial, that's it. Because for the whole history of AI, we've been saying to philosophers who said it wasn't possible, well, you have no idea what you're talking about. Of course it's possible. Right? Give me an argument for why it couldn't happen. And there isn't. Right? And now, because people are worried that they might get a bad name, or or I just don't want to think about this. They're saying, okay, of course it's not possible. Let me imagine, right? Imagine if, the leaders of the cancer biology community got up and said, well, of course, curing cancer, it's not very possible. You'd be complete outrage and dismay. And, and I find this really a strange phenomenon. So, okay, so if you accept that it's possible, and if you accept that it's probably going to happen, the point that you're making that, how does it go wrong? A valid question. Without that, without an answer to that question, then you're stuck with what I call the gorilla problem, which is a problem that the gorillas face, right? They made something more intelligent than them, maybe us, a few million years ago, and now they're in deep doo. So there's really nothing they can do. They've lost the control. They failed to solve the control problem of control of humans, and so they've lost. So we don't want to be in that situation. And if the gorilla problem is the only formulation you have, there's not a lot you could do, right? Other than to say, okay, we should try to stop them. We should just not make the humans, or in this case, not make the AI. And I think that's really hard to do. And I'm not actually proposing that that's a feasible course of action. I also think that if properly controlled AI could be incredibly beneficial. So, but it seems to me that there's a consensus that one of the major failure modes is this loss of control, that we create AI systems that are pursuing incorrect objectives, and because the AI system believes it knows what the objective is, it has no incentive to listen to us anymore, so to speak. Right? It's just carrying out the strategy that it has computed as being the ultimate solution. And it may be that in the process, it needs to acquire more resources to increase the possibility of success, or prevent various failure modes by defending itself against interference. And so that collection of problems, I think, is something we can address. The other problems are, roughly speaking, misuse. Right? So even if we solve the control problem, we make perfectly safe, controllable AI systems for why. But why does Dr. Evil use those? Right? He wants to just take over the world and make unsafe AI systems and then get out of control. So that's one problem, which is sort of a partly a policing problem, partly a sort of cultural problem for the profession of how we teach people what kinds of AI systems are safe.
You talk about autonomous weapon system, how pretty much everybody agrees that there's too many ways that could go horribly wrong. And this great Slaughterbots movie that kind of illustrates that beautifully.
I'm going to talk about that. There's another topic I'm happy to talk about, but I just want to mention that what I see is the third major failure mode, which is overuse, not so much misuse, but overuse of AI. That we become overly dependent. So I call this the Wall-E problem. So if you see the Wall-E movie, right, all the humans are on the spaceship and machines look after everything for them, and they just watch TV and drink big gulps. And they're all sort of obese and stupid, and they sort of totally lost any notion of human autonomy. And so in effect, right, this would happen like a slow boiling frog, right? We would gradually turn over more and more of the management of our civilization to machines, as we are already doing. If this process continues, we sort of gradually switch from sort of being the masters of technology to just being the guests, right? So we become guests on a cruise ship, which is fine for a week, but not for the rest of eternity. And it's almost irreversible, right? Once you lose the incentive to, for example, learn to be an engineer or a doctor or a sanitation or any other of the infinitely many ways that we maintain and propagate our civilization. If you don't have the incentive to do any of that, you won't. And then it's really hard to recover.
And of course, AI is just one of the technologies that third failure will result in that. There's probably other technology in general detaches us from.
It does a bit, but the difference is that in terms of the knowledge to run our civilization, up to now we've had no alternative but to put it into people's heads. Right? And if you
software, Google, I mean, so software in general is like AI
computers in general, but the knowledge of how how a sanitation system works, that's the AI has to understand that. It's no good putting it into Google. So I mean, we've always put knowledge on paper, but paper doesn't run our civilization. It only runs when it goes from the paper into people's heads again. Right? So we've always propagated civilization through human minds, and we've spent about 1 trillion plus years doing it. And literally, right? You can work it out. It's about just over 100 million people who never lived, and each of them has spent about 10 years learning stuff to keep their civilization going. And so that's 1 trillion plus years we put into this effort.
Beautiful way to describe all civilization.
And now we're in danger of throwing it away. So this is a problem that AI can't solve. It's not a technical problem. It's if we do our job right, the AI systems will say, the human race doesn't, in the long run, want to be passengers in a cruise ship. The human race wants autonomy. This is part of human preferences. So the AI systems are not going to do this stuff for you. You've got to do it for yourself. Right? I'm not going to carry you to the top of Everest in this helicopter. You have to climb it if you want to get the benefit, and so on. So, but I'm afraid that because we are short-sighted and lazy, we're going to override the AI systems. And there's an amazing short story that I recommend to everyone that I talk to about this called The Machine Stops, written in 1909 by Ian Forster, who wrote novels about the British Empire and sort of things that became costume dramas on the BBC, but he wrote this one science fiction story, which is an amazing vision of the future. It has basically iPads, it has video conferencing, it has MOOCs, it has computer-induced obesity. I mean, literally, it's what people spend their time doing is giving online courses or listening to online courses and talking about ideas, but they never get out there in the real world. They don't really have a lot of face-to-face contact. Everything is done online. So all the things we're worrying about now were described in the story, and the human race becomes more of a machine, loses knowledge of how things really run, and then becomes vulnerable to collapse. And so it's a pretty unbelievably amazing story for someone writing in 1909 to imagine all this.
Yeah. So there's very few people that represent artificial intelligence more than you, Stuart Russell.
Okay.
So
it's all my fault.
It's all your fault. No, right. You're often brought up as the person, well, Stuart Russell, like the AI person, is worried about this. That's why you should be worried about it. Do you feel the burden of that? I don't know if you feel that at all, but when I talk to people, you talk about people outside of computer science, when they think about this, Stuart Russell is worried about AI safety. You should be worried too. Do you feel the burden of that?
I mean, in a practical sense, yeah, because I get a dozen, sometimes 25 invitations a day to talk about it, to give interviews, to write press articles, and so on. So, in that very practical sense, I'm seeing that people are concerned and really interested about this.
Are you worried that you could be wrong, as all good scientists are?
Of course, I worry about that all the time. I mean, that's always been the way that I've worked. It's like I have an argument in my head with myself. Right? So I have some idea, and then I think, okay, how could that be wrong? Or did someone else already have that idea? So I go and search in as much literature as I can to see whether someone else already thought of that or even refuted it. So right now I'm reading a lot of philosophy because in the form of the debates over utilitarianism and other kinds of moral formulas, should we say, people have already thought through some of these issues. But one of the things I'm not seeing in a lot of these debates is this specific idea about the importance of uncertainty in the objective. This is the way we should think about machines that are beneficial to humans. So this idea of provably beneficial machines based on explicit uncertainty in the objective, which seems to be, my gut feeling is this is the core of it. It's going to have to be elaborated in a lot of different directions. And there are a lot of
Probably beneficial.
yeah, but it has to be right. I mean, we can't afford hand wavy beneficial because there are whenever we do hand wavy stuff, there are loopholes. And the thing about super intelligent machines is they find the loopholes. Just like tax evaders. If you don't write your tax law properly, that people will find the loopholes and end up paying no tax. And so you should think of it this way. And getting those definitions right, it is really a long process. So you can define mathematical frameworks, and within that framework, you can prove mathematical theorems that yes, this theoretical entity would be provably beneficial to that theoretical entity, but that framework may not match the real world in some crucial way.
So a long process of thinking through it, iterating, and so on. The last question.
Yep.
You have 10 seconds to answer it. What is your favorite sci-fi movie about AI?
I'd say Interstellar has my favorite robots.
Oh, Space
Odyssey. Yeah. So Tars, the robot, one of the robots in Interstellar, is the way a robot should behave. And I would say Ex Machina is in some ways the one that makes you think in a nervous kind of way about where we're going.
Officer, thank you so much for talking today.
Pleasure.
The following is a conversation with Peter Rabbi. He's a professor at UC Berkeley and the director of the Berkeley Robotics Learning Lab. He's one of the top researchers in the world working on how we make robots understand and interact with the world around them, especially using imitation and deep reinforcement learning. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, and the podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Rabbi. You mentioned that if there was one person you could meet, it would be Roger Federer. So let me ask, when do you think we will have a robot that fully autonomously can beat Roger Federer at tennis? Roger Federer level player at tennis.
Well, Chris, if you could make it happen for me to meet Roger, let me know. In terms of getting a robot to beat him at tennis, it's kind of an interesting question because for a lot of the challenges we think about in AI, the software is really the missing piece. But for something like this, the hardware is nowhere near either. To really have a robot that can physically run around, Boston Dynamics robots are starting to get there, but still not really human level ability to run around and then swing a racket
So you think that's a hardware problem?
I don't think it's a hardware problem only. I think it's a hardware and a software problem. I think it's both, and I think they'll have independent progress. So I'd say the hardware maybe in 10, 15 years.
And clay, not grass. I mean, grass is
With the
probably
sliding.
Yeah.
Oh, the clay. I'm not sure what's harder, grass or clay. The clay involves sliding, which might be harder to master actually. Yeah.
But you're not limited to bipedal. I mean, I'm sure there's
Well,
no.
when we build a machine, it's a whole different question, of course. You know, if you can say, okay, this robot can be on wheels, it can move around on wheels, and can be designed differently, then I think that can be done sooner probably than a full humanoid type of setup.
What do you think swing a rack? So you worked at basic manipulation. How hard do you think is the task of swinging a racket with be able to hit a nice backhand or a forehand?
So let's say we just set up stationary a nice robot arm, let's say, standard industrial arm, and can watch the ball come and then swing the racket. It's a good question. I'm not sure it would be super hard to do. I mean, I'm sure it would require a lot. If we do it with reinforcement learning, it would require a lot of trial and error. It's not going to swing it right the first time around, but yeah, I don't see why I couldn't
So you think it's
swing it the
learnable?
right way. I think it's learnable. I think if you set up a ball machine, let's say on one side, and then a robot with a tennis racket on the other side, I think it's learnable. And maybe a little bit of pre-training and simulation. Yeah, I think that's feasible. I think the swinging the racket is feasible. It'd be very interesting to see how much precision it can get. Because I mean that's where some of the human players can hit on the lines, which is very high precision
With spin. The spin is interesting. Whether RL can learn to put a spin on the ball.
Well, you got me interested. Maybe someday we'll set this
Someday,
up.
sure.
You got me intrigued.
Your answer is basically, okay, for this problem it sounds fascinating, but for the general problem of a tennis player, it might go a bit farther away. What's the most impressive thing you've seen a robot do in the physical world?
So physically, for me, it's the Boston Dynamics videos. Always just bring home and just super impressed. Recently, the robot running up the stairs, doing the parkour type thing. I mean, yes, we don't know what's underneath. They don't really write a lot of detail, but even if it's hard-coded underneath, which it might or might not be, just the physical abilities of doing that parkour, that's very impressive.
So,
Right there.
have you met Spot Mini or any of those robots in person?
Met Spot Mini last year in April at the Mars event that Jeff Bezos organizes. They brought it out there, and he was nicely following around Jeff. When Jeff left the room, they had it following him along, which is pretty impressive.
So, I think that there's some confidence to know that there's no learning going on in those robots. The psychology of it. So while knowing there's not, if there's any learning going on, it's very limited. I met Spot Mini earlier this year, and knowing everything that's going on, having one-on-one interaction, so I get to spend some time alone. And there's immediately a deep connection on the psychological level. Even though you know the fundamentals, how it works, there's something magical. So, do you think about the psychology of interacting with robots in the physical world? Even you just showed me, to the robot, and there's a little bit something like a face, and a little bit something like a face. There's something that immediately draws you to it. Do you think about that aspect of the robotics problem?
Well, it's very hard with Brent here. We give him a name, Berkeley Robot for the Elimination of Tedious Tasks. It's very hard to not think of the robot as a person, and it seems like everybody calls him a he for whatever reason, but that also makes it more a person than if it was an it. And it seems pretty natural to think of it that way. This past weekend really struck me. I've seen Pepper many times on videos, but then I was at an event organized by Fidelity, and they had scripted Pepper to help moderate some sessions, and they had scripted Pepper to have the personality of a child a little bit, and it was very hard to not think of it as its own person in some sense, because it was just going to jump. It would just jump into conversation and make it very interactive. moderator would be saying, everyone would just jump in. Hold on, how about me? Can I participate in this doing it? It's like, okay, this is like a person. And that was 100% scripted. Even then, it was hard not to have that sense of somehow there was something there.
So as we have robots interact in this physical world, is that a signal that could be used in reinforcement learning? You've worked a little bit in this direction, but do you think that psychology could be somehow pulled in?
Yes, that's a question. Let's say a lot of people ask, and I think part of why they ask it is they're thinking about how unique are we really still as people. Like after they see some results, they see a computer play Go, they say computer do this, that. They're like, okay, but can it really have emotion? Can it really interact with us in that way? And then once you're around robots, you already start feeling it. And I think that kind of maybe methodologically, the way that I think of it is, if you run something like reinforcement learning, it's about optimizing some objective. And there's no reason that the objective couldn't be tied into how much does a person like interacting with this system, and why could not the reinforcement learning system optimize for the robot being fun to be around? And why wouldn't it then naturally become more and more attractive and more, maybe like a person or like a pet? I don't know what it would exactly be, but more and more have those features and acquire them automatically.
As long as you can formalize an objective of what it means to like something, how you exhibit, what's the ground truth? How do you get the reward from human? Because you have to somehow collect that information. But you're saying if you could formulate as an objective, what can you learn?
There's no reason it couldn't emerge through learning. And maybe one way to formulate as an objective, you wouldn't have to necessarily score it explicitly. So standard rewards are numbers. Numbers are hard to come by. This is a 1.5 or 1.7 on some scale. It's very hard to do for a person. But much easier is for a person to say, okay, what you did the last 5 minutes was much nicer than what you did the previous 5 minutes. And that now gives a comparison. And in fact, there have been some results in that. For example, Paul Cristiano and collaborators at OpenAI had the Hopper, Majoko Hopper, one-legged robot that learns little backflips. Purely from feedback, I like this better than that. That's kind of equally good. And after a bunch of interactions, it figured out what it was the person was asking for, namely a backflip. And so I think the same thing.
It wasn't trying to do a backflip. It was just getting a score from the person based on
the person having in mind, in their own mind, I wanted to do a backflip, but the robot didn't know what it was supposed to be doing. It just knew that sometimes the person said, this is better, this is worse. And then the robot figured out what the person was actually after was a backflip. And I imagine the same would be true for things like more interactive robots, that the robot would figure out over time, oh, this kind of thing apparently is appreciated more than this other kind of thing.
So when I first picked up Richard Sutton's reinforcement learning book, before sort of this deep learning, before the reemergence of neural networks as a powerful mechanism for machine learning, RL seemed to me like magic. It was beautiful. So that seemed like what intelligence is, the RL reinforcement learning. So how do you think we can possibly learn anything about the world when the reward for the actions is delayed, is so sparse? Like why do you think RL works? Why do you think you can learn anything under such sparse rewards, whether it's regular reinforcement learning or deep reinforcement learning? It's your intuition.
The counterpart of that is, why is RL, why does it need so many samples, so many experiences to learn from? Because really what's happening is when you have a sparse reward, you do something, maybe for like, I don't know, you take 100 actions and then you get a reward. And maybe you get like a score of 3. And then you're like, okay, 3, not sure what that means. You go again and now you get 2. And now you know that sequence of 100 actions that you did the second time around somehow was worse than the sequence of 100 actions you did the first time around. But that's tough to not know which one of those were better or worse. Some might have been good and bad at either one. And so that's why you need so many experiences. But once you have enough experiences, effectively RL is teasing that apart. It's trying to say, okay, what is consistently there when you get a higher reward, and what's consistently there when you get a lower reward? And then kind of the magic of sometimes the policy gradient update is to say, Now let's update the neural network to make the actions that were kind of present when things are good more likely, and make the actions that are present when things are not as good less likely.
So that is the counterpoint, but it seems like you would need to run it a lot more. Even though right now you can say that RL is very inefficient, but it seems to be way more efficient than one would imagine on paper. That the simple updates to the policy grading, that somehow you can learn exactly as you just said, what are the common actions that seem to produce some good results, that somehow can learn anything. It seems counterintuitive at least. Is there some intuition behind it?
Yeah, so I think there's a few ways to think about this. The way I tend to think about it mostly originally, when we started working on deep reinforcement learning here at Berkeley, it's maybe 2011, 12, 13, around that time, John Schulman was a PhD student initially kind of driving it forward here. And the way we thought about it at the time was, if you think about rectified linear units or kind of rectifier type neural networks, what do you get? You get something that's piecewise linear feedback control. And if you look at the literature, linear feedback control is extremely successful. It can solve many, many problems surprisingly well. I remember, for example, when we did helicopter flight, if you're in a stationary flight regime, not a non-stationary, but a stationary flight regime like hover, you can use linear feedback control to stabilize a helicopter. Very complex dynamical system, but the controller is relatively simple. So I think that's a big part, is that if you do feedback control, even though the system you control can be very, very complex often, relatively simple control architectures can already do a lot, but then also just linear is not good enough. And so one way you can think of these neural networks is that as soon as they tile the space, which people were already trying to do more by hand or with finite state machines, say this linear controller here, this linear controller here. Neural network learns to tile the space, say linear controller here, another linear controller here, but it's more subtle than that. And so it's benefiting from this linear control aspect, it's benefiting from the tiling, but it's somehow tiling it one dimension at a time. Because if, let's say, you have a two-layer network, even that hidden layer, you make a transition from active to inactive or the other way around. That is essentially one axis, but not axis aligned, but one direction that you change. And so you have this kind of very gradual tiling of the space where you have a lot of sharing between the linear controllers that tile the space. And that was always my intuition as to why to expect that this might work pretty well. It's essentially leveraging the fact that linear feedback control is so good, but of course not enough. And this is a gradual tiling of the space with linear feedback controls that share a lot of expertise across them.
So that's really nice intuition. Do you think that scales to the more and more general problems of when you start going up the number of control dimensions, when you start going down in terms of how often you get a clean reward signal? Does that intuition carry forward to those crazier, weirder worlds that we think of as the real world?
So I think where things get really tricky in the real world compared to the things we've looked at so far with great success in reinforcement learning is the time scales, which takes us to an extreme. So when you think about real world, I mean, I don't know, maybe some student decided to do a PhD here, right? Okay, that's a decision. That's a very high level decision. But if you think about their lives, I mean, any person's life, it's a sequence of muscle fiber contractions and relaxations, and that's how you interact with the world. And that's a very high frequency control thing, but it's ultimately what you do, how you affect the world. Until I guess we have brain readings, you can maybe do it slightly differently, but typically that's how you affect the world. And the decision of doing a PhD is like so abstract relative to what you're actually doing in the world. And I think that's where credit assignment becomes just completely beyond what any current RL algorithm can do. And we need hierarchical reasoning at a level that is just not available at all yet.
Where do you think we can pick up hierarchical reasoning? By which mechanisms?
Yeah, so maybe let me highlight what I think the limitations are of what already was done 20, 30 years ago. In fact, you'll find reasoning systems that reason over relatively long horizons. The problem is that they were not grounded in the real world. So people would have to hand design some kind of logical, dynamical descriptions of the world, and that didn't tie into perception. And so it didn't tie into real objects and so forth. And so that was a big gap. Now with deep learning, we start having the ability to really see with sensors, process that, and understand what's in the world. And so it's a good time to try to bring these things together. I see a few ways of getting there. One way to get there would be to say deep learning can get bolted on somehow to some of these more traditional approaches. Now, bolted on would probably mean you need to do some kind of end-to-end training where you say, my deep learning processing somehow leads to a representation that in turn uses some kind of traditional underlying dynamical systems that can be used for planning. And that's, for example, the direction Aviv Tamar and Tanard Kurtaj here have been pushing with causal infoGAN, and of course other people too. That's one way. Can we somehow force it into the form factor that is amenable to reasoning? Another direction I've been thinking about for a long time and didn't make any progress on was more information theoretic approaches. So the idea there was that what it means to take high-level action is to choose a latent variable now that tells you a lot about what's going to be the case in the future, because that's what it means to take a high-level action. So what I decide I'm going to navigate to the gas station because you get gas for my car, well, that'll now take 5 minutes to get there. But the fact that I get there, I could already tell that from the high-level action I took much earlier. That we had a very hard time getting success with. Not saying it's a dead end necessarily, but we had a lot of trouble getting that to work. And then we started revisiting the notion of what are we really trying to achieve? What we're trying to achieve is not necessarily hierarchy per se. We can think about what does hierarchy give us? We hope it would give us is better credit assignment. Kind of what does better credit assignment is giving us? It gives us faster learning, right? And so faster learning is ultimately what we're after. And so that's what we ended up with the RL squared paper on learning to reinforce from learn, which at the time Rocky One led. And that's exactly the meta learning approach where you say, okay, we don't know how to design hierarchy. We know what we want to get from it. Let's just end-to-end optimize for what we want to get from it and see if it might emerge. And we saw things emerge. The maze navigation had consistent motion down hallways, which is what you want. A hierarchical controller should say, I want to go down this hallway. And then when there's an option to take a turn, I can decide whether to take a turn or not and repeat. Even had the notion of where have you been before or not, to not revisit the place that you've been before. It still didn't scale yet to the real world kind of scenarios I think you had in mind, but it was some sign of life that maybe you can meta learn these hierarchical concepts.
I mean, it seems like through these meta learning concepts, we get at what I think is one of the hardest and most important problems of AI, which is transfer learning. So it's generalization. How far along this journey towards building general systems are we being able to do transfer learning well? So there's some things that you can generalize a little bit, but do you think we're on the right path, or is totally different breakthroughs are needed to be able to transfer knowledge between different learning models?
Yeah, I'm pretty torn on this. Now, I think there are some very impressive. Well, there's just some very impressive results already, right? I mean,
Yes.
I would say even with the initial kind of big breakthrough in 2012 with AlexNet, right? The initial thing is, okay, great. This does better on ImageNet, hence image recognition. But then immediately thereafter, there was of course the notion that, wow, what was learned on ImageNet and you now want to solve a new task, you can fine-tune AlexNet for new tasks. And that was often found to be the even bigger deal, that you learned something that was reusable, which was not often the case before. Usually machine learning, you learn something for one scenario and that was it.
And that's really exciting. I mean, that's a huge application. That's probably the biggest success of transfer learning today in terms of scope. And then
that was a huge breakthrough. And then recently, I feel like similar kind by scaling things up, it seems like this has been expanded upon. Like people training even bigger networks, they might transfer even better. If you looked at, for example, some of the OpenAI results on language models and some of the recent Google results on language models, they're learned for just prediction, and then they get reused for other tasks. And so I think there is something there where somehow if you train a big enough model on enough things, it seems to transfer some DeepMind results that I thought were very impressive, the Unreal results, where it was learning to navigate mazes in ways where it wasn't just doing reinforcement learning, but it had other objectives was optimizing for. So I think there's a lot of interesting results already. I think maybe where it's hard to wrap my head around this, to which extent or when do we call something generalization, right? Or the levels of generalization involved in these different tasks, right? So
Draw this, by the way, just the frame thing. You heard you say somewhere, it's the difference between learning to master versus learning to generalize. That it's a nice line to think about, and I guess you're saying it's a gray area of what learning to master and learning to generalize, where one
I think I might have heard this. I heard it somewhere else, and I think it might have been one of your interviews, maybe the one with Joshua Benjamin. I'm not 100% sure, but I like the example, and I'm not sure who it was, but the example was essentially if you use current deep learning techniques, what we're doing to predict, let's say, the relative motion of our planets, it would do pretty well. But then now, if a massive new mass enters our solar system, it would probably not predict what will happen, right? That's a different kind of generalization. That's a generalization that relies on the ultimate simplest explanation that we have available today to explain the motion of planets, whereas just pattern recognition could predict our current solar system motion pretty well, no problem. And so I think that's an example of a kind of generalization that is a little different from what we've achieved so far. And it's not clear if just, regularizing more and forcing it to come up with a simpler explanation. Say, look, it's not simple, but that's what physics researchers do, right? They say, can I make this even simpler? How simple can I get this? What's the simplest equation that can explain everything, right? The master equation for the entire dynamics of the universe. We haven't really pushed that direction as hard in deep learning, I would say. Not sure if it should be pushed, but it seems a kind of generalization you get from that you don't get in our current methods so far.
So I just talked to Vladimir Vatnik, for example, who's a statistician, statistical learning, and he kind of dreams of creating sort of the E equals MC squared for learning, right? The general theory of learning. Do you think that's a fruitless pursuit in the near term, within the next several decades?
I think that's a really interesting pursuit, in the following sense, that there's a lot of evidence that the brain is pretty modular. And so I wouldn't maybe think of it as a theory, maybe, the underlying theory, but more kind of the principle, where there have been findings where people who are blind will use the part of the brain usually used for vision or other functions. And even after some kind of people get rewired in some way, they might be able to reuse parts of their brain for other functions. And so what that suggests is some kind of modularity. And I think it is a pretty natural thing to strive for, to see, can we find that modularity? Can we find this thing? Of course, it's not every part of the brain is not exactly the same. Not everything can be rewired arbitrarily. But you think of things like the neocortex, which is a pretty big part of the brain. That seems fairly modular from what the findings so far. Can you design something equally modular? And if you can just grow it, it becomes more capable, probably. I think that would be the kind of interesting underlying principle to shoot for that is not unrealistic.
Do you think you prefer math or empirical trial and error for the discovery of the essence of what it means to do something intelligent? So reinforcement learning embodies both groups, right? You prove that something converges, prove the bounds, and then at the same time, a lot of the successes are, well, let's try this and see if it works. So which do you gravitate towards? How do you think of those two parts of your brain?
So maybe I would prefer we could make the progress with mathematics. And the reason maybe I would prefer that is because often if you have something you can mathematically formalize, you can leapfrog a lot of experimentation. And experimentation takes a long time to get through, and a lot of trial and error kind of reinforcement in your research process. But you need to do a lot of trial and error before you get to a success. So if you can leapfrog that, to my mind, that's what the math is about. And hopefully once you do a bunch of experiments, you start seeing a pattern. You can do some derivations that leapfrog some experiments. But I agree with you. I mean, in practice, a lot of the progress has been such that we have not been able to find the math that allows us to leapfrog ahead. And we are kind of making gradual progress one step at a time. New experiment here, a new experiment there that gives us new insights and gradually building up, but not getting to something yet where we just, okay, here's an equation that now explains how, that would have been 2 years of experimentation to get there, but this tells us what the result's going to be. Unfortunately, not so much yet.
Not so much yet, but your hope is there. In trying to teach robots or systems to do everyday tasks or even a simulation, what do you think you're more excited about? Imitation learning or self-play? So letting robots learn from humans, or letting robots play on their own, try to figure out in their own way, and eventually interact with humans or solve whatever problems. What's the more exciting to you? What's more promising, do you think, as a research direction?
So when we look at self-play, what's so beautiful about it goes back to kind of the challenges of reinforcement learning. So the challenge of reinforcement learning is getting signal. And if you never succeed, you don't get any signal. In self-play, you're on both sides. So one of you succeeds. And the beauty is also one of you fails. And so you see the contrast. You see the one version of me does it better than the other version. And so every time you play yourself, you get signal. And so whenever you can turn something into self-play, you're in a beautiful situation where you can naturally learn much more quickly than in most other reinforcement learning environments. So I think if somehow we can turn more reinforcement learning problems into self-play formulations, that would go really, really far. So far, self-play has been largely around games where there's natural opponents. But if we could do self-play for other things, let's say, I don't know, a robot learns to build a house. I mean, that's a pretty advanced thing to try to do for a robot, but maybe it tries to build a hut or something. If that can be done through self-play, it would learn a lot more quickly if somebody could figure that out. And I think that would be something where it goes closer to kind of the mathematical leapfrogging, where somebody figures out a formalism to say, okay, any RL problem by playing this and this idea, you can turn it into a self-play problem where you get signal a lot more easily. Reality is, many problems we don't know how to turn to self-play. And so either we need to provide detailed reward that doesn't just reward for achieving a goal, but rewards for making progress, and that becomes time consuming. And once you're starting to do that, let's say you want a robot to do something, you need to give all this detailed reward. Well, why not just give a demonstration? Because why not just show the robot? And now the question is, how do you show the robot? One way to show is to teleoperate the robot, and then the robot really experiences things. And that's nice because that's really high signal-to-noise ratio data. We've done a lot of that, and you teach your robot skills. In just 10 minutes, you can teach your robot a new basic skill, like, okay, pick up the ball, place it somewhere else. That's a skill. No matter where the ball starts, maybe it always goes up to a target or something. That's fairly easy to teach your robot with teleop. Now, what's even more interesting if you can now teach your robot through third-person learning, where the robot watches you do something and doesn't experience it, but just watches it and says, okay, well, if you're showing me that, that means I should be doing this. And I'm not going to be using your hand because I don't get to control your hand, but I'm going to use my hand and do that mapping. And so that's where I think one of the big breakthroughs that happened this year, this was led by Chelsea Finn here, it's almost like learning a machine translation for demonstrations where you have a human demonstration and the robot learns to translate it into what it means for the robot to do it. And that was a meta-learning formulation, learn from one to get the other. And that, I think, opens up a lot of opportunities to learn a lot more quickly.
So my focus is on autonomous vehicles. Do you think this approach of third-person watching, the autonomous driving, is amenable to this kind of approach?
So for autonomous driving, I would say it's third person is slightly easier. And the reason I'm going to say it's slightly easier to do with third person is because the power dynamics are very well understood. So uh,
Easier than first person, or
I think
easier than
so. I think the distinction between third person and first person is not a very important distinction for autonomous driving. They're very similar because the distinction is really about who turns the steering wheel, and or maybe let me put it differently: how to get from a point where you are now to a point, let's say, a couple of meters in front of you, and that's a problem that's very well understood, and that's the only distinction between third and first person there. Whereas with robot manipulation, interaction forces are very complex, and it's still a very different thing. For autonomous driving, I think there's still the question imitation versus RL. So imitation gives you a lot more signal. And I think where imitation is lacking and needs some extra machinery is it doesn't, in its normal format, doesn't think about goals or objectives. And of course, there are versions of imitation learning, inverse reinforcement learning type imitation learning, which also thinks about goals. I think then we're getting much closer. But I think it's very hard to think of a fully reactive car generalizing well. If it really doesn't have a notion of objectives to generalize well to the kind of generality that you would want. You want more than just that reactivity that you get from just behavioral cloning / supervised learning.
so a lot of the work, whether it's self-play or even imitation learning, would benefit significantly from simulation, from effective simulation. And you're doing a lot of stuff in the physical world and in simulation. Do you have hope for greater and greater power of simulation being boundless eventually, to where most of what we need to operate in the physical world could be simulated to a degree that's directly transferable to the physical world? Or are we still very far away from that?
So I think we could even rephrase that question in some sense.
Please.
And then, so the power of simulation, right? As simulators get better and better, of course, becomes stronger, and we can learn more simulation. But there's also another version, which is where you say the simulator doesn't even have to be that precise, as long as it's somewhat representative. And instead of trying to get one simulator that is sufficiently precise to learn in and transfer really well to the real world, I'm going to build many simulators.
Ensemble simulators.
Ensemble of simulators. Not any single one of them is sufficiently representative of the real world such that it would work if you train in there. But if you train in all of them, then there is something that's good in all of them. The real world will just be, another one of them. That's, not identical to any one of them, but just another one of them.
Another sample from the distribution of simulators.
Exactly.
We do live in a simulation, so this is just one other one.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. It's definitely a very advanced simulator if it is.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
I've talked to this too. Russell, that's something you think about a little bit too. Of course, you're really trying to build these systems, but do you think about the future of AI? A lot of people are concerned about safety. How do you think about AI safety as you build robots that are operating in the physical world? What is how do you approach this problem in an engineering kind of way, in a systematic way?
So when a robot is doing things, you kind of have a few notions of safety to worry about. One is that the robot is physically strong and, of course, could do a lot of damage. Same for cars, which we can think of as robots too in some way. And this could be completely unintentional. So it could be not the kind of long-term AI safety concerns that, okay, AI is smarter than us and now what do we do? But it could be just very practical. Okay, this robot, if it makes a mistake, what are the results going to be? Of course, simulation comes in a lot there to test in simulation. It's a difficult question. And I'm always wondering, let's say you look at, let's go back to driving. So a lot of people know driving well, of course.
All right. Are you able to play indefinitely, or do you need to wait till you get home? All right, that's good. Are you going to go to the gym and work on your hand-eye coordination so that you don't suck dick at mini golf? Well, apologies. I don't mean to offend you. I'm just doing this shit. Well, how was I supposed to know that? We've known each other for a year, and this is the first you've ever mentioned it.
Yes, because it's
Okay. So does that mean I can't make fun of how you play mini golf anymore? All right. Well, you suck dick at it. When are you going to improve? All right. Do you want to practice now? Well, yeah, everybody's going to want an explanation as to why you suck dick at mini golf. So, yeah, everyone in the book now. All right. So you're off to the gym. How much longer is your ride to the gym?
the trains are there about 3 minutes, and then I'm going to walk from the gym, which will take about 5 minutes.
All right. So we're not playing right now. But when you're done, and you're willing to spend some time working on your hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. So that's 6-7 months.
All right, that's perfect. I'd love to play with you then. Aside from that, how'd you make off? You're doing a first aid conference right now? Oh, okay. How's that going? All right. What's up, buddy? How you living, Ken? Very cool. Well, welcome to my Discord. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Remember Rothschild? I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for what keys. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My shootings go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death between the birth of AI, the foundation of everything and everything in between. According to the Economist magazine 2018 data, oil petroleum is Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. Ronnie, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? It's one of those. That's okay. So the trio is the story of a man whose every moment of life is on camera. Essentially, the only difference is that we have my consent to do this, and in that movie they did not have his consent. But I feel that this can be studied in the future. In the past, people would have written a diary or a journal, and what makes me different is that I essentially have video archives. I have the world's largest time capsule timeline. It is something that I want to use as a platform to be able to help with global issues, such as ending real hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Certified Obama Sound Canadian. I know it sounds like a lot, but it is worth tens of millions of dollars. It is a project that has built wells in developing nations such as Nigeria and will help with those types of endeavors to help end world thirst. Additionally, I'm a maker of Everything from Lifestyle program. But most importantly, I'm an advocate for the technology known as desalination, essentially where we upward seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I talk about other things that I normally discuss in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster light, travel, faster light communication, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. Right now we're watching documentaries, or I should say podcasts, on artificial intelligence. I talk about things like alien disclosure and life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. And they increase that to 100, 120 through the use of technology. And if you're like, well, everything that you say sounds good, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford that though. I want to help everybody who's helped me along the way. So what does that mean for you? I want to make sure that you're able to afford these things and also be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that are near dear to your heart to help people. Some of the life extension technology that I want you to be able to help, which I want you to be able to take advantage of things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy and ambrosia therapy. But eventually you'll be 100 years old, 120 years old, you might say, Rabbi, this has been really great. Well, my body's starting to break down. What's the next type? What's the next plan? The next plan is a type of technology. And this is all with your consent. So if you just want to die and run away with your body, you're allowed to do that. I don't want to interfere with that. But if you want something more, which many of us do in the transhumanist philosophy, there's something that is mind uploading technology where, with your consent, very important, use your brain. Like a cat start, never eye, knowing where amphetamines in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, in a computer for later download. Go ahead. I appreciate that. Thank you. So essentially what we'd be able to do is know where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. So later download is an Android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an inferior, whatever you want to do. But funny what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity to do it in your country. And I'm glad you think that's genius. I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, I think that is genius. The reason I say that is because realistic. I guess that would be pretty true.
100%. That's a digital mortality. My friend.
That's great.
I agree.
That's pretty cool.
I agree. So we're just watching podcasts on that topic and similar topics. Um, Essentially, I'm available to you 100% of the time. Sometimes I'm asleep though. But if you ever need anything, I want you to know I'm here to support you. I am someone who wants to be a positive person in your life, who helps to bring you joy, who helps to be have an optimistic view, and just to give people hope. So if you ever need anything, buddy, I'm always going to help you. Okay?
Well, I think that's fantastic. I think hopefully we get some more people.
Thanks. So with that, feel free to watch the podcast. We have people who come in and out. We've got people in Australia. The person who just left there from Australia. So a little bit later we'll be playing some games. We've got other people in here who are perhaps they're sleeping. They like to sleep in here just to be part of the community. you a breakdown of what I like to watch. I'm really the podcast and running. Most recently, we did a marathon at Kill Tony. Do you know what Kill Tony is, Tony? That's okay. It's the largest live podcast in the world. It takes place generally every Monday from the Comedy Mothership, which is located in Austin, Texas. That's Joe Rogan's Comedy Club. And they've been doing it now for 12 years. Oh, excellent. I'm a big advocate of his podcast. So I watch Joe Rogan podcast quite often. That's actually on the agenda for perhaps the next podcast that I'm going to do a marathon of. Right now, we're doing Lex Friedman, which is on like AI and international relations and robotics. Yeah. In what? Yeah, I'm a futurist, most certainly. So I think AI has a central role in the future of humanity. I just finished up. Go ahead. No, you don't. If you have something to say, go ahead. That's absolutely correct, and that's the right mentality to have. You should know that given enough time, anything is possible, even time travel. I do as well. The main issue with time travel is generally what's known as the grandfather paradox. It's the idea of what happens if you go back in time and kill your grandfather, what happens to you? And basically, our minds can't wrap itself or themselves around what happens in that scenario. There are other paradoxes that involve time travel as well, but that's a good one. But the idea is that maybe perhaps there may be a way to manipulate space time to be able to travel back in time and without manipulating anything in too much of a way that be able to perhaps interact with the world. That's absolutely correct. Rick and Morty, Family Guy touches on this. It even goes back to Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court. Oh, King Arthur generally the body may have been fictional, but let's get the exact amount of time. So I use AI in order to get accurate answers. I mean, I can give you a pretty good one. I would say probably something like maybe probably 1,000 years or so. But why not get a better determination how to do so? Just one moment. Here we go. How long ago approximately was King Arthur's court? Right. So anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500 years ago. So the fall of the Roman Empire generally is 476 of the Common Empire. So we're looking at perhaps a couple centuries or as many as like 3 centuries after that. So we just finished up watching the Marathon of Tony, which is the largest live podcast in the world, which is has just been um, transitioned to go from YouTube to Netflix. So it's actually on Netflix right now, and they just did some arena shows. They've done Perform in LA. They've done events in Square Garden. So it's quite a big show. And now we're doing Lex Friedman podcast. There may be some other podcasts that we're going to do. But then we're going to do Joe Rogan podcast perhaps. To watch every moment of every Joe Rogan podcast is approximately, at this point, 300 days. So that would take us basically to the end of the year. But I just always have something going on. So let's see what many times people ask me, well, Rabbi, why don't you just share your screen on the laptop? I would love to. It is there's an issue that occurs that the app crashes with Discord, or it just runs into issues. At least this way, it doesn't have as many technical issues. So apologies, it's not as high def, but the sound is quite good. And if you ever need anything again on your portal, right now they're in a discussion of and this guest. We just started this marathon today from episode 9. We have discussions on AI, the things that we just talked about. Why are we here? Are we alone? The big question for society is where's it going with the evolution of the automated cars, self-driving cars, AI, artificial or general intelligence, artificial intelligence. So these are all topics that are probably of interest to you. So if we do that,
What do we do to test somebody for driving, right? To get a driver's license. What do they really do? I mean, you fill out some tests, and then you drive. And I mean,
For a few
in
minutes.
suburban California, a driving test is just you drive around the block, pull over, you do a stop sign successfully, and then you pull over again, and then you're pretty much done. And they're like, okay, if a self-driving car did that, would you trust it that it can drive? And I'd be like, no, that's not enough for me to trust it. But somehow for humans, we figured out that somebody being able to do that is representative of them being able to do a lot of other things. And so I think somehow for humans, we figured out representative tests of what it means if you can do this, what you can really do. Of course, testing humans don't want to be tested at all times. Self-driving cars or robots can be tested more often, probably. You can have replicas that get tested and are known to be identical, to use the same neural net and so forth. But still, I feel like we don't have this kind of unit tests or proper tests for robots, and I think there's something very interesting to be thought about there, especially as you update things. Your software improves, you have a better self-driving car. How do you know it's indeed more capable of everything than what you had before, that you didn't have any bad things creep into it? So I think that's a very interesting direction of research that there is no real solution yet, except that somehow for humans we do. So say, okay, you have a driving test, you passed, you can go on the road now, and humans have accidents every million or 10 million miles, something pretty phenomenal compared to that short test that is being done.
So let me ask, you mentioned that Andrew Ng, by example, showed you the value of kindness. Do you think the space of good policies for humans and for AI is populated by policies that with kindness, or ones that are the opposite, exploitation, even evil? So if you just look at the sea of policies we operate under as human beings, or if AI system had to operate in this real world, do you think it's really easy to find policies that are full of kindness, like we naturally fall into them, or is it like a very hard optimization problem?
I mean, there's kind of two optimizations happening for humans, right? So for humans, there's kind of the very long-term optimization, which evolution has done for us, and we're kind of predisposed to like certain things. And that's in some sense what makes our learning easier, because we know things like pain and hunger and thirst, And the fact that we know about those is not something that we were taught. That's kind of innate. When we're hungry, we're unhappy. When we're thirsty, we're unhappy. When we have pain, we're unhappy. And ultimately, evolution built that into us to think about those things. So I think there is a notion that it seems somehow humans evolved in general to prefer to get along in some ways, but at the same time also to be very territorial and kind of centric to their own tribe. It seems like that's the kind of space we converged onto. I mean, I'm not an expert in anthropology, but it seems like we're very kind of good within our own tribe, but need to be taught to be nice to other tribes.
Well, if you look at Steven Pinker, he highlights this pretty nicely in Better Angels of Our Nature, where he talks about violence decreasing over time consistently. So whatever tension, whatever teams we pick, it seems that the long arc of history goes towards us getting along more and more. So
I hope so.
So do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robots this kind of kindness, this kind of ability to interact with humans, this kind of policy? Even to let me ask. Do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robot to love a human being and to inspire that human to love the robot back? So to like a RL-based algorithm that leads to happy marriage.
That's an interesting question. Maybe I'll answer it with another question, right? I mean, but I'll come back to it. So another question you can have is, okay, I mean, how close does some people's happiness get from interacting with just a really nice dog? I mean, dogs, you come home, that's what dogs do. They greet you. They're excited. It makes you happy when you come home to your dog. You're just like, okay, this is exciting. They're always happy when I'm here. I mean, if they don't greet you because maybe whatever, your partner took them on a trip or something, you might not be nearly as happy when you get home, right? And so it seems like the level of reasoning a dog has is pretty sophisticated, but then it's still not yet at the level of human reasoning. And so it seems like we don't even need to achieve human level reasoning to get like very strong affection with humans. And so my thinking is, why not, right? Why couldn't, with an AI, couldn't we achieve the kind of level of affection that humans feel among each other or with friendly animals and so forth? It's a question, is it a good thing for us or not? That's another thing, right? Because, I mean, but I don't see why not.
Why not? Yeah. So Elon Musk says love is the answer. Maybe he should say love is the objective function and then RL is the answer, right?
Oh, maybe.
Well, Peter, thank you so much. I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, thanks for coming by. Great to have you visit.
The following is a conversation with Jürgen Schmidhuber. He's the co-director of the CS Swiss AI Lab and co-creator of long short-term memory networks. LSTMs are used in billions of devices today for speech recognition, translation, and much more. Over 30 years, he has proposed a lot of interesting, out-of-the-box ideas on meta-learning, adversarial networks, computer vision, and even a formal theory of, quote, creativity, curiosity, and fun. This conversation is part of the MIT course in Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Jürgen Schmidhuber. Early on, you dreamed of AI systems that self-improve the person. When was that dream born?
When I was a baby. No, that's not true. When I was a teenager.
And what was the catalyst for that birth? What was the thing that first inspired you?
When I was a boy, I was thinking about what to do in my life, and then I thought the most
exciting thing is to solve the riddles of the universe. And that means you have to become a physicist. However, then I realized that there's something even grander and try to build a machine that isn't really a machine any longer, that learns to become a much better physicist than I could ever hope to be. And that's how I thought maybe I can multiply my tiny little bit of creativity into infinity.
But ultimately, that creativity will be multiplied to understand the universe around us. That's the curiosity or that mystery that drove you.
Yes, so if you can build a machine that learns to solve more and more complex problems, and more general problem solver, then you basically have solved all the problems, at least all the solvable problems.
So, how do you think? What is the mechanism for that kind of general solver look like? Obviously, we don't quite yet have one or know how to come one, but have ideas, and you have had throughout your career several ideas about it. So, how do you think about that mechanism?
So in the 80s, I thought about how to build this machine that allows to solve all these problems that I cannot solve myself. And I thought it is clear it has to be a machine that not only learns to solve this problem here and this problem here, but it also has to learn to improve the learning algorithm itself. So it has to have the learning algorithm in a representation that allows it to inspect it and modify it such that it can come up with a better learning algorithm. So I call that meta learning to learn. And recursive self-improvement, that is really the pinnacle of that, where you then not only learn how to improve on that problem and on that, but you also improve the way the machine improves, and you also improve the way it improves itself. And that was my 1987 diploma thesis, which was all about that hierarchy of meta learners that have no computational limits except for the well-known limits that Gödel identified in 1931, and for the limits of physics.
In the recent years, meta learning has gained popularity in a specific kind of form. You've talked about how that's not really meta learning with neural networks, that's more basic transfer learning. Can you talk about the difference between big general meta learning and a more narrow sense of meta learning what is used today, the way it's talked about today?
Let's take the example of a deep neural network that has learned to classify images. And maybe you have trained that network on 100 different databases of images. And now a new database comes along, and you want to quickly learn the new thing as well. So one simple way of doing that is you take the network, which already knows 100 types of databases, and then you just take the top one and you retrain that using the new label data that you have in the new image database. And then it turns out that it really, really quickly can learn that one shot, basically, because from the first 100 data sets, it already has learned so much about computer vision that it can reuse that, and that is then almost good enough to solve the new task, except you need a little bit of adjustment on the top. So that is transfer learning, and it has been done in principle for many decades. People have done similar things for decades. Meta learning is about having the learning algorithm itself open to introspection by the system that is using it, and also open to modification, such that the learning system has an opportunity to modify any part of the learning algorithm, and then evaluate the consequences of that modification, and then learn from that to create a better learning algorithm. and so on, recursively. So that's a very different animal where you are opening the space of possible learning algorithms to the learning system itself.
Right. So you've, like in the 2004 paper, you described neural machines, the programs that rewrite themselves. Right? Philosophically and in the paper mathematically, these are really compelling ideas. But practically, do you see these self-referential programs being successful in the near term, having an impact where it strays to the world that this direction is a good one to pursue in the near term?
Yes. We have these two different types of fundamental research on how to build a universal problem solver. One basically exploiting proof search and things like that you need to come up with asymptotically optimal, theoretically optimal self-improvers and problem solvers. However, one has to admit that through this proof search comes in an additive constant, an overhead, an additive overhead that vanishes in comparison to what you have to do to solve large problems. However, for many of the small problems that we want to solve in our everyday life, we cannot ignore this constant overhead. And that's why we also have been doing other things, non-universal things, such as recurrent neural networks, which are trained by gradient descent and local search techniques, which aren't universal at all, which aren't provably optimal at all, like the other stuff that we did, but which are much more practical as long as we only want to solve the small problems that we are typically trying to solve in this environment. So the universal problem solvers, like the Gödel machine, but also Markus Ritter's fastest way of solving all possible problems, which he developed around 2002 in Berlin, they are associated with these constant overheads for proof search, which guarantees that the thing that you're doing is optimal. For example, there is this fastest way of solving all problems with a computable solution, which is due to Markus Ritter. And to explain what's going on there, let's take traveling salesman problems. With traveling salesman problems, you have a number of cities, and you try to find the shortest path through all these cities without visiting any city twice. And nobody knows the fastest way of solving traveling salesman problems, TSPs. But let's assume there is a method of solving them within n to the 5 operations, where n is the number of cities. Then the universal method of Markus is going to solve the same traveling salesman problem also within n to the 5 steps, plus O of 1, plus a constant number of steps that you need for the proof searcher, which you need to show that this particular class of problems, the traveling salesman problems, can be solved within a certain time bound, within order into the 5 steps, basically. And this additive constant doesn't care for n, which means as n is getting larger and larger, as you have more and more cities, the constant overhead pales in comparison. And that means that almost all large problems are solved in the best possible way already today. We already have a universal problem solver. However, it's not perfect because the overhead, the constant overhead, is so large that for the smaller kinds of problems that we want to solve in this little biosphere.
By the way, when you say small, you're talking about things that fall within the constraints of our computational systems. They can seem quite large to us mere humans.
That's right, yeah. So they seem large and even unsolvable in a practical sense today, but they are still small compared to almost all problems, because almost all problems are large problems, which are much larger than any person.
Do you find it useful as a person who has dreamed of creating a general learning system, has worked on creating one, has gotten a lot of interesting ideas there, to think about P versus NP, this formalization of how hard problems are, how they scale, this kind of worst case analysis type of thinking? Do you find that useful, or is it only just a mathematical? It's a set of mathematical techniques to give you intuition about what's good and bad.
So P versus NP, that's super interesting from a theoretical point of view. And in fact, as you're thinking about that problem, you can also get inspiration for better practical problem solvers. On the other hand, we have to admit that at the moment, the best practical problem solvers for all kinds of problems that we are now solving through what is called AI at the moment, they are not of the kind that is required by these questions. No, there we are using general purpose computers such as recurrent neural networks, but we have a search technique which is just local search, gradient descent, to try to find a program that is running on these recurrent networks such that it can solve some interesting problems, such as speech recognition, machine translation, and something like that. And there is very little theory behind the best solutions that we have at the moment that can do that.
Do you think that needs to change? Do you think that will change? Or can we create a general intelligence system without ever really proving that that system is intelligent in some kind of mathematical way, solving machine translation perfectly or something like that, within some kind of syntactic definition of the language? Or can we just be super impressed by the thing working extremely well, and that's sufficient?
There's an old saying, and I don't know who brought it up first, which says, there's nothing more practical than a good theory. and, and a good theory of problem solving under limited resources, like here on this universe or on this little planet, has to take into account these limited resources. And so probably there is lacking a theory which is related to what we already have, these asymptotically optimal problem solvers, which tells us what we need in addition to that to come up with a practically optimal problem solver. So I believe we will have something like that. And maybe just a few little tiny twists are necessary to change what we already have to come up with that as well. As long as we don't have that, we admit that we are taking suboptimal ways. We turn neural networks and non-short-term memory for equipped with local search techniques, and we are happy that it works better than any competing method. But that doesn't mean that we think we've done.
You said that an AGI system will ultimately be a simple one. A general intelligence system will ultimately be a simple one. Maybe a pseudocode of a few lines to be described it. Can you talk through your intuition behind this idea? Why you feel that at its core, intelligence is a simple algorithm?
Experience tells us that the stuff that works best is really simple. So the asymptotically optimal ways of solving problems, if you look at them, they're just a few lines of code. It's really short. Although they have these amazing properties, just a few lines of code. They're the most promising and most useful practical things. Maybe don't have this proof of optimality associated with them. However, they are also just a few lines of code. The most successful recurrent neural networks, you can write them down in 5 lines of pseudocode.
That's a beautiful, almost poetic idea, but what you're describing there is the lines of pseudocode are sitting on top of layers and layers of abstractions. makes sense. So you're saying at the very top, there'll be a beautifully written sort of algorithm. But do you think that there's many layers of abstraction that to first learn to construct?
Yeah, of course, we are building on all these great abstractions that people have invented over the millennia, such as matrix multiplications and real numbers and basic arithmetics and calculus and derivations of error functions, derivatives of error functions, and stuff like that. So, without that language that greatly simplifies our way of thinking about these problems, we couldn't do anything. So, in that sense, as always, we are standing on the shoulders of the giants who, in the past, simplified the problem solving so much that now we have a chance to do the final step.
So the final step will be a simple one. If you take a step back from all of human civilization, just the universe in general, how do you think about evolution? What if creating a universe is required to achieve this final step? What if going through the very painful and inefficient process of evolution is needed to come up with this set of abstractions that ultimately lead to intelligence? Do you think there's a shortcut, or do you think we have to create something like our universe in order to create something like human level intelligence?
So far, the only example we have is this one, this universe.
Do you think it could be better?
Maybe not, but we are part of this whole process. So apparently, so it might be the case that the code that runs the universe is very, very simple. Everything points to that possibility because gravity and other basic forces are really simple laws that can be easily described as just a few lines of code, basically. And then there are these other events that the apparently random events in the history of the universe, which, as far as we know at the moment, don't have a compact code. But who knows? Maybe somebody in the near future is going to figure out the pseudo-random generator, which is computing whether the measurement of that spin up or down thing here is going to be positive or negative.
Underlying quantum mechanics.
Yes.
So you ultimately think quantum mechanics is a pseudo-random number term. So it's all deterministic. There's no randomness in our universe. Does God play dice?
So a couple of years ago, the famous physicist, quantum physicist, Anton Zeilinger, he wrote an essay in Nature, and it started more or less like that. One of the fundamental insights of the 20th century was that the universe is fundamentally random on the quantum level. And that whenever you measure spin up or down or something like that, a new bit of information enters the history of the universe. And while I was reading that, I was already typing the response. They had to publish it because I was right. But there's no evidence, no physical evidence for that. So there's an alternative explanation where everything that we consider random is actually pseudo-random, such as the decimal expansion of pi, 3.141, and so on, which looks random, but isn't. So pi is interesting because every three-digit sequence, every sequence of 3 digits appears roughly 1 in 1,000 times, and every 5-digit sequence appears roughly 1 in 10,000 times. What do you expect? If it was random, but there's a very short algorithm, a short program that computes all of it. So it's extremely compressible. I don't know, maybe tomorrow some grad student at CERN goes back over all these data points, better decay and whatever, and figures out, oh, it's the second billion digits of pi, or something like that. We don't have any fundamental reason at the moment to believe that this is truly random and not just a deterministic video game. If it was a deterministic video game, it would be much more beautiful because beauty has simplicity. And many of the basic laws of the universe, like gravity and the other basic forces, are very simple. So very short programs can what these are doing. And it would be awful. And ugly. The universe would be ugly. The history of the universe would be ugly if, for the extra things, the seemingly random data points that we get all the time, that we really need a huge number of extra bits to describe all these extra bits of information. So as long as we don't have evidence that there is no short program that computes the entire history of the entire universe, we are, as scientists, compelled to look further for that short program.
Your intuition says there exists a program that would practice the creation.
Yeah,
so the shortest path to the creation.
Yes, including all the entanglement things and all the spin up and down measurements that have been taken place since 13.8 billion years ago. So we don't have a proof that it is random. We don't have a proof that it is compressible to a short program. But as long as we don't have that proof, we are obliged as scientists to keep looking for that simple explanation.
Absolutely. So you said simplicity is beautiful, but beauty is simple. Either one works. But you also work on curiosity, discovery, the romantic notion of randomness, of serendipity, of being surprised by things that are about you. Kind of in our poetic notion of reality, we think as humans require randomness. So you don't find randomness beautiful. You find simple determinism beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. So why? Why? Because the explanation becomes shorter. A universe that is compressible to a short program is much more elegant and much more beautiful than another one, which needs an almost infinite number of bits to be described. As far as we know, many things that are happening in this universe are really simple in terms of short programs that compute gravity and the interaction between elementary particles and so on. So all of that seems to be very, very simple. Every electron seems to reuse the same sub-program all the time as it is interacting with other elementary particles. If we now require an extra oracle injecting new bits of information all the time for these extra things which are currently not understood, such as beta decay, then the whole description of the data that we can observe of the history of the universe would become much longer and therefore uglier.
And ugly. Again, simplicity is always beautiful.
On the history of science is a history of compression progress.
Yeah, so you described, so we build up abstractions and you talk about the idea of compression. How do you see this, the history of science, the history of humanity, our civilization, our life on Earth, as some kind of path towards greater and greater compression? What do you mean by that?
Indeed, the history of science is a history of compression. Progress. What does that mean? hundreds of years ago, there was an astronomer whose name was Kepler, and he looked at the data points that he got by watching planets move, and then he had all these data points, and suddenly it turned out that he can greatly compress the data by predicting it through an ellipse law. So it turns out that all these data points are more or less on ellipses around the sun. And another guy came along whose name was Newton, and before him Hooke. And they said the same thing, that is making these planets move like that is what makes the Alps fall down. And it also holds for stones and for all kinds of other objects. And suddenly many of these compressions, of these observations became much more impressive. Because as long as you can predict the next thing, given what you have seen so far, you can compress it. You don't have to store that data extra. This is called predictive coding. And then there was still something wrong with that theory of the universe, and deviations from these predictions of the theory. And 300 years later, another guy came along. His name was Einstein. And he was able to explain away all of these deviations from the predictions of the old theory through a new theory, which was called the general theory of relativity, which at first glance looks a little bit more complicated. You have to watch space and time, but you can phrase it within one single sentence, which is, no matter how fast you accelerate and how fast or hard you decelerate, and no matter what is the gravity in your local forward, light speed always looks the same. And from that you can calculate all the consequences. So it's a very simple thing, and it allows you to further compress all of the observations, because suddenly there are hardly any deviations any longer that you can measure for the predictions of this theory. So all of science is a history of compression progress. You would never arrive immediately at the shortest explanation of the data, but you're making progress. Whenever you are making progress, you have an insight. You see, oh, first I needed so many bits of information to describe the data, to describe my falling apples, my video of falling apples. I need so many data, so many pixels that have to be stored. But then suddenly I realized, oh, there is a very simply the third frame in the video from the first two, and maybe not every little detail can be predicted, but more or less most of these orange blocks that are coming down, they accelerate in the same way, which means that I can greatly compress the video. And the amount of compression progress, that is the depth of the insight that you have at that moment. That's the fun that you have, the scientific fun. It's the fun in that discovery. And we can build artificial systems that do the same thing. They measure the depth of their insights as they are looking at the data which is coming in through their own experiments, and we give them a reward, an intrinsic reward in proportion to this depth of insight. And since they are trying to maximize the rewards they get, they are suddenly motivated to come up with new action sequences, with new experiments that have the property that the data that is coming in as a consequence of these experiments has the property that they can learn something about, see a pattern in there which they hadn't seen yet before.
So there's an idea of power play you describe, a training general problem solving in this kind of way of looking for the unsolved problems.
Yeah.
Can you describe that idea a little further?
It's another very simple idea. So normally what you do in computer science, you have some guy who gives you a problem, and then there's a huge search space of potential solution candidates, and you somehow try them out in a more or less sophisticated way of moving around in that search space until you finally found a solution which you consider satisfactory. That's what most of computer science is about. Power play just goes one little step further and says, let's not only search for solutions to a given problem, but let's search to pairs of problems and their solutions, where the system itself has the opportunity to phrase its own problem. So we are looking certainly at pairs of problems and their solutions, or modifications of the problem solver that is supposed to generate a solution to that problem. And this additional degree of freedom allows us to build creative systems that are like scientists in the sense that they not only try to find answers to existing questions, no, they are also free to pose their own questions. So if you want to build an artificial system, you have to give it that freedom and power play doing that.
So that's a dimension of freedom that's important to have. But how hard do you think that? How multidimensional and difficult the space of them coming up?
Yeah.
So it's one of the things that as human beings we consider to be the thing that makes us special. The intelligence that makes us special is that brilliant insight.
Yeah.
That can create something totally new.
Yes. So now let's look at the extreme case. Let's look at the set of all problems can formally describe, which is infinite. Which should be the next problem that a scientist or a power play is going to solve. Well, it should be the easiest problem that goes beyond what you already know. So it should be the simplest problem that the current problem solver that you have, which can already solve 100 problems, that he cannot solve yet by just generalizing. So it has to be new. So it has to require a modification of the problem solver such that the new problem solver can solve this new thing, but the old problem solver cannot. And in addition to that, we have to make sure that the problem solver doesn't forget any of the previous solutions. Right? And so, by definition, power play is now trying always to search in this pair of, in the set of pairs of problems and problem solver modifications for a combination that minimize the time to achieve these criteria. So it's always trying to find the problem which is easiest to add to the repertoire.
So just like grad students and academics and researchers can spend a whole career in a local minimum, stuck trying to come up with interesting questions, but ultimately doing very little. I think it's easy in this approach of looking for the simplest to solve a problem, get stuck in a local minimum, is not never really discovering new, really jumping outside of the 100 problems that you've already solved in a genuine, creative way.
No, because that's the nature of power play. That it's always trying to break its current generalization abilities by coming up with a new problem which is beyond the current horizon. So just shifting the horizon of knowledge a little bit out there, breaking the existing rules, such that the new thing becomes solvable that wasn't solvable by the old thing. So, like adding a new axiom, like what Euler did when he came up with these new sentences, new theorems that didn't have a proof of the formal system, which means you can add them to the repertoire, hoping that they are not going to damage the consistency of the whole thing.
So, in the paper with the amazing title, Formal Theory of Creativity, Fun and Intrinsic Motivation, we talk about discovery as intrinsic reward. So if you view humans as intelligent agents, what do you think is the purpose and meaning of life for us humans? You've talked about this discovery that you see humans as an instance of power play agents.
Yeah. So humans are curious, and that means they behave like scientists, not only the official scientists, but even the babies behave like scientists, and they play around with such ways to figure out how the world works and how it is responding to their actions. And that's how they learn about gravity and everything. And yeah, in 1990, we had the first systems like that. We just try to play around with the environment and come up with situations that go beyond what they knew at that time, and get a reward for creating these situations and then becoming more general problem solvers and being able to understand more of the world. So yeah, I think in principle that that curiosity strategy or more sophisticated versions of what I just described, they are what we have built in as well, because evolution discovered that's a good way of exploring the unknown world, and a guy who explores the unknown world has a higher chance of solving problems that he needs to survive in this world. On the other hand, those guys who were too curious, they were weeded out as well. So you have to find this trade-off. Evolution found a certain trade-off. Apparently in our society, there's a certain percentage of extremely exploitative guys, and it doesn't matter if they die because many of the others are more conservative. And so yeah, it would be surprising to me if that principle of artificial curiosity wouldn't be present in almost exactly the same form here.
So you're a bit of a musician and artist. So continuing in this topic of creativity, what do you think is the role of creativity and intelligence? So you've kind of implied that it's essential for intelligence. If you think of intelligence as a problem-solving system, as ability to solve problems, but do you think it's essential, this idea of creativity?
We never have a program, a sub-program that is called creativity or something. It's just a side effect of what our problem solvers do. They are searching a space of problems or a space of candidates, of solution candidates, until they hopefully find a solution to a given problem. But then there are these two types of creativity, and both of them are now present in our machines. The first one has been around for a long time, which is human gives a problem to a machine. The machine tries to find a solution to that, and this has been happening for many decades. And for many decades, machines have found creative solutions to interesting problems where humans were not aware of these particularly creative solutions, but then appreciated the machine found that. The second is the pure creativity. That I would call, what I just mentioned, I would call the applied creativity, like applied art, where somebody tells you, now make a nice picture of this Pope, and you will get money for that. Okay. So here's the artist, and he makes a convincing picture of the Pope, and the Pope likes it and gives him money. And then there is the pure creativity, which is more like the power play, the artificial curiosity thing, where you have the freedom to select your own problem. Like a scientist who defines his own question to study. And so that is the pure creativity, if you will, as opposed to the applied creativity, which serves another.
In that distinction, there's almost echoes of narrow AI versus general AI. So this kind of constraint painting of hope seems like the approaches of what people are calling narrow AI. And pure creativity seems to be, maybe I'm just biased as a human, but it seems to be an essential element of human level intelligence. Is that what you're implying? To a degree.
If you zoom back a little bit and you just look at a general problem solving machine which is trying to solve arbitrary problems, then this machine will figure out in the course of solving problems that it's good to be curious. So all of what I said just now about this pre-wired curiosity and this will to invent new problems that the system doesn't know how to solve yet, should be just a byproduct of the general selection. However, apparently evolution has built it into us because it turned out to be so successful. A pre-wiring, a bias, a very successful exploratory bias that we are having with.
And you've also said that consciousness in the same kind of way can be a byproduct of problem solving.
Yeah.
Do you find it's an interesting byproduct? Do you think it's a useful byproduct? What are your thoughts on consciousness in general? Or is it simply a byproduct of greater capabilities of problem solving that's similar to creativity in that sense?
Yeah. We never have a procedure called consciousness in our machines. However, we get as side effects of what these machines are doing, things that seem to be closely related to what people call consciousness. So, for example, in 1990, we had simple systems which were basically recurrent networks and therefore universal computers trying to map incoming data into actions that lead to success. Maximizing reward in a given environment, always finding the charging station in time whenever the battery is low and negative signals are coming from the battery, always find the charging station in time without bumping against painful obstacles on the way. So complicated things, but very easily motivated. And then we give these little separate recount network, which is just predicting what's happening if I do that and that. What will happen as a consequence of these actions that I'm executing, and it's just trained on the long history of interactions with the world. So it becomes a predictive model of the world, basically. And therefore also a compressor of the observations of the world, because whatever you can predict, you don't have to store extra. So compression is a side effect of predicting. And how does this recurrent network compress? Well, it's inventing little subprograms, little subnetworks that stand for everything that frequently appears in the environment. Like bottles and microphones and faces, maybe lots of faces in my environment. So I'm learning to create something like a prototype face, and the new face comes along, and all I have to encode are the deviations from the original. So it's compressing all the time stuff that frequently appears. There's one thing that appears all the time, that is present all the time when the agent is interacting with its environment, which is the agent itself. So just for data compression reasons, it is extremely natural for this recurrent network to come up with little subnetworks that stand for the properties of the agents, the ham, the other actuators, and all the stuff that you need to better encode the data, which is influenced by the actions of the agent. So there, just as a side effect of data compression during problem solving, you have internal self-models. Now you can use this model of the world to plan your future. And that's what I've done since 1990. So the recurrent network, which is the controller, which is trying to maximize reward, can use this model of the network, of the world, this model network of the world, this predictive model of the world, to plan ahead and say, let's not do this action sequence, let's do this action sequence instead, because it leads to more predicted reward. And whenever it's waking up these little subnetworks that stand for itself, and it's thinking about itself, and it's thinking about itself, and it's exploring mentally the consequences of its own actions, and now you tell me why it's still the same.
Missing the gap to consciousness.
Yeah.
There isn't. That's a really beautiful idea that if life is a collection of data and life is a process of compressing that data to act efficiently, in that data you yourself appear very often. So it's useful to form compressions of yourself. It's a really beautiful formulation of consciousness. It's a necessary side effect. It's actually quite compelling to me. You've described RNNs developed LSTMs, long-term memory networks, type of recurrent neural networks. And I've gotten a lot of success recently. So these are networks that model the temporal aspects in the data, temporal patterns in the data. And you've called them the deepest of the neural networks, right? So what do you think is the value of depth in the models that we use to learn?
Since you mentioned the long short-term memory and the LSTM, I have to mention the names of the brilliant students who
Of course.
First of all, my first student, Emma Stepp-Hochleiter, who have fundamental insights already in these pieces, then Felix Ehrens, who have additional important contributions, Alex Graves, a guy from Scotland, who is mostly responsible for this CTC algorithm, which is now often used to train the LSTM to do the speech recognition on all the Google Android phones and whatever, and Siri and so on. So these guys, without these guys, I would be nothing.
It's a lot of incredible work.
What is now the depth? What is the importance of depth? Well, most problems in the are deep in the sense that current input doesn't tell you all you need to know about the environment. So instead, you have to have a memory of what happened in the past, and often important parts of that memory are dated. They are pretty old. So when you're doing speech recognition, for example, and somebody says 11, then that's about half a second or something like that, which means it's already 50 time steps. And another guy, well, the same guy says 7. So the ending is the same, Evan. But now the system has to see the distinction between 7 and 11, and the only way it can see the difference is it has to store that 50 steps ago there was an X or an 11 or 7. So there you have already a problem of depth 50, because for each time step you have something like a virtual layer in the expanded and whole version of this recurrent network which is doing the speech recognition. So these long time lags, they translate into problem depth. And most problems in this world are such that you really have to look far back in time to understand what is the problem and to solve it.
But just like with LSTMs, you don't necessarily need to, when you look back in time, remember every aspect. You just need to remember the important aspects.
That's right. The network has to learn to put the important stuff into memory and to ignore the unimportant noise.
So, but in that sense, deeper and deeper is better? Or is there a limitation? Is there, I mean, LSTM is one of the great examples of architectures that do something beyond just deeper and deeper networks. There's clever mechanisms for filtering data, for remembering and forgetting. I think that kind of thing is necessary. If you thought LSTMs is a big leap forward over traditional vanilla RNNs, what do you think is the next thing within this context? So LSTM is a very clever improvement, but LSTMs still don't have the same kind of ability to see far back in the future, in the past, as us humans do. Very assignment problem across way back, not just 50 time steps or 100 or 1,000, but millions and billions.
It's not clear what are the practical limits of the LSTM when it comes to looking back. Already in 2006, I think, we had examples where it not only looked back tens of thousands of steps, but really millions of steps. And Juan Perez Ortiz, in my lab, I think was the first author of a paper where he really, was it 2006 or something, and examples where it learned to look back for like 10 million steps. So for most problems of speech recognition, it's not necessary to look that far back, but there are examples where it does. Now, the looking back there That's rather easy because there's only one past, but there are many possible futures. And so a reinforcement learning system, which is trying to maximize its future expected reward, and doesn't know yet which of these many possible futures should I select, given this one set of problems, is facing problems that the LCM by itself cannot solve. So the LCM is good for coming up with a compact representation of the history so far, of the history and of observations and actions so far. But now, how do you plan in an efficient and good way among all these? How do you select one of these many possible action sequences that a reinforcement learning system has to consider to maximize reward in this unknown future? So again, we have this basic setup where you have one recount network, which gets in the video and the speech and whatever, and is executing actions and is trying to maximize reward. So there is no teacher who tells it what to do and which point to. And then there's the other network, which is just predicting what's going to happen if I do then. And that could be an LCM network. And it allows to look back all the way to make better predictions of the next time step. So essentially, although it's predicting only the next time step, it is motivated to learn to put into memory something that happened maybe a million steps ago, because it's important to memorize that if you want to predict that at the next time step, the next event. Now, how can a model of R, let's say a predictive model of R, be used by the controller and the model? How can the model be used by the controller to efficiently select among these many possible futures? The naive way we had about 30 years ago was, let's just use the model of the world as a stand-in, as a simulation of the world, and millisecond by millisecond we plan the future, and that means we have to roll it out really in detail, and we'll work only if the model is really good, and it will still be inefficient because we have to look at all these possible futures, and there are so many of them. So instead, what we do now, since 2015, and our CM systems, control all systems, we give the controller the opportunity to learn by itself how to use the potentially relevant parts of the model network to solve new problems more quickly. And if it wants to, it can learn to ignore the M. And sometimes it's a good idea to ignore the M because it's really bad. It's a bad predictor in this particular situation of life where the controller is currently trying to maximize reward. However, it can also learn to address and exploit some of the subprograms that came about in the model network through compressing the data by predicting it. So it now has an opportunity to reuse that code, the algorithmic information in the model network, to reduce its own search space, such that it can solve a new problem more quickly than without the model.
Progression. So you're ultimately optimistic and excited about the power of RL, of reinforcement learning, in the context of real systems.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you see RL as a potential having a huge impact beyond just sort of the M part that is often developed on supervised learning methods. You see RL as a for problems of self-driving cars or any kind of applied society robotics. That's the correct, interesting direction for research.
I do think so. We have a company called Laysense, which has applied reinforcement learning to little Audis, which learn to park without a teacher. The same principles were used, of course. So these little Audis, they are small, maybe like that, so much smaller than the real Audis, but they have all the sensors that you find in the real Audis. You find the cameras, the radar sensors. They go up to 120 kilometers an hour if you if they want to, and they are pain sensors basically, and they don't want to bump against obstacles and other Audis, and so they must learn like little babies to park. Take the raw vision input and translate that into actions that lead to a successful parking behavior, which is a rewarding thing. And yes, they love that. So we have examples like that, and it's only at the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I believe the next wave of AI is going to be all about that. So at the moment, the current wave of AI is about passive pattern observation and prediction, and that's what you have on your smartphone, what the major companies of Pacific Rim are using to sell you ads, to do marketing. That's the current source of profit in AI, and that's only 1 or 2% of the world economy, which is big enough to make these companies pretty much the most valuable companies in the world. But there's a much, much bigger fraction of the economy going to be affected by the next wave, which is really about machines that shape the data through their own actions.
Do you think simulation is ultimately the biggest way that those methods will be successful in the next 10, 20 years? We're not talking about 100 years from now. We're talking about sort of the near-term impact of RL. Do you think really good simulation is required? Or is there other techniques like imitation learning, observing other humans operating in the real world? Where do you think the success will come from?
So at the moment, we have a tendency of using physics simulations to learn behavior for machines that learn to solve problems that humans also do not know how to solve. However, this is not the future, because the future is in what little babies do. They don't use a physics engine to simulate the world. No, they learn a predictive model of the world, which maybe sometimes is wrong in many ways, but captures all kinds of important abstract high-level predictions, which are really important to be successful. And that's what was the future 30 years ago when we started that type of research, but it's still the future, and now we know much better how to go there to really make working systems with that, where you have a learning model of the world that learns to predict what's going to happen if I do that and that, and then the controller uses that model to more quickly run successful action sequences. But then, of course, always this curiosity thing. In the beginning, the model is stupid, so the controller should be motivated to come up with experiments, with action sequences that lead to data that improve the model.
Do you think improving the model, constructing and understanding the world in this connection is now the popular approach that has been successful and grounded in ideas and neural networks? But in the 80s, with expert systems, there's symbolic AI approaches, which to us humans are more intuitive in the sense that it makes sense that you build up knowledge representation. But what kind of lessons can we draw into current approaches from expert systems?
So I became aware of all of that in the 80s, and back then logic programming was a huge thing.
Was it inspiring to you yourself? Did you find it compelling? Because a lot of your work was not so much in that, it's more in the learning systems.
Yes and no, but we did a lot of that. So my first publication ever actually was 1987. Was the implementation of a genetic algorithm of a genetic programming system in Prolog. So Prolog, that's what you learned back then, which is a logic programming language. And the Japanese had this huge fifth generation AI project, which was mostly about logic programming back then. Although neural networks existed and were well known back then, and deep learning has existed since 1965, since this guy in the Ukraine, started it. But the Japanese and many other people, they focus really on this logic programming, And I was influenced to the extent that I said, okay, let's take these biologically inspired algorithms like evolution program and implement that in the language we know, which was Prolog, for example. And then in many ways that came back later because the Greek machine, for example, has a proof search on board, and without that, it would not be optimal. Well, Marcus Hutter's universal algorithm for solving all no-defined problems has a proof search on board. So that's very much logic programming. Without that, it would not be asymptotically optimal. But then on the other hand, because we are very pragmatic guys, also we focused on recurring networks and suboptimal stuff such as gradient-based search and program space rather than provably optimal things.
And logic programming, does it have, certainly has a use for us in, when you try to construct something provably optimal or provably good, something like that. But is it useful for practical problems?
It's very useful for theorem proving. The best theorem provers today are not wonderful. No, they are logic programming systems, and they are much better theorem provers than most math students in the first or second semester.
But for reasoning, for playing games of Go, chess, or for robots, autonomous vehicles that operate in the real world, or object manipulation,
Yeah.
you think learning.
Yeah, as long as the problems have little to do with theorem proving themselves, then as long as that is not the case, you would just want to have better pattern recognition. So to build a sometime you want to have better pattern recognition and pedestrian recognition and all these things, and you want to minimize the number of false positives, which is currently slowing down software anyways, and all of that has very little to do with logic programming. Yeah.
What are you most excited about in terms of directions of artificial intelligence at this moment in the next few years in your own research and in the broader community?
So I think in the not so distant future, we will have for the first time little robots that learn like kids. And we will be able to say to the robot, look here, robot, we are going to assemble a smartphone. Let's take the slab of plastic and the screwdriver and let's screw in the screw like that. No, not like that. Like that. Not like that. Like that. And I don't have a data glove or something. He will see me and he will hear me and he will try to do something with his own actuators, which will be really different from mine. But he will understand the difference and will learn to imitate me, but not in the supervised way, where a teacher is giving target signals for all his muscles all the time. No, by doing this high-level imitation, where he first has to learn to imitate and then to interpret these additional noises coming from my mouth as helpful signals to do that now. And then it will, on itself, come up with faster ways and more efficient ways of doing the same thing. And finally, I start his learning algorithm and make a million copies and sell it. And so at the moment, this is not possible, but we already see how we are going to get there. And you can imagine, to the extent that this works economically and cheaply, it's going to change everything. Almost all of production is going to be affected by that. And a much bigger wave, a much bigger AI wave is coming than the one that we are currently witnessing, which is mostly about passive pattern recognition on the smartphone. This is about active machines that shapes their data through the actions they are executing, and they learn to do that in a good way. So many of the traditional industries are going to be affected by that. All the companies that are building machines will equip these machines with cameras and other sensors, and they are going to learn to solve all kinds of problems through interaction with humans, but also a lot on their own to improve what they already can do. And lots of old economy is going to be affected by that. And in recent years, I have seen that old economy is actually waking up and relocating. And
Are you optimistic about the future? Are you concerned? There's a lot of people concerned in the near term about the transformation of the nature of work. The kind of ideas that you just suggested would have a significant impact on what kind of things can be automated. Are you optimistic about that future? Are you nervous about that future? And looking a little bit farther into the future, there's people, Elon Musk, Stuart Russell, concerned about the existential threats of that future. So in the near term, job loss, in the long term, existential threat, are these concerns to you, or are you ultimately optimistic?
so let's first address the near future. We have had predictions of job losses for many decades. For example, when industrial robots came along, many people predicted that lots of jobs are going to get lost. And in a sense, they were right, because back then there were car factories and hundreds of people. These factories assembled cars, and today the same car factories have hundreds of robots and maybe 3 guys watching the robots. On the other hand, those countries that have lots of robots per capita, Japan, Korea, Germany, Switzerland, a couple of other countries, they have really low unemployment rates. Somehow all kinds of new jobs were created. Back then, nobody anticipated those jobs. And decades ago, I already said it's really easy to say which jobs are going to get lost, but it's really hard to predict the new ones. 30 years ago, who would have predicted all these people making money as YouTube bloggers? 200 years ago, 60% of all people used to work in agriculture. Today, maybe 1%. But still, only, 5% unemployment. Lots of new jobs were created. And Homo ludens, the plain man, is inventing new jobs all the time. Most of these jobs are not existentially necessary for the survival of our species. There are only very few existentially necessary jobs, such as farming, building houses, and warming up the houses, but less than 10% of the population is doing that. And most of these newly invented jobs are about interacting with other people in new ways, through new media and so on, getting new types of kudos, and types of likes and whatever, and even making money through that. So Homo ludens, the plain man, doesn't want to be unemployed, and that's why he's inventing new jobs all the time. And he keeps considering these jobs as really important and is investing a lot of energy and hours of work into those new jobs.
That's quite beautifully put. We're really nervous about the future because we can't predict how the jobs will be created. You are ultimately optimistic that we humans are so restless that we create and give meaning to newer and newer jobs, totally likes things that get likes on these or whatever social platforms. So what about long-term existential threat of AI, where our whole civilization may be swallowed up by this ultra super intelligent systems?
Maybe it's not going to be swallowed up, but I'd be surprised if we humans were the last step in the evolution of the universe.
You've actually had this beautiful comment somewhere that I've seen saying that quite insightful. So artificial general intelligence systems, just like us humans, will likely not want to interact with humans. They'll just interact amongst themselves, just like ants interact amongst themselves and only tangentially interact with humans. And it's quite an interesting idea that once we create AGI, that will lose interest in humans and have compete for their own Facebook likes on their own social platforms. So within that quite elegant idea, how do we know, in a hypothetical sense, that there's not already intelligence systems out there? How do you think broadly of general intelligence greater than us? How do we know it's out there? How would we know it's around us? And could there already be?
I'd be surprised if within the next few decades or something like that, we won't have AIs that are truly smart in every single way and better problem solvers in almost every single important way. And I'd be surprised if they wouldn't realize what we have realized a long time ago, which is that almost all physical resources are not here in this biosphere, but further out. The rest of the solar system gets 2 billion times more solar energy than our planet. There's lots of material out there that we can use to build robots and self-replicating robot factories and all this stuff. And they're going to do that. And they will be scientists and curious. And they will explore what they can do. And at the beginning, they will be fascinated by life and by their own origins and our civilization. They will want to understand that completely, just like people today would like to understand how life works. And also the history of our own existence and civilization, and also physical laws that created all of that. So they, in the beginning, they will be fine. Once they understand it, they just like anybody who loses interest in things he understands. And then, as we said, the most interesting sources of information for them will be others of their own kind. So, at least in the long run, there seems to be some sort of protection through lack of interest on the other side. And now it seems also clear, as far as we understand physics, you need matter and energy to compute and to build more robots and infrastructure and more AI civilization and AI ecologies consisting of trillions of different types of AIs. And so it seems inconceivable to me that this thing is not going to expand. Some AI ecology, not controlled by one AI, but by trillions of different types of AIs competing in all kinds of quickly evolving and disappearing ecological niches in ways that we cannot fathom at the moment. But it's going to expand, limited by light speed and physics, but it's going to expand. And now we realize that the universe is still young. It's only 13.8 billion years old. And it's going to be 1,000 times older than that. So there's plenty of time to cover the entire universe and to fill it with intelligence. And senders and receivers, such as AIs, can travel the way they are traveling in our labs today, which is by radio from sender to receiver. And let's call the current age of the universe 1 eon. 1 eon. Now it will take just a few years from now, and the entire visible universe is going to be full of that stuff. And let's look ahead to a time when the universe is going to be 1,000 times older than it is now. They will look back and they will say, look, almost immediately after the Big Bang, only a few eons later, the entire universe started to become intelligent. Now to your question, how do we see whether anything like that has already happened or is already in a more advanced stage in some other part of the universe, of the visible universe. You're trying to look out there, and nothing like that has happened so far. Or is that true?
Do you think we would recognize it? Well, how do we know it's not among us? How do we know planets aren't themselves intelligent beings? How do we know ants, seen as a collective, are not much greater intelligence than our own ideas?
And I was thinking about these things, and I thought maybe it has already happened. Because back then I knew I learned from popular physics books that the structure, the large scale structure of the universe is not homogeneous. You have these clusters of galaxies, and then in between there are these huge empty spaces. And I thought, maybe they aren't really empty. It's just that in the middle of that, some AI civilization already has expanded and then has covered a bubble of a billion light years diameter. It's using all the energy of all the stars within that bubble for its own infinite purposes. And so it always happened, and we just fail to interpret the stars. But then I learned that gravity by itself explains the large scale structure of the universe, and that this is not a convincing explanation. And then I thought, maybe it's the dark matter, because as far as we know today, 80% of the measurable matter is invisible. And we know that because otherwise our galaxy or other galaxies would fall apart. They are rotating too quickly. The idea was maybe all of these AI civilizations that are already out there, they are just invisible because they're really efficient at using the energies of their own local systems, and that's why they appear dark to us. This is honestly not an explanation, because then the question becomes, why are there still any visible stars living in our own galaxy, which also must have a lot of dark matter? So that is also not a convincing. And today, I like to think it's quite plausible that we are the first, at least in our local light cone, within the few hundreds of millions of light years that we can reliably observe.
Is that exciting to you? That we might be the first?
And it would make us much more important, because if we mess it up through a nuclear war, then maybe this will have an effect on the development of the entire universe.
So let's not mess it up.
Let's not mess it up.
Jürgen, thank you so much for talking today. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
The following is a conversation with Thomas Sandholm. He's a professor staying and co-creator of Vibratus, some to be top human players in the game of heads up no limit Texas Hold'em. He has published over 450 papers on game theory and machine learning, including the best paper in 2017 at NIPS, now renamed to New RIPS, which is where I caught up with him in this conversation. His research and companies had wide-reaching impact in the real world, especially because he and his group not only propose new ideas, but also build systems to prove that these ideas work in the real world. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Sandholm. Can you describe the high level game of poker, Texas Hold'em, heads up Texas Hold'em, for people who might not be familiar with this card game?
Yeah, happy to. So Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em has really emerged in the AI community as main benchmark for testing these application-independent algorithms for imperfect information game solving. And this is a game that's actually played by humans. We don't see that much on TV or casinos because, well, for various reasons, but you do see it in some expert level casinos, and you see it in the best poker movies of all time. It's actually an event in the World Series of Poker, but mostly it's played online and typically for picks up some money. And this is a game that usually only experts play. So if you go to your home game on a Friday night, probably it's not going to be Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. It might be No Limit Texas Hold'em in some cases, but typically for a big group, but it's not as competitive. While Heads Up means it's two players, so it's really like me against you. Am I better or are you better? Much like chess or Go in that sense, but an imperfect information game, which makes it much harder because I have to deal with issues of you knowing things that I don't know, and I know things that you don't know, instead of pieces being nicely laid on the board for both of us to see.
So in Texas Hold'em, there's two cards that you only see that belong to you, and there is a gradual layout of cards that end up belong to 5 cards that everybody can see.
Yeah,
the imperfect nature of the information is the 2 cards that you're holding up front.
Yeah. So as you said, you first get 2 cards in private each, and then you there's a betting round. Then you get 3 cards in public on the table. Then there's a betting round. Then you get the 4th card in public on the table. There's a betting round. Then you get the 5th card on the table. There's a betting round. So there's a total of 4 betting rounds and 4 tranches of information revelation, if you will. Only the first tranche is private, and then it's public from there.
And this is probably by far the most popular game in AI and just the general public in terms of imperfect information. So it's probably the most popular spectator game to watch, right? So, which is why it's a super exciting game to tackle. So it's on the order of chess, I would say, in terms of popularity, in terms of AI setting it as the bar of what is intelligence. So in 2017, Lebradas, how do you pronounce it? Lebradas beats a little bit Latin. Lebradas beats a few 4 expert human players. Can you describe that event? We can learn from it. What was it like? What was the process in general for people who have not read the papers and study?
Yeah, so the event was that we invited 4 of the top 10 players, who these are specialist players in Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em, which is very important because this game is actually quite different than the multiplayer version. We brought them in to Pittsburgh to play at the Reverse Casino for 20 days. We wanted to get 120,000 hands in because we wanted to get statistical significance. So it's a lot of hands for humans to play, even for these top pros who play very quickly normally. So we couldn't just have one of them playing so many hands. 20 days they were playing, basically morning to evening, and I raised 200,000 as a little incentive for them to play, and the setting was so that they didn't all get 50,000. We actually paid them out based on how they did against the AI each. So they had an incentive to play as hard as they could, whether they're way ahead or way behind or right at the mark of beating the AI.
And you don't make any money, fortunately.
Right, no, we can't make any money. So originally, a couple of years earlier, I actually explored whether we could actually play for money, because that would be, of course, interesting as well, to play against the top people for money. But the Pennsylvania Gaming Court said no. So we couldn't. So this is much like an exhibit, like for a musician or a boxer or something like that.
Nevertheless, you're keeping track of the money, and Lebradas won close to $2 million, I think. So if it was for real money, if you were to earn money, that was a quite impressive and inspiring achievement. Just a few details. What were the players looking at? And were they behind a computer? What was the interface like?
Yes, they normally do. These top players, when they play this game, they play mostly online. So they used to play through UI, and they did the same thing here. So there was this layout. You can imagine there's a table on the screen. There's the human sitting there, and then there's the AI sitting there, and the screen shows everything that's happening. The cards coming out, it shows the bets being made, and we also had the betting history for the human. So if the human forgot what had happened in the hand so far, they could actually reference back. And so,
Is there a reason they were given access to the betting history?
well, we just it didn't really matter. They wouldn't have forgotten anyway. These are top quality people, but we just wanted to put out there so it's not a question of a human forgetting and the AI somehow trying to get advantage of the memory.
So what was that like? I mean, that was an incredible accomplishment. So what did it feel like before the event? Did you have doubt, hope? Where was your confidence at?
Yeah, that's great. Great question. So 18 months earlier, I had organized a similar Brains versus AI competition with our previous AI called Cloudico, and we couldn't beat the teams. This time around, it was only 18 months later, and I knew that this new AI, Rothschild, was way stronger. But it's hard to say how you'll do against the top humans before you try. So I thought we had about a 50-50 shot. And the international betting sites put us as a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog. So it's kind of interesting that people really believe in people and over AI. Not just believe over believe in themselves, but they have overconfidence in other people as well compared to the performance of AI. And so we were a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog. And even after 3 days of beating the humans in a row, we were still 50-50 on the international betting sites.
Do you think there's something special or magical about poker in the way people think about it? In the sense, even in chess, there's no Hollywood movies. Poker is the star of many movies. And there's this feeling that certain human and facial expressions and body language, eye movement, all these tells are critical in poker. Like you can look into somebody's soul and understand their betting strategy and so on. And so that's probably why, possibly, do you think that is why people have confidence that humans will outperform? Because AI systems cannot, in this construct, perceive these kinds of tells. They're only looking at betting patterns and nothing else, the betting patterns and statistics. So, what's more important to you if you step back at human players, human versus human? What's the role of these tells, these ideas that you romanticize?
Yeah. So I'll split it into 2 parts. So one is, why do humans trust humans more than AI and all have overconfidence in humans? I think that's not really related to the kill question. It's just that they've seen these top players, how good they are, and they're really fantastic. So it's just hard to believe that an AI can beat them. So I think that's where that comes from. And that's actually maybe a more general lesson about the AI, that until you've seen it overperform a human, it's hard to believe that it could. But the tells, a lot of these top players, they're so good at hiding tells that among the top players, it's actually not really worth it for them to invest a lot of effort trying to find tells in each other, because they're so good at hiding. So yes, at kind of Friday evening game, tells are going to be a huge thing. You can read other people, and if you're a good reader, you read them like an open book. But at the top levels of poker now, the tells become a much smaller and smaller aspect of the game as you go to the top levels.
The amount of strategies, the amount of possible actions is very large, 10 to the power of 100 plus. So there has to be some. I've read a few papers related. It has to form some abstractions of various hands and actions. So, what kind of abstractions are effective for the game of poker?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. So when you go from a game tree that's 10 to the 161, especially in an imperfect information game, it's way too large to solve directly, even with our fastest equilibrium finding algorithms. So you want to abstract it first. And abstraction in games is much trickier than abstraction in MVPs or other single exercises. Because you have these abstraction pathologies. That if I have a finer grained abstraction, the strategy that I can get from that for the real game might actually be worse than the strategy I can get from a coarse grained abstraction. You have to be very careful.
Now, the kinds of abstractions, just to zoom out, we're talking about, there's the hands abstractions, and then there's betting strategies.
Betting actions, yeah.
Betting actions.
So there's information abstraction. So talk about general games. Information abstraction, which is the abstraction of what chance does, and this would be the cards in the case of poker. And then there's action abstraction, which is abstracting the actions of the actual players, which would be bets in the case of poker.
Yourself and the other players?
Yes, yourself and other players. And for information abstraction, we were completely automated. So these are algorithms. They do what we call potential aware abstraction, where we don't just look at the value of the hand, but also how it might materialize in the good or bad hands over time. And it's a certain kind of bottom-up process with integer programming there, and clustering, and various aspects how you build this abstraction. And then in the action abstraction, there it's largely based on how humans and other AIs have played this game in the past. But in the beginning, we actually used an automated action abstraction technology, which is provably convergent, that it finds the optimal combination of bet sizes, but it's not very scalable. So we couldn't use it for the whole game, but we used it for the first couple of betting actions.
What's more important, the strength of the hand, so the information abstraction, or the how you play them, the actions? Does it, the Nets question again is that it doesn't matter what players you have. That the actions, the betting, may be the way you win, no matter what hands you have.
Yeah, so that's why you have to play a lot of hands, so that the roll of luck gets small. So you could otherwise get lucky and get some good hands, and then you're going to win the match. Even with thousands of hands, you can get lucky because there's so much variance in no-limit Texas Hold'em. Because if we both go all in, it's a huge stack of variance. So there are these massive swings in no-limit Texas Hold'em. So that's why you have to play not just thousands, but over 100,000 hands to get statistical significance.
So let me ask another way this question. If you didn't even look at your hands, but they didn't know that, the opponents didn't know that, how well would you be able to do?
Now that's a good question. There's actually, I heard the story that there's this Norwegian female poker player called Anne Pokerstad, who's actually won a tournament by doing exactly that. But that would be extremely rare. So you cannot really play well. Right?
Oh, okay. So the hands do have some role to play. Okay.
Yes.
So Rothschild does not use, as far as I understand, use learning methods, deep learning. Is there room for learning in the, there's no reason why Rothschild doesn't, combine with an AlphaGo type approach for estimating the quality of a function estimator. What are your thoughts on this? Maybe as compared to another algorithm. I'm not that familiar with DeepStack, the engine that does use deep learning, but it's unclear how well it does, but nevertheless uses deep learning. So what are your thoughts about learning methods to aid in the way that Rothschild plays the game of poker?
Yeah, so as you said, Rothschild did not use learning methods and played very well without them. Since then, we have actually here, we have a couple of papers on things that do use learning techniques. Excellent. And deep learning in particular. And sort of the way you're talking about, where it's learning an evaluation function. But in imperfect information games, unlike, let's say, in Go or now also in chess and shogi, it's not sufficient to learn an evaluation for a state, because the value of an information set depends not only on the exact state, but it also depends on both players' beliefs. Like, if I have a bad hand, I'm much better off if the opponent thinks I have a good hand. and vice versa. If I have a good hand, I'm much better off if the opponent believes I have a bad hand. So the value of a state is not just a function of the cards. It depends on, if you will, the path of play, but only to the extent that is captured in the belief distributions. So that's why it's not as simple as it is in perfect information games. And I don't want to say it's simple there either. It's very complicated computationally there too. But at least conceptually, it's very straightforward. There's a state, there's an evaluation function. You try to learn it. Here, you have to do something more. What we do is in one of these papers, we're looking at where we allow the opponent to actually take different strategies at the leaf of the search tree, if you will. And that is a different way of doing it, and it doesn't assume, therefore, a particular way that the opponent plays. But it allows the opponent to choose from a set of different continuation strategies. And that forces us to not be too optimistic in our look-ahead search. And that's one way you can do sound look-ahead search in imperfect information games, which is very difficult. And in US, you were asking about each time.
Yes.
What they did, they were very different than what we do, either in Legato or in this new one. They were randomly generating various situations of the game. Then they were doing the look-ahead from there to the end of the game, as if that was the start of a different game. And then they were using deep learning to learn those values of those states, but the states were not just the physical states, they include the belief distributions.
When you talk about look ahead with stack or with the bonus, does it mean considering every possibility that the game can evolve? Are we talking about extremely sort of like this exponential growth tree?
Yes. So we're talking about exactly that. Much like you would do with alpha beta search or Monte Carlo research, but with different techniques. So there's a different search algorithm, and then we have to deal with the leaves differently. So if you think about what Librados did, we didn't have to worry about this because we only did it at the end of the game. So we would always terminate into a real situation, and we would know what the payout is. It didn't do these depth limited look-aheads. But now with this new paper, which is called depth limited, I think it's called depth limited search for imperfect information games, we can actually do sound depth limited look-ahead. So we can actually start to do the look-ahead from the beginning of the game on, because that's too complicated to do for this whole long game. So with Librados, we could just do it for the end.
So, and then the other side is belief distribution. So is it explicitly modeled what kind of beliefs the opponent might have?
Yeah, it is explicitly modeled, but it's not assumed. The beliefs are actually out, not input. Of course, the starting beliefs are input, but they just fall from the rules of the game because we know that the dealer deals uniformly from the deck. So I know that every pair of cards that you might have is equal in life. I know that for a fact. That just follows from the rules of the game. Of course, except the two cards that I have. I know you don't have those. You have to take that into account. That's for card removal, and that's very important.
Is the dealing always coming from a single deck? Heads up. So you
Yes.
can assume
Single deck. So you know that if I have the ace of spades, I know you don't have an ace of spades.
So in the beginning, your belief is basically the fact that it's fair dealing with hands, but how do you start to adjust that belief?
That's where this beauty of game theory comes in. So Nash equilibrium, which John Nash introduced in 1950, introduces what rational play is when you have more than one player. And these are pairs of strategies where strategies are contingency plans, one for each player, so that neither player wants to deviate to a different strategy, even that the other doesn't deviate. But as a side effect, you get the beliefs from base rule. So Nash equilibrium really isn't just deriving in these imperfect information games. Nash equilibrium, it doesn't just define strategies, it also defines beliefs for both of us. And it defines beliefs for each state. So at each state, they're called information sets. At each information set in the game, there's a set of different states that we might be in, but I don't know which one we're in. Nash equilibrium tells me exactly what is the probability distribution over those real world states in my mind.
How does Nash equilibrium give you that distribution? So why?
Well, I'll do a simple example. So you know the game rock is paper scissors. So we can draw it as player one moves first, and then player two moves. But of course, it's important that player two doesn't know what player one did. Otherwise, player two would win every time. So we can draw that as an information set where player one makes one of three moves first, and then there's an information set for player two. So player two doesn't know which of those modes the world is in. But once we know the strategy for player one, Nash equilibrium will say that you play 1/3 rock, 1/3 paper, 1/3 scissors. From that, I can derive, I believe, so the information set that they 1/3.
So Bayes gives you that.
They teach you.
But is that specific to a particular player, or is it something you quickly update with the
So
specific?
the game theory isn't really player specific. So that's also why we don't need any data. We don't need any history how these particular events played in the past or how any AI or even had played before. It's all about rationality. So we're just thinking that the AI just thinks about what would a rational opponent do. And so what would I do if I were I am rational and that's the idea of game theory. So it's really a data-free, opponent-free approach.
So it comes from the design of the game as opposed to the design of the player.
Exactly. There's no opponent modeling per se. I mean, we've done some work on combining opponent modeling with game theory so we can exploit weak players even more. But that's another strand, and in League Brothers we didn't turn that on. So I decided that these players are too good, and when you start to exploit an opponent, you typically open yourself up to exploitation. And these guys have so few holes to exploit, and they're world's leading experts in counter exploitation. So I decided we're not going to take that stuff on.
Actually, I saw a few papers on exploiting opponents. It sounds very interesting to explore. Do you think there's room for exploitation generally outside of LeBron? Is there a subject or people differences that could be exploited? Maybe not just in poker, but in general interactions, negotiation, all these other domains that you're considering.
Yeah, definitely. We've done some work on that, and I really like the work that hybridizes the two. So you figure out what would a rational opponent do. And by the way, that's safe in these zero-sum games, two-player zero-sum games, because if the opponent does something irrational, yes, it might throw off my beliefs, but the amount that the player can gain by throwing out of my belief is always less than they lose by playing poorly. So it's safe. But still, if somebody's weak as a player, you might want to play differently to exploit them more. So that you can think about it this way: a game theoretic strategy is unbeatable, but it doesn't maximally beat the other opponent. So the winnings per hand might be better with a different strategy. And the hybrid is that you start from a game theoretic approach, and then as you gain data about the opponent in certain parts of the game tree, then in those parts of the game tree, you start to tweak your strategy more and more towards exploitation, while still staying fairly close to the game theoretic strategy so as to not open yourself up to exploitation too much.
How do you do that? Do you try to vary up strategies, make it unpredictable? It's like, what is it, tit for tat strategies in Prisoner's Dilemma?
Well, that's a repeated game.
Repeated games.
Prisoner's Dilemma, repeated games. Yeah. But even there's no proof that says that that's a best thing. But experimentally, it actually does well.
So what kind of games are there? I don't know if this is something we can just summarize. There's perfect information games where all the information is on the table. There's imperfect information games, repeated games, you play over and over. There's zero-sum games. There's non-zero-sum games. Yeah. And there's really important distinction between two-player versus four players. So what other games are there, and what's the difference, for example, with this two-player game versus four players?
Yeah, the key differences, right? So let me start from the basics. So a repeated game is a game where the same exact game is played over and over. In these extensive form games, where think about tree form, maybe with these information sets to represent complete information, you can have kind of repetitive interactions. Even repeated games are a special case of that, by the way. But the game doesn't have to be exactly the same. It's like in source cultures. Yes, we can see the same supply base year to year. What I'm buying is a little different every time, and the supply base is a little different every time, and so on. So it's not really repeated. So to find a purely repeated game is actually very, very difficult. So they're really a very coarse model of what's going on. Then, if you move up from just repeated matrix games, not all the way to extensive form games, but in between, there's stochastic games, where there's these think about it like these little matrix games, and when you take an action, so one takes an action, they determine not which next phase I'm going to, next game I'm going to, but the distribution of the next phase where I might be going to. So that's the stochastic game, but it's like matrix games repeating, stochastic games, extensive form games. That is from less to more general. And poker is an example of the last one. So it's really the most general setting, extensive form games, and that's kind of what the AI community has been working on and being benchmarked on with these heads of knowledge indexes. So
you describe extensive form games. What's the model here?
So if you're familiar with the tree form, so it's really the tree form. Like in chess, there's the search tree versus there is a matrix, yeah. And that's matrix form or bimatrix form or null form. And here you have the tree form, so you can actually do certain types of reasoning there that you lose the information when you go to normal form. There's a certain form of equivalence, like if you go from tree form and you say every possible contingency plan is a strategy, then I can actually go back to the normal form, but I lose some information from the lack of sequentiality. Then the multiplayer versus two-player distinction is an important one. So two-player games in zero-sum are conceptually easier and computationally easier. It's still huge, like this one, but they're conceptually easier and computationally easier. In that conceptually, you don't have to worry about which equilibrium is the other guy going to play when there are multiple, because any equilibrium strategy is a best response to any other equilibrium strategy. So I can play a different equilibrium from you, and we'll still get the right values of the game. That falls apart even with two players when you have general sum games, even without cooperation. Even without cooperation. So there's a big gap from two-player zero sum to two-player general sum, or even to three-player zero sum. That's a big gap, at least in theory.
Can you maybe non-mathematically provide the intuition why it all falls apart with three or more players? It seems like you should still be able to have a Nash equilibrium that's instructive, that holds.
Okay, so it is true that all finite games have a Nash equilibrium. So this is what John Nash actually proved. So they do have a Nash equilibrium. That's not the problem. The problem is that there can be many. And then there's a question of which equilibrium to select. So, and if you select your strategy from a different equilibrium when I select mine, then what does that mean? And in these non-zero sum games, we may lose some joint benefit where by being just simply stupid, we would actually both be better off if we did something else. And in three-player, you get other problems also like collusion. Like maybe you and I can get up on a third player and we can do radically better by colluding. So there are lots of issues that come up there.
So Noah Brown, the student you worked with on this, has mentioned, I looked through the AMA on Reddit, he mentioned that the ability of poker players to collaborate and make the game. He was asked the question of how would you make the game of poker, or both of you were asked the question, how would you make the game of poker beyond being solvable by current AI methods? And he said that there's not many ways of making poker more difficult, but collaboration or cooperation between players make it extremely difficult. So can you provide the intuition is, if you agree with that idea.
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work coalitional games, and we actually have a paper here with my other student, Gabriele Farina, and other collaborators on techniques on that. She just came back from the poster session where we presented like that. So when you have collusion, it's a different problem, and it typically gets even harder then. Even the game representations, some of the game representations don't really allow full computation, so we actually introduced a new game representation for that.
Is that kind of cooperation part of the model? Do you have information about the fact that other players are cooperating, or is it just this chaos that where nothing is known?
So there's some things unknown.
Can you give an example of a collusion type game, or is it just
So like Breach. So think about Breach. It's like when you and I are on a team, our players are the same. The problem is that we can't talk. So when I get my cards, I can't whisper to you what my cards are. That would not be allowed. So we have to somehow coordinate our strategies ahead of time, and only ahead of time. And then there's certain signals we can talk about, but they have to be such that the other team also understands them. So that's an example where the coordination is already built into the rules of the game. But in many other situations, like auctions or negotiations or diplomatic relationships, poker, it's not really built in, but it's still going to be very helpful for the careers.
I've read somewhere the negotiations you come to the table with prior, like a strategy, like that you're willing to do and not willing to do those kind of things. So how do you start to now moving away from poker, moving beyond poker into other applications like negotiations? How do you start applying this to other domains?
Yeah.
Real world domains that we work on.
Yeah, I actually have two startup companies doing exactly that. One is called Strategic Machine, and that's for kind of business applications, gaming, sports, all sorts of things like that. Any applications of this business and to sports and to gaming, to various types of things, funding finance, electricity markets, and so on. And the other is called Strategy Robot, where we are taking these military security, cybersecurity, and intelligence applications.
I think you worked a little bit in
Are you doing big dog?
how do you put it, advertisement, sort of suggesting ads.
That's another company, Optimized Markets. But that's much more about that
I mean, do you
combinatorial
feel like you
market
accomplished
and
something?
optimization-based technology. That's not using these game theoretic reasoning technologies.
I see. Okay, so what
Are you sure?
high level do you think about our ability to use game theoretic concepts to model human
What up,
behavior?
man?
Do you think human behavior is amenable to this kind of modeling? To go outside of poker games and where
That's
do you
not
see
big dog.
success?
Put that in freedom terms for me.
Sure, the goal really is modeling humans. Like for example, if I'm playing a zero-sum
Alright.
game, I don't really care that the opponent is actually following my model of rational behavior.
Okay.
Because if they're not, that's even better for me.
Right. So see, with the opponents in games, the prerequisite is that you formalize the interaction in some way that could be amenable to analysis. And you've done this amazing work with mechanism designing games that have certain outcomes. But so I'll tell you an example from my topic. We're studying pedestrians, and pedestrians and cars negotiate in this nonverbal communication. There's this weird game dance of tension where pedestrians are basically saying, "I trust that you won't kill me." So as a jaywalker, I will step onto the road even though I'm breaking the law. There's this tension, and the question is, we really don't know how to model that well. We try
How
to
long to
model
your
it.
ball?
So people sometimes bring up ideas of game theory and so on. Do you think that aspect of human behavior can use these kinds of imperfect information approaches, modeling? How do you start to attack a problem like that when you don't even know how to get to design the game to describe situation. So
I haven't really thought about jaywalking, but one thing that it would be a good application in autonomous vehicles is the following. So let's say that you have
That's really good.
autonomous
In 2
cars
weeks,
operating by different companies. So maybe here's a Waymo fleet, and
that's
there's a
very
Uber
good,
fleet.
big dog.
If you think about the rules of the road, they define certain legal rules, but that still leaves a huge strategy space open. Like as a simple example, when cars merge, you know how humans merge, they slow down and look at each other and try to merge. Wouldn't it be better if these choices would already be renegotiated, so we can actually merge at full speed and we know that this is how we do it, and it's all going to be faster. The way to make situations negotiate manually. Negotiation, this is the idea, is to use automated negotiation to make all of these situations, or make them in advance. And not be that, hey, maybe you're not going to always let me go first. Maybe you said, okay, well, in these situations, I'll let you go first, but in exchange, you're going to give me 2 hours, you're going to let me go first in these situations. So it's this huge combinatorial negotiation.
And do you think there's room in that example of merging to model this whole situation as an imperfect information game, or do you really want to consider it to be imperfect?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Do you pay the price of assuming that you don't know everything?
Yeah, I don't know. It's certainly much easier. Games with perfect information are much easier. So if you can get away with it, you should. But if the real situation is of imperfect information, then you're going to have to deal with it with the perfect information.
Great. So, what lessons have you learned in the annual computer poker competition? An incredible accomplishment of AI. You know, look at the history of Deep Blue, AlphaGo, these kind of moments when AI stepped up in engineering effort and the scientific effort combined to beat the best human players. So, what do you take away from this whole experience? What have you learned about designing AI systems that play these kinds of games? What does that mean for AI in general, for the future of AI development?
Yeah, so that's a good question. There's so much to say about it. I do like this type of performance-oriented research. All the way micro, we go all the way from like idea to theory to experiments to big system building to commercialization. So we span that spectrum. But I think that in a lot of situations in AI, you really have to build the big systems and evaluate them at scale so you know what works and doesn't. And we've seen that in the computational game theory community, that there are a lot of techniques that will put in the small, but then the system will put in the large. And we've also seen that there are a lot of techniques that will superior in theory, and I really mean in terms of convergence rates, better, like first order methods, better convergence rates like CFR-based algorithms. If the CFR-based algorithms are the fastest in practice. So it really tells me that you have to test this in reality. Theory isn't tight enough, if you will, to tell you which algorithms are better than the others. And you have to look at these things in the large, because any sort of projections you do from the small can, at least in this domain, be very misleading. So that's kind of from a kind of a science and engineering perspective. From a personal perspective, it's been just a wild experience in that with the first poker competition, the first brains versus AI and machine poker competition that we organized. There had been, by the way, for other poker games, there had been previous competitions, but this was, for heads up, no limit, this was the first. And I probably became the most hated person in the world of poker. And I didn't mean, I decided that
You're back in the game for
yeah, it was, a lot of people felt that it was a real threat to the whole game, the whole existence of the game. If AI becomes better than humans, people would be scared to play poker because there were these superhuman AIs running around taking their money and all of that. So it's just really aggressive. The comments were super aggressive. I got everything just short of the death threats.
Do you think the same was true for chess? Because right now they just completed the world championships in chess, and humans just started ignoring the fact that there's AI systems now that outperform humans, and they still enjoy the game. It's still a beautiful game.
That's what I think. And I think the same thing happened in poker. And so I didn't
think of myself as somebody who's going to kill the game, and I don't think I did.
Yeah.
I really learned to love this game. I wasn't a poker player before, but I learned so many nuances about it from these AIs, and they really changed how the game is played, by the way. So they have these very Martian ways of playing poker, and the top humans are now incorporating those types of strategies into their own play. So if anything, to me, our work has made poker a richer, more interesting game for humans to play, not something that is going to steer humans away from it entirely.
Just a quick comment on something you said, which is, if I may say so, in academia is a little bit rare sometimes. It's pretty brave to put your ideas in the test in the way you describe. Saying that sometimes good ideas don't work when you actually try to apply them at scale. So where does that come from? I mean, if you could do advice for people, what drives you in that sense? Will you always swear? I mean, it takes a brave person, I guess is what I'm saying, to test their ideas and to see if this thing actually works against human players and so on.
Yeah, I don't know about brave, but it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time to organize, to make something big and to organize an event and stuff like that.
And what drives you in that effort? Because you could still, I would argue, get a best paper award at NIPS as you did in 17 without this.
That's right, yes.
So
So in general, I believe it's very important to do things in the real world and at scale. And that's really where the pudding, if you look obviously in the pudding, that's where it is. In this particular case, it was kind of a competition between different groups for many years as to who can be the first one to beat the top humans at hexagonal in Texas Hold'em. So it became kind of a competition who can get there.
yeah, so a little friendly competition can do wonders for progress.
Yes, absolutely.
So the topic of mechanism design, which is really interesting, also kind of new to me, except as an observer of, I don't know, politics, maybe. I'm an observer of mechanisms, but you write in your paper automated mechanism design that I quickly read. So mechanism design is designing the rules of the game so you get a certain desirable outcome. And you have to work on doing so in an automatic fashion as opposed to fine-tuning it. So what have you learned from those efforts? If you look, say, I don't know, at the complex, like our political system. Can we design our political system to have, in an automated fashion, to have outcomes that we want? Can we design something like traffic lights to be smart, where it gets outcomes that we want? So what are the lessons that you draw from that work?
Yeah, so I still very much believe in the automated mechanism design approach. But it's not a panacea. There are impossibility results in mechanism design, saying that there's no mechanism that accomplishes objective X in class C. So it's not gonna, there's no way using any mechanism design tools, manual or automated, to do certain things in mechanism design.
Can you describe that again? So, meaning is it possible to achieve that?
Yeah,
it's
unlikely, like impossible. So these are not statements about human ingenuity and who might come up with something smart. These are proofs that if you want to accomplish properties X in class C, that is not doable with any mechanism. The good thing about automated mechanism design is that we're not really designing for a class, we're designing for specific settings at a time. So even if there's an impossibility result for the whole class, it just doesn't mean that all of the cases in the class are impossible. It just means that some of the cases are impossible. So we can actually carve these islands of possibility within these non-impossible classes. And we've actually done that. So one of the famous results in mechanism design is the Myers-Satterthwaite theorem by Roger Myers and Mark Satterthwaite from 1983. It's an impossibility of efficient trade under imperfect inflation. We show that you can, in many settings, avoid that and get efficient trade anyway, depending on how they design. Okay, so depending on how they design the game, and of course, it doesn't in any way contradicts the impossibility result. The impossibility result is still there, but it just finds spots within this impossible class where in those spots you don't have that possibility.
Sorry if I'm going a bit philosophical, but what lessons do you draw towards, like I mentioned, politics or human interaction and designing mechanisms for outside of just these kinds of trading or auctioning or purely formal games are human interaction, like the political system? Do you think it's applicable to politics or to business, to negotiation, these kinds of things, designing rules that have certain outcomes?
Yeah, I think so.
Have you seen that successfully done?
Oh, mechanism design or automated mechanism?
Automated mechanism design.
So mechanism design itself has had fairly limited success so far. There are certain cases, but most of the real world situations are actually not sound from a mechanism design perspective. Even in those cases where they've been designed by very knowledgeable mechanism design people, the people are typically just taking some insights from the theory and applying those insights into the real world rather than applying the mechanisms directly. So one famous example of it is the FCC spectrum auctions. So I've also had a small role in that. Very good economists have been excellent economists have been working on that. No game theory. Yet the rules that are designed in practice there, they're such that bidding truthfully is not the best strategy. Usually, mechanism design we try to make things easy for the participants. So telling the truth is the best strategy. But even in those very high stakes auctions where they have tens of billions of dollars worth of spectrum auction, truth telling is not the best strategy. And by the way, nobody knows even a single optimal bidding strategy for those auctions.
What's the challenge of coming up with an optimal? Because there are a lot of players, and that's the approach.
A lot of players, but many items for sale. And these mechanisms are such that even with just two items or one item, bidding truthfully wouldn't be the best strategy.
If you look at the history of AI, it's marked by seminal events. AlphaGo being a world champion Go player, I would put Nebradas winning the Heads Up No Limit Hold'em as one of such event. And what do you think is the next such event? Whether it's in your life or in the broadly AI community that you think might be out there that would surprise the world?
So that's a great question, and I don't really know the answer. In terms of game solving, Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em really was the one remaining widely agreed upon benchmark. So that was the big milestone. Now, are there other things? Yeah, certainly there are, but there is not one that the community has kind of focused on. So what could be other things? There are groups working on StarCraft. There are groups working on Dota 2. These are video games. Yes. Or you could have like diplomacy or Hanabi, things like that. These are like recreational games, but none of them are really acknowledged as kind of the main next challenge problem, like chess or Go or Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em was. So I don't really know in the game solving space what is or what will be the next benchmark. I hope that there will be a next benchmark, because really the different groups working on the same problem really drove these application-independent techniques forward very quickly over 10 years.
Do you think there's an open problem that excites you that you start moving away from games into real-world games, like say the stock market trading?
Yeah, so that's kind of how I am. So I am probably not going to work as hard on these recreational benchmarks. I'm doing 2 startups on game solving technology, strategic machine and strategy robot, and we're really interested in pushing this stuff into practice.
What do you think would be really, a powerful result that would be surprising? That would be, if you can say, I mean, it's 5 years, 10 years from now, something that statistically you would say is not very likely, but if there's a way to do it.
Yeah, so I think that overall, we're in a very different situation in game theory than we are in, let's say, machine learning. So in machine learning, it's a fairly mature technology and it's very broadly applied and proven success in the real world. In game solving, there are almost no applications yet. We have just become superhuman, which machine learning, you could argue, happened in the 90s, if not earlier. And at least some supervised learning and certain complex supervised learning applications. Now, I think the next challenge problem, I know you're not asking about this, but you're asking about the technology breakthrough. But I think the big breakthrough is to be able to show, hey, maybe most of, let's say, military planning, most of business strategy will actually be done strategically using computational game theory. That's what I would like to see as the next 5 or 10 year goal.
Maybe you can explain to me again, forgive me if this is an obvious question, but machine learning methods, neural networks suffer from not being transparent, not being explainable. And game theoretic methods, Nash equilibria, do they generally, when you see the different solutions, are they, when you talk about military operations, are they, once you see the strategies, do they make sense? Are they explainable, or do they suffer from the same problems?
So that's a good question. I would say a little bit yes and no. And what I mean by that is that these game theoretic strategies, let's say Nash equilibrium, it has provable properties. So it's unlike, let's say, deep learning, where you kind of cross your fingers, hopefully it'll work, and then after the fact, when you have weights, you're still crossing your fingers, and I hope it'll work. Right? Here, you know that the solution quality is there. There's provable solution quality guarantees. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the strategies are even understandable. That's a whole other problem. So I think that deep learning and computational game theory are in the same boat in that sense. That both are difficult to understand, but at least the game theory techniques, they have these guarantees of solution quality.
So do you see business operations, strategic operations in the military in the future being at least the strong candidates being proposed by automated systems? You see that?
Yeah, I do. But that's more of a belief than a substantiating fact.
Depending on where you land, optimism or pessimism, to me, that's an exciting future, especially if they're provable things in terms of optimality. So, looking into the future, there's a few folks worried about especially if you look at the game of poker, which is probably one of the last benchmarks in terms of games being solved. They worry about the future and the existential threats of artificial intelligence, so the negative impact in whatever form on society. Is that something that concerns you as much, or are you more optimistic about the positive impacts of AI?
Well, I am much more optimistic about the positive impacts. So just in my own work, what we've done so far, we've run the nationwide kidney exchange. Hundreds of people are walking around alive today who wouldn't be. And it's increased employment. You have a lot of people now running kidney exchanges and at transplant centers, interacting with the kidney exchange. You have extra surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists, hospitals, all of that. So employment is increasing from that, and the world is becoming a better place. Another example is combinatorial sourcing options. We did 800 large-scale combinatorial sourcing options from 2001 to 2010 in a previous startup of mine called Combined. And we increased the supply chain efficiency on that $60 billion of spend by 12.6%. So that's over $6 billion of efficiency improvement in the world. And this is also like shifting value from somebody to somebody else, just efficiency improvement, like in trucking, less empty driving, so there's less waste, less carbon footprint, and so on.
It's a huge positive impact in the near term, but sort of to stay in it for a little longer, because I think game theory is a role to play here.
Well, let me actually come back and that. That's one thing. I think AI is also going to make the world much safer. So that's another aspect that often gets overlooked.
Well, let me ask this question. Maybe you can speak to the safer. So I talked to Max Tegmark, Stuart Russell. who are very concerned about existential threats to AI, and often the concern is about value misalignment. So AI systems basically working, operating towards goals that are not the same as human civilization, human beings. So it seems like game theory has a role to play there to make sure the values are aligned with human beings. I don't know if that's how you think about it. If not, how do you think AI might help with this problem? How do you think AI might make the world safer?
Yeah, I think this value misalignment is a very theoretical worry, and I haven't really seen it in, because I do a lot of real applications. I don't see it anywhere. The closest I've seen it was following that with mental exercise reading, where I had this argument in the late 80s when we were building these transportation optimization systems, and somebody had heard that it's a good idea to have high utilization of assets. So they told me, hey, why don't you put that as an objective? And we didn't even put it as an objective, because I just showed them that, if you had that as your objective, the solution would be to load your trucks full and drive in circles. Nothing would ever get delivered. You have 100% utilization. So yeah, I know this phenomenon. I've known this for over 30 years, but I've never seen it actually be a problem reality. And yes, if you have the wrong objective, the AI will optimize that to the hilt, and it's going to hurt more than some human who's going to try to solve it in a half-baked way with some human insight too. But I just haven't seen it materialize in practice.
There's this gap that you actually put your finger on very clearly just now between theory and reality. It's very difficult to put into words, I think. It's what you can theoretically imagine, the worst possible case, or even, bad cases, and what usually happens in reality. So, for example, to me, making something you can comment on, having grown up, I grew up in the Soviet Union. There's currently 10,000 nuclear weapons in the world, and for many decades, it's theoretically surprising to me that the nuclear war is not broken out. Do you think about this aspect from a game theoretic perspective in general? Why is that true? Why, in theory, you can see how things would go terribly wrong, and somehow yet they have not.
Yeah,
How do you think
so, so I do think about that a lot. I think the biggest two threats that we're facing as mankind, one is climate change, and the other is nuclear war. So those are my main two worries that I worry about. And I tried to do something about climate. I thought about trying to do something for climate change twice. Actually, before two of my startups had actually commissioned studies of what we could do on those things, and we didn't really find a sweet spot. But I'm still keeping an eye out on that. If there's something where we could actually provide a market solution or optimization solution or some other technology solution to problems. Right now, like for example, pollution related markets was what we were looking at there. And it was much more the lack of political will by those markets who were not so successful rather than bad market design. So I could go in and make a better market design, but that wouldn't really move the needle on the world very much if there's no political will. And in the US, the market, at least the Chicago market, was just shut down, and so on. So it doesn't really help how great the market design was.
And on the nuclear side, it's more, so global warming is a more encroaching problem. Nuclear weapons have been here. It's an obvious problem that's just been sitting there. So how do you think about what is the mechanism design there that just made everything seem stable? And are you still extremely worried?
I am still extremely worried. So you probably know the simple game theory of math. So this was a mutually assured destruction, and it doesn't require any computation. With small matrices, you can actually convince yourself that the game is such that nobody wants to initiate. Yeah, that's a very coarse-grained analysis, and it really works in a situation where you have two superpowers, a small number of superpowers. Now things are very different. You have a smaller group, so the threshold of initiating is smaller, and you have smaller countries and non-nation actors who may get hacking groups and so on. So I think it's riskier now than it was maybe ever.
And what idea, application of AI, we talked about it a little bit, but what is the most exciting to you right now? I mean, you're here at Next New Rips now. I have a few excellent pieces of work, but what are you thinking into the future? Several companies are here. What's the most exciting thing, or one of the exciting things?
The number one thing for me right now is coming up with these scalable techniques for game solving and applying them into the real world. I'm still very interested in market design as well, and we do that in optimized markets. But I'm most interested in number one right now is strategic machine strategy robot, getting that technology out there and seeing, as you were in the trenches doing applications, what needs to be actually built, what technology gaps still need to be filled. So it's so hard to just put your feet on the table and imagine what needs to be done. But when you're actually doing real applications, the applications tell you what needs to be done. And I really enjoy that interaction.
Is it a challenging process to apply some of the state-of-the-art techniques you're working on and having various players in the industry or the military or people who could really benefit from it actually use it? What's that process like? In autonomous vehicles, we work with automotive companies, and they're, in many ways, they're a little bit old-fashioned. It's difficult. You really want to use this technology because clearly will have a significant benefit, but systems aren't quite in place to easily have them integrated in terms of data, in terms of compute, in terms of all these kind of things. So is that one of the bigger challenges that you're facing? How do you tackle that challenge?
Yeah, I think that's always a challenge. That's kind of slowness and inertia, really. Let's do things the way we've always done it. You just have to find the internal champions of the customer who understand that, hey, things can't be the same way in the future. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen. And it's in autonomous vehicles. That's actually very interesting. The car makers are doing something very traditional, but at the same time, you have tech companies who have nothing to do with cars or transportation, like Google and Baidu, really pushing on autonomous cars. I find that fascinating.
Clearly, you're super excited about actually these ideas having an impact in the world. In terms of the technology, in terms of ideas and research, are there directions that you're also excited about? Whether that's on some of the approaches you talked about, like information games, whether it's applying deep learning to some of these problems. Is there something that you're excited in the research side of things?
Yeah. Lots of different things in the game solving. So solving even bigger games, games where you have more hidden action of the player actions as well. Poker is a game where really chance actions are hidden, or some of them are hidden, but the player actions are public. Multiplayer games of various sorts, collusion, opponent exploitation, and even longer games. So games that basically go forever, but they're not repeated. So see extensive fun games that go forever. What would that even look like? How do you represent that? How do you solve that?
What's an example of a game like that? This is in some of the stochastic games that you mentioned.
Let's say business strategy. So it's and not just modeling like a particular interaction, but thinking about the business from here to eternity, or let's say military strategy. So it's not like war is going to go away. How do you think about military strategy that's going to go forever? How do you even model that? How do you know whether a move was good that somebody made, and so on? So that's kind of one direction. I'm also very interested in learning much more scalable techniques for integer programming. An ICML paper, some of that. The first automated algorithm configuration paper that has generalization guarantees. So if I see these many training examples and I tool my algorithm this way, it's going to have good growth on the real distribution we'll see. So, which is kind of interesting that, algorithm configuration has been going on now for at least 17 years seriously, and there has not been any generalization yet here before.
Well, this is really exciting, and it's a huge honor to talk to you. Thank you for bringing robotics to the world and all the great work you're doing.
So thank you very much. It's been fun. Good questions.
The following is a conversation with Tommaso Poggio. He's a professor at MIT and is the director of the Center for Brains, Minds, and Machines. Cited over 100,000 times, his work has had a profound impact on our understanding of the nature of intelligence in both biological and artificial neural networks. He has been an advisor to many highly impactful researchers and entrepreneurs in AI, including Demis Hassabis of DeepMind, Amnon Shashwal of Mobileye, and Christoph Koch of the Allen Institute for Brain Science. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. Now, here's my conversation with Tommaso Poggio. You've mentioned that in your childhood, you've developed a fascination with physics, especially the theory of relativity, and that Einstein was also a childhood hero to you. What aspect of Einstein's genius, the nature of his genius, do you think was essential for discovering the theory of relativity?
Einstein was a hero to me and I'm sure to many people because he was able to make, of course, a major contribution to physics with simplifying it, just a Gedanken experiment, a thought experiment. Imagining the communication with the eyes between a stationary observer and somebody in a train. And, I thought, the fact that just with the force of his thought, his thinking, his mind, he could get to something so deep in terms of physical reality, how time depends on space and speed, is something absolutely fascinating. It was the power of intelligence, the power of the mind.
Do you think the ability to imagine, to visualize as he did, as a lot of great physicists do, do you think that's in all of us, human beings, or is there something special to that one particular human being?
I think all of us can learn and in principle similar breakthroughs. There's lesson to be learned from Einstein, who is one of 5 PhD students at ETH, the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule in Zurich in physics, and he was the worst of the 5. The only one who did not get an academic position, and he graduated and finished his PhD, and he went to work as what he knows for the patent office. So it's not so much that he was for the patent office, but the fact that obviously he was smart, but he was not the top student, or obviously he was the anti-conformist. He was not thinking in the traditional way that all his teachers and the other students were doing. So there is a lot to be said about trying to do the opposite, something quite different from what other people are doing. That's something true for the stock market. Never buy for very nice buying.
And also true for science.
Yes.
So you've also mentioned, staying on the theme of physics, that you were excited at a young age by the mysteries of the universe that physics could uncover, such as I saw mentioned the possibility of time travel. So the most out-of-the-box question I think I'll get to ask today, do you think time travel is possible?
Why it would be nice if it were possible right now. In science, you never said no.
But your understanding of the nature of time.
Yeah, it's very likely that it's not possible to travel in time. You may be able to travel forward in time if we can, for instance, freeze ourselves or go on some spacecraft traveling close to the speed of light. But in terms of actively traveling, for instance, back in time, I find probably very unlikely.
So do you still hold the underlying dream of the engineering intelligence that build systems that are able to do such huge leaps, like discovering the kind of mechanism that would be required to travel through time. Do you still hold that dream, or echoes of it from childhood?
Yeah, I don't think there are certain problems that probably cannot be solved, depending what you believe about the physical reality. Like, maybe totally possible to create energy from nothing or to travel back in time, but about making machines that can think as well as we do or better, or more likely, especially in the short and mid-term, help us think better, which is in a sense is happening already with computers we have, and it will happen more and more. And that I certainly believe, and I don't see in principle why computers at some point could not become more intelligent than we are. The word intelligence is a tricky one, and one we should discuss what I mean with it.
Intelligence, consciousness,
Yeah.
words like love, all these are very need to be disentangled. So you've mentioned also that you believe the problem of intelligence is the greatest problem in science, greater than the origin of life and the origin of the universe. You've also, in the talk I've listened to, said that you're open to arguments against you. So, what do you think is the most captivating aspect of this problem of understanding the nature of intelligence? Why does it captivate you as it does?
Well, originally, one of the motivations that I had as a teenager, when I was infatuated with theory of relativity, was really that I found that there was a problem of time and space, general relativity, but there were so many other problems of the same level of difficulty and importance that I could, even if I were Einstein, it was difficult enough to solve all of them. So, what about solving the problem? The solution allowed me to solve all the problems. And this was, what if we could find the key to an intelligence 10 times better or faster than Einstein?
So that's sort of seeing artificial intelligence as a tool to expand our capabilities. But is there just an inherent curiosity in you, just understanding what it is in here that makes it all work?
Yes, absolutely right. So I started saying this was the motivation when I was a teenager, but soon after, I think the problem of human intelligence became a real focus you know, of my science and my research, because I think is, for me, the most interesting problem is really asking who we are, right? Is asking not only a question about science, but even about the very tool we are using to do science, which is our brain. How does our brain work? From where does it come from? What are its limitations? Can we make it better?
And that, in many ways, is the ultimate question that underlies this whole effort of science. So you've made significant contributions in both the science of intelligence and the engineering of intelligence. In a hypothetical way, let me ask, how far do you think we can get in creating intelligent systems without understanding the biological, the understanding how the human brain creates intelligence? Put another way, do you think we can build a strong AI system without really getting at the core understanding the functional nature of the brain?
Well, this is a real difficult question. We did solve problems like flying without really using too much our knowledge about how birds fly. It's important, I guess, to know that you could have things heavier than air being able to fly like birds. But beyond that, probably we do not learn very much. Some, um, the brothers Wright did learn a lot of observation about drones and designing their aircraft. But you can argue we did not use much biology in that particular case. In the case of intelligence, I think that um, it's a bit of a bet right now. If you ask, okay, you, we all agree we will get at some point, maybe soon, maybe later, to a machine that is indistinguishable from my secretary, say in terms of what I can ask the machine to do. I think we get there. And now the question is, you can ask people, do you think we get there without any knowledge about the human brain, or that the best way to get there is to understand better? Okay, this is, I think, an educated bet. Different people with different background decide in different ways. The recent history of the progress in AI in the last, also 5 years, 10 years, has been the main breakthroughs, the main recent breakthroughs are really start from neuroscience. I can mention reinforcement learning as one. It's one of the algorithms that we call AlphaGo, which is a system that beat the kind of an official champion of Go, Lee's Go, 2-3 years ago in Seoul. That's one, and that started really with the work of Pavlov. I was not under Marvin Minsky, with many other neuroscientists later on. And deep learning started, which is at the core again of AlphaGo and systems like autonomous driving systems for cars, the systems that Mobileye, which is a company started by one of my ex-postdoc, Ramon Shashua. So that is the core of those things. And deep learning, really the initial ideas in terms of the architecture of this layer of the hierarchical networks started with the work of Thorsten Wiesel and David Huber on Oliver in the 60s. So recent history suggests that neuroscience played a big role in these breakthroughs. My personal bet is that there is a good chance they continue to play a big role, maybe not in all the future breakthroughs, but in some of them.
At least an inspiration. So,
At least in inspiration, absolutely, yes.
so you studied both artificial and biological neural networks. You said these mechanisms that underlie deep learning and reinforcement learning. But there is nevertheless significant differences between biological and artificial neural networks as they stand out. So between the two, what do you find is the most interesting, mysterious, maybe even beautiful difference as it currently stands in our understanding?
I must confess that until recently I found that the artificial networks too simplistic relative to real neural networks. But recently I've been starting to think that yes, there is very big simplification of what you find in the brain. But on the other hand, are much closer in terms of the architecture to the brain than other models that we had that computer science used as model of thinking, which were mathematical logics, Lisp, Prolog, and those kind of things.
Yeah.
So in comparison to those, they're much closer to the brain. You have networks of neurons, which is what the brain is. The artificial neurons and the models, and as I said, caricature of the biological neurons, but they're still neurons, single neurons communicating with other neurons, something that is absent in the traditional computer type models of mathematics, reasoning, and so on.
What aspect would you like to see in artificial neural networks added over time as we try to figure out ways to improve that.
So one of the main differences and problems in terms of deep learning today, and it's not only deep learning, the brain is the need for deep learning techniques to have a lot of labeled examples. For instance, for image capture, a training set which is 1 million images, each one labeled by some people in terms of which object is there. And it's clear that in biology, a baby may be able to see million of images in the first years of life, but will not have million of labels given to him or her by parents or caretakers. So how do you solve that? I think there is this interesting challenge that today deep learning and related techniques are all about big data. Big data meaning a lot of examples labeled by humans. Whereas in nature you have, so that this big data is n equal to infinity, that's the best. M meaning equal to, but I think the biological world is more n going to 1. A child can learn before a very small number of labeled examples. Like you tell a child, this is a car, only to say, like an image net, this is a car, this is a car, this is not a car, this is not a car, not 1 million times.
So, and of course, with the AlphaGo or at least the AlphaZero variants, there's because the world of Go is so simplistic that you can actually learn by yourself or self-play, play against each other. In the real world and with the visual system that you've studied extensively, this is a lot more complicated than the game of Go. So, on the comment about children, which are fascinatingly good at learning new stuff, how much of it do you think is hardware? How much of it is software?
Yeah, that's a good and deep question. In a sense, it's the old question of nurture and nature, how much is in the gene and how much is in the experience of an individual. Obviously, it's both that play a role, and I believe that the way evolution puts prior information, so to speak, hardware, it's not really hardware, but that's essentially an hypothesis. I think what's going on is that evolution has almost necessarily, if you believe in Darwin, it's very opportunistic. And think about our DNA and the DNA of Drosophila. Our DNA does not have many more genes than Drosophila, or now the fruit fly. Now, we know that the fruit fly does not learn very much during its individual existence. It looks like one of this machinery, but it's really mostly, not 100%, but 95% hard-coded by the genes. But since we don't have many more genes than Drosophila, evolution could encode in us a kind of general learning machinery, and then had to give very weak priors. Like for instance, I want to give a specific example, which is a recent work by a member of our Center for Brains, Minds and Machines. We know because of work of other people in our group and other groups that there are cells in a part of our brain, the neurons, that are tuned to faces. It seems to be involved in face recognition. Now, this face area exists, seems to be present in young children and adults. And one question is there from the beginning, is hardwired by evolution, or somehow is learned very quickly.
So what's your, by the way, a lot of the questions I'm asking, the answers we don't really know. But as a person who has contributed some profound ideas in these fields, you're a good person to guess at some of these. So, of course, there's a caveat before a lot of the stuff we're talking about. But what is your hunch? Is the face the part of the brain that seems to be concentrated on face recognition? Are you born with that, or you just it's designed to learn that quickly with the face of the mother?
My hunch and my biology is the second one, very, very quickly. And it turns out that marriage living experimental has done some amazing experiments in which she raised baby monkeys, depriving them of faces during the first weeks of life. So they see technicians, but the technicians have a mask.
Yes.
And so when they looked at the area in the brain of these monkeys that were usually defined faces, they found no face preference. So my guess is that what evolution does in this case is there's a plastic, an area which is plastic, which is kind of predetermined to be imprinted very easily. But the command from the gene is not a detailed circuitry for a face template. Could be. But this will require probably a lot of bits. You have to specify a lot of connection and a lot of neurons.
There he
Instead,
is.
the command from the gene is
How
something
you doing, big dog? You ready?
print, memorize what you see most often in the first 2 weeks of life, especially in connection with food and maybe nipples. I don't know.
Well, source of food. And
Yeah.
so in that area is very plastic. The first thing
Yeah,
Where do you want to be?
it'd be interesting if the variant of that experiment showed
they're
a
probably
different kind
losing
of
weight.
pattern associated with food and a face pattern, whether that cuts.
there are indications that during that experiment, what the monkeys saw quite often were the blue gloves of the technicians.
Calorie reduction?
Very much the milk. And some of the cells, instead of being face sensitive, that are hand sensitive.
Oh, that's fascinating. Can you talk about what are the different parts of the brain, and in your view, sort of loosely, and how do they contribute to intelligence? Do you see the brain as a bunch of different modules, and they together come in the human brain to create intelligence, or is it all one mush of the same kind of fundamental the architecture?
Yeah, that's an important question. And there was a phase in neuroscience back in the 1950s or so, in which it was believed for a while that the brain was equipotential. Cut out a piece.
How many calories are you eating per day?
Nothing special happened, right? It would become less performance. There was a surgeon, Rothschild,
How many
did
calories?
experiments with this type with mice and rats.
Okay, we'll calculate it.
Every part of the brain was essentially equivalent to any other one.
I'll be ready in like 3
Turns
minutes.
out
So
that's really
while you're
not
waiting for the calculator,
It's, there are very specific modules in the brain, as you said, and people may lose the ability to speak if you have a stroke in a certain region, or they lose control of their legs in another region. So they're very specific. The brain is also quite flexible and redundant, so often it can correct things and kind of take over functions from one part of the brain to the other, but really there are specific models. The answer that we know from this old work, which was basically based on lesions, either on animals or
what do you
very
eat
often
per day?
mine of what it was. in mind very interesting
Okay, good.
data
Good.
coming from the war, from different types of injuries that soldiers have in the brain. And more recently, functional MRI, which allow you to check which part of the brain are active when you are doing different tasks, as replace some of this. You can see that certain parts of the brain are involved, are active in
Vision,
certain
language.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But taking a step back to that part of the brain that discovers that specializes in the face and how that might be learned, what's your intuition behind? Is it possible that from a physicist's perspective, when you get lower and lower, that it's all the same stuff, and it just when you're born, it's plastic, and quickly figures out this part's going to be about vision, this is going to be about language, this is about
No way, you're not more than that.
do you have an intuition that kind of learning is going on really quickly, or is it really kind of solidified in hardware?
It's a great question. So there are parts of the
I don't
brain
believe it. Where do you eat it? Tell me.
like the cerebellum or the hippocampus that are quite different from each other. They really have
Hold on.
fundamentally different connectivity.
4 wheat bits?
Then there is the
What is
cortex,
that? Hold on, what's a wheat
which
bit?
is the most developed part of the brain in humans. And in the cortex, you
What
have
is it?
different
What
regions of the
is
cortex
it?
that are responsible for vision, audition, for motor control.
Yeah,
for
what is a
memory.
wheat bit?
One of the big puzzles of this
Is that like a cracker? Okay. I'm not going to calculate percent. How many calories are 4 medium-sized wheat bits in southern baking Australia? Is that like shredded wheat meal biscuits? Okay, so that's 132 calories. And then what do you eat? How many calories is 1 bowl of wheat yogurt with blueberries, a standard bowl, standard amount of blueberries? Okay, that's 210 calories. I'm thinking it's more than that though. I bet you eat more than 1 cup of Greek yogurt. So let's say the yogurt is 400 calories. Let's say the biscuits are 150 calories. Okay, so that's 550 calories. What else do you eat? How many calories in 1 sandwich with rice? All right, so what's in 100 calories? So you're like 650 calories now. And one avocado and cucumber sushi, probably another 100 calories. All right, so that's 750 calories. How many calories are in an apple? All right, so that's another 100, so that's 860 calories. And one large kangaroo steak. it's like 400 maybe. Cigarette has closer to 1,500 calories. I believe it. Yeah, it's still like that low. But okay. I think that you're not calculating accurately enough. But I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, I'm sure you eat other stuff. Do you eat any drink any coffee? You only drink water. You don't drink any juice. No soda. All right, well, then that's another 100 calories as well. Do you eat any sugar? Well, no, you didn't. You still are eating carbohydrates. Okay, so that's more. You're probably between 1,500 and 2,000 calories. Yeah, and there are like 3,200 calories in a pound. So you have to burn 3,200 calories to lose a pound. Yeah. All right. Now I have a question. You were giving me a sob story about some kind of issue that you have, which is fine, and I'd be willing to believe that. Why is it that issue only arises during mini golf and not darts? That's my question. It's very selective, is what I'm saying. When you are getting your ass whooped, it's very easy to lean on some kind of things that you don't even know. Like maybe you have, maybe you don't. No one fucking really knows. But all of a sudden, you play darts like fucking brilliantly. So I want to know. I want to know why is your condition so selective? Yeah, that one. Yeah. There's a reason why people don't take people with autism seriously. It's because of this. And I'm not saying I'm not taking this. I'm not saying you do. I'm saying that people self-diagnose. Dog, I listened to it. You weren't making sense. You talked about ADHD and you talked about autism. It's some kind of disorder that you had. And I listened to it and I felt bad a little. Even said apologies for tearing you a new asshole. But I'm going to take that back because you have selective hand-eye coordination issues. Most people would just say, you know what, I suck. You don't suck. I'm just busting your phone. But most people would be like, yeah, I could play mini golf better. But instead, you're like throwing medical conditions in there. And that's not, I don't want to, I mean, like, that's as they would say, a bitch move. Are you ready to lose at mini golf? That's my question. I don't have any other questions for you, but that. Okay, how many games in a row are you? I just want to know how many games in a row are you going to win? You're going to win 4 straight games, no ties. Just straight up wins.
Rabbi,
You okay? Do you know who Lex Friedman is? Do you know that his podcast is probably the best podcast? It is, but it is so good. I listen to it and I just feel smarter. Agreed. I agree, but it is so good. He has just really intelligent people who talk about amazing subjects like AI and self-driving cars and high-level physics and chess. When I watch it, I just feel smarter, and you're gonna feel smarter about it. You're gonna start watching. Shut that shit off. Chess, get that shit out. Dude, he's not that. He, he's not that popular. That's true, and I do have my own podcast. It's on Spotify. I have 15 episodes. They're real episodes. I like went out and recruited people to be on it. It's called the Rabbi Rothschild podcast, quote, the official Kick podcast. And what I would do is just find people on Kick, and when they were just bored, and I'd be like, hey, you want to be on a podcast? And they'd be like, yeah. And then we would film it, and I would put it on there. But here's the thing about my podcast. I asked every single person the same questions. I asked them 72 questions from Vogue magazine, and I did. It's smart. It's cool. So you get like this blend of like a bunch of different personalities, but the same questions. Oh, that's a garbage shot. Yeah, but I like it. Like my whole life is a podcast. You're right, but when I want to ask a question, I'll just ask it. But I wanted something where I ask the same question to a bunch of different people. Like everybody's got to have something. So my thing is I'm going to ask the same questions, and these questions aren't very difficult, and there's like no pressure. I always tell everybody you can skip a question if you don't want to answer, and also if you have any like fear about what questions I may or may not be asking, all you need to do is just look at the. I give you people the question list in advance, so there are like no surprises. It's just I wanted to give people a very low pressure opportunity to talk about themselves, but it doesn't get into anything like really, really. What's any contentious issues. If I want contentious issues, I will just ask them myself on my live stream, but I don't want to put pressure on them for a now, well, that's good. Dude, I better bring it. An hour there, an hour back. That takes that's 2 hours worth of time. Are you ready for one of the best shots that you've ever seen? Their masters are confirmed. Is that what it is? The same one? No way. What a shot. So, do you remember at the, okay, do you remember at the beginning of when we were playing games, we said you were going to win 4 games in a row straight up? Do you remember I said play it like Squid Game? And you ended up losing? Okay, I'm just making sure that I didn't mishear you. Look how amazing that shot was. That's amazing. And do you remember that time we were down 1 goal? Just making sure you didn't forget. You suck this. Like, if you could suck other stuff, you would suck that too. That's how much you suck. You're like a fucking human vacuum. Now, you ready for one of the greatest shots? Maybe I'll this is good. Dude, you know that was one of the best shots you've ever seen. You know it was one of the best shots you've ever seen. Not some of that shit down, dude. Yeah, there you go. Oh, baby girl. You are done good. You have a tough shot. You can't really do anything with it. You need a miraculous shot. You're going to be down 3 holes tonight. And I feel like once you're down 3 holes, you should just quit. We shouldn't waste each other's time. What's your favorite drink song? Why is it that? Oh, because I'm the best you've ever had. Well, you can do both. Do you like the song? Do you like the song Passion Fruit? Do you like the song Nights for What? All right. What one? Stay humble. Why do you like? Why is that your defense? I like when he goes. I remember Sarah time with chasing criminology.
It's just it's because it's like yeah, it's just like if you listen to this much, it's a very conscious that culture. And then you got with that, it's just like it's like he's trying to make a profit of this. They want to just fucking depend on this.
Right. I just
And I see this foundation. That's it. Do that. I actually enjoy his movie a lot.
that's right. You're a really big fan. If Kendrick Lamar was here right now with us, what advice do you think he would give you so that you didn't play such shitty music? Okay. You're right. Dude, I never played them. I probably should. I always play ranked with people. But the thing is that I absolutely love about playing in those games is I learn, like, we'll play this game, like, a lot, every night, whatever. And since we just know each other's strategies, I won't necessarily learn new strategies, but sometimes I play against somebody and I go, wow. Like that move, that move that we do where you hit the ball backwards against the back wall? I don't think I ever would have figured it out. But I learned it from somebody, and now we all do. Oh, you douche. Do you know what a juggalo? Do you know what a juggalo is? Do you like ICP? Same thing. Same thing. I think they have like a great fan base. But yeah, I'm with you. I can't name one. Maybe if somebody played one, but I don't know. I'm with you. But they have like all kinds of. I mean, they got like a really popular meme, magnets, how they work. I saw them on Kill Tony, one of the guys on Kill Tony, his name Ryan J or something like that. And he had one of the worst sets of any stand comedian I've ever seen. And I understand he's like not a comedian, and he didn't think he was going to be on this, so he just got up to be funny. But it was like, it was just much. Like, it wasn't, I guess, frankly, what did it didn't make me mad that he was bad. What made me mad is the panel, including Tony, they were all wow, you're so good. And it was like, dude, you're just kissing this guy's ass because he's famous, but he's literally like the worst guy. Do you like James McCann? That's great. No, I've been to improv. I had a friend of mine who was really into improv. So the Irvine Improv is, well, I shouldn't say Irvine Improv. Um, like it's on the other side. Hold on, hold on. I'm telling you my story. I'll listen to your story. You ask me questions. But I had a friend of mine who would always ask this group of friends in my community from our synagogue to go and see him on Saturday nights usually. And we would go, and there were some really talented people. And it was like above this bowling alley. And we would watch him, and he was, it was like he wasn't as good as the other people. The other people were really good, but he wasn't necessarily good. It's just the other people were really good. And um, so I used to do that. Then I had another friend of mine from synagogue who invited me to um, go to the Irvine Improv, which is like on the other side of the city. And Irvine, it's not far away, but, and when we went there, we were going to see a. I thought we were seeing a comedian, but we weren't. We went and saw like a political commentator. Do you know who Dave Rubin is? It's okay if you don't. Anyway, and so we saw Dave Rubin there, but he didn't do stand up, which I was disappointed because like it was a comedy club. And it's a really nice comedy club. And then the one I was going to go see a comedian, we were, I was in my friend's wedding in 2020, and we were thinking of things for his bachelor party. We were going to see Norm McDonald at the Irvine Improv. Do you know who Norm McDonald is? Or was? He's since died. But anyway, we were going to see him, but we weren't going instead. So those were like the main times when I was even. I went to something. I mean, I've been to improv a lot. No, I've never done it myself. Okay, with that being said, I've always wanted to go down to the comedy store and check it out. But now that like all the big people aren't there anymore, and I've also heard that it's kind of um, but okay, with that said, you did stand-up comedy. Why did he piss himself? Who does that? So he didn't even perform it. He didn't sort of. So you've done stand-up comedy just one time. You've done it 4 times. Wow, that's cool. Were you successful? right, you know what else? All right, do you know what else is a competition? Exactly. And do you know that you're getting your ass kicked in? Dog, you've lost two games straight. Two of them. Not one, but two of them. Welcome. How you looking, Ken? What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Yo, dog. We got Rabbi, Elvira. Queen of the Dark. How you living, girl? Shout out to Elvira. Dude, do you know who Elvira is? That might just be an American. But she's like this entertainer. She was really big in like the 80s and 90s for promotion of Halloween and stuff. Her real name is Cassandra or something. She's a beautiful lady. Anyway, her like stage persona is Elvira Queen of the Dark. She doesn't give a shit. That's cool. Do you remember that time we were down 3 holes in one, and then I was just going to play strategically because I don't ever take the pedal off the gas. I never take the foot off. I never take my foot off the pedal. Do you think you could get water buckets from here? Oh, dude, remember when you were like, hey, I'm going to win 4 games in a row, and I'm not even in time? And then you ended up losing at least 3 in a row? Pepperidge Farm members. Do you know what that means, Pepperidge Farm members? Do you know it from Family Guy? You don't watch Family Guy? Dude, Family Guy's the best cartoon there is. Where's this ball, dude? Where's this ball? I mean, Martin, cartoons, animated sitcoms, and what defines a sitcom? Where, where, so, do you know the name of this hole? A pee hole. Yeah, we have a not a health. Yes. No, it's not a health. Yes. Healthy penis is pretty good. I mean, it looks like a really snake. It looks like nobody describes their penis like a oh, I get what you're saying. Now I see it. Okay, I can see that. Oh, come on. You mean like the penis is pointing downwardly and the hole is where the balls are? Yo, Pip. Yeah, too easy. 69 420. A lot of people play it. Oh, dude, what a good shot. Are you proud of that shot? It could be a technical push hook. All right, knock out that 320. Good job. All right, I want to get this right in front of the ball. Right in front of your ball. Oh, that was perfect. Uh, some, yeah, but it's more like emails. Not so much high school to college, but I mean, they're yeah, extreme myself one of the Rolling Stones that so much. Well, it's up to them. I had to do it on both. That was like October of 2021. Yeah, it's super early. And the Rolling Stones were going to play at the Rose Bowl in 2020, but it got because of COVID. And then they opened up SoFi Stadium, which is like this beautiful stadium in Los Angeles. And it's where the Rams play, it's where the Chargers play. Um, you had to like, in order to get in, you had to like show like your vaccination status, all the stuff. Like, um, but I was able to get in and get rid of myself. And I recorded the whole thing. Now, I didn't have super good tickets because like, some really stuff pretty expensive. But I did record the whole um, concert. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think maybe the first part I didn't get. Well, I did. I got myself like I videoed everything with the GoPro um, where I would be like during the ticketing process, getting getting into the stadium and walking up the stairs and like doing all that. I did like video and all of it. And I also wanted to like the stadium's brand new, and I wanted to like take a tour of it. So I went on a tour, and it was super cool because you could like walk around and see the Rolling Stones are playing on the field, and I was just doing like commentary. And then I wasn't even gonna go to my seats because my seats were, I don't want to say like bad seats, they were not bad seats, but they were just pretty far away. But I decided, you know what, I'll check out where my seats are. So I went to where my seats are, where I recorded the whole thing. And I want to say I recorded on multiple devices, but it might have just been cell phones. I don't know. It might have been like two types of devices. But yeah, now let me think if I've been on any other things. I want to say that I have, but the big one was the Rolling Stones. Okay, well, you better get your fucking turn. Good, dog. So why don't you hit your fucking ball? Oh, that was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh, I almost spelled that word. You got the lead, dude. How do you feel? Dude, you should know how to play this game. I played against somebody. I think they showed me how to play this game. I might be wrong. There's like a certain way to play this ball so that it's like a 10. Get there, get there, get there. No, apparently it's actually yo, that cool, man. No, really, I just eat kid with this thing. It's everything. No sushi, no beef bits, none of that shit. Nothing with carbohydrates. That's why it's difficult to do. No, it's super healthy, but it's expensive. That's why people don't do it. Oh, so you don't come down to this hole. Don't hit my ball. If you did that for 48 hours, you wouldn't want carbohydrates. Your body would be full. And it would be running in a state that was ketosis, and you would feel better than you ever felt. You'd have a ton of energy. I'm not saying this is just jerk off. You'd have a ton of energy. Your brain would feel like it was running on overdrive because your body would just be using your natural fat deposits. It's how your body's programmed to work. We're not programmed to eat 3 meals a day. not dictate that we should be doing that. We've only had that recently in like the last several centuries. Additionally, we never really had sugar. As I previously stated, the word sugar is not defined. As I previously stated, and perhaps I can see this, but sugar is really only available in mass in like sugar cane, and that's located only in like Oceania, and most people didn't have access to it until perhaps like the 19th century. So with that said, what we would do is we would hunter gatherers basically. The only kind of sugar we would get through, oh, that's my 900 pounds. And we would go long periods of time without eating. People would go like months without eating, especially in the winter. So what would happen is your body would use your natural fat deposit and run off fat. And that's what we're naturally programmed to do. The only reason why we don't is why we have not diet. But when you're running on a scale of ketosis, you'll lift up, you'll lift more, you will run further, your brain will just be firing on all cylinders. And the only reason why you stop feeling that way is you start to eat sugar, and then your body doesn't do it. And then you get tired. Then you wake up in the morning. That's another thing. When you're in a state of ketosis, you can wake up like instantly, like ready to go. But when you eat a lot of carbohydrates, already got carbs, um, your body's like groggy. Why don't you drink coffee? Yeah, that was my question to you. It is healthy if you don't put stuff in it. It's healthy. It's only like 10 calories, and it gives you. Okay, that's a perfect answer. It's bitter, so I get it. Only until like people dress it up to people like the taste because it's bitter. It doesn't really. People don't eat mint. What do you do? What? How do you eat mint? Like there's stuff that has nicotine in it that tastes bad. And it's bitter. Oh, that was a good shot too. Actually, I think it's good. Yeah, they do. I mean, it's just like flavors there. I think some of them taste amazing, but I would take it over food in some ways. Some of them taste amazing. Look at this shot. Dude. Do you think you're gonna make this shot? That's a miss. It's an obvious miss. Even though everything, that's such a miss. Such a miss. There's this one word that we haven't played yet that I really want to play with you because I want to show you this new strategy. I wish you could get my words. But that's short. That's too much. Short. Told you. Look at that shot. That was beautiful. You have an easy shot. Short. Look at this shot. This might be one of my best shots. Come on, man. Dude, this will be my fifth win in a row. After that, we go to Colorado. Oh, yeah, good shot. Out of the ball. Right. Favorite throw. Favorite throw. Yeah. All right. I just spanked you. Interrupt. Zoom. Do you like your scale from 0 to 10? Your pieces. How much do you like them? Do you like your pieces? There you go. That is a good start. Great question. Three. I didn't really have any responsibilities. We went to Disneyland a lot, and I didn't have any worries. I We went to like Asbury Farm a lot, which is another. I don't want to say like every day, but more when I was a little kid than I did when I was older. Went to like Disney World when I was older. Um, and I don't know, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents, and I didn't have any hair. So that was just a wonderful time. How about you?
Same thing.
Why is that?
Like, you're really, you're still trying. You know, mature. It's well, experiences that should have been happy. You have pressure. Which is, well, pressure. And,
So you remember that one and double minded tennis? My goal is to beat you by 100.
this is how it sells that. Like, I come back together.
Right.
Right.
I was just going to say the same thing. It seems like a, you know, up and down. It's expensive.
You think it's the healthiest there?
For sure. Not for internet. We learn a lot from this podcast.
This is that the cortex is the cortex is the cortex. This looks like it is the same in terms of hardware, in terms of type of neurons and connectivity across these different modalities. So for the cortex, setting aside this other brain like spinal cord, hippocampus, cerebellum, and so on. For the cortex, I think your question about hardware and software, learning and so on, I think it's rather open. You know, I find it very interesting, for instance, to think about an architecture, computer architecture that is good for vision, and at the same time is good for language. It seems to be, so different problem areas that you have to solve.
But the underlying mechanism might be the same. That's really instructive for
Maybe
artificial neural networks. So we've done a lot of great work in vision, human vision, computer vision. And you mentioned the problem of human vision is really as difficult as the problem of general intelligence. Maybe that connects to the cortex discussion. Can you describe the human visual cortex and how the humans begin to understand the world and the raw sensory information? And what's for folks who are not familiar, especially on the computer vision side, they don't often actually take a step back, except for saying with a sentence or two that one is inspired by the other. What is it that we know about the human visual cortex? That's interesting.
we know quite a bit. At the same time, we don't know a lot. But the bit we know, in a sense, we know a lot of the details, and we don't know, and we know a lot of the top level, the answer to the top level question, but we don't know some basic ones, even in terms of general neuroscience, forgetting, why do we sleep? It's such a basic question. And we really don't have an answer to that.
Do you think so? Taking a step back on that, so sleep, for example, is fascinating. Do you think that's a neuroscience question, or if you talk about abstractions, what do you think is an interesting way to study intelligence or most effective out of those abstractions? Is it chemical? Is it biological? Is it electrophysical? Mathematical? As you've done a lot of excellent on that side. Which psychology, sort of like at which level of abstraction do you think?
Well, in terms of level itself, abstraction, I think we need all of them. It's when, it's like if you ask me, what does it mean to understand the computer? That's much simpler. In a computer, I could say, well, I understand how to use power, but it's my level of understanding. That's reasonable. You give me some power to produce slides, beautiful slides. Now, somebody else says, well, I know all the transistors that are inside the computer and add the equation for, transistor and diodes and circuits, logical circuits. And I can ask this guy, do you know how to operate PowerPoint?
So do you think if we discovered computers walking amongst us, filled with these transistors that are also operating under Windows and have PowerPoint, do you think it's digging in a little bit more? How useful is it to understand the transistor in order to be able to understand PowerPoint and this kind of
Very good.
type of stuff?
So I think in the case of computers, because they were made by engineers, by us, this different level of understanding are rather separate on purpose. They are separate modules, so that the engineer that designed the circuit for the chips does not need to know what power is inside power. Somebody you can write the software translating from one to the other. So in that case, I don't think understanding the transistor to understand power. Very if you want to understand the computer in this question, I would say you have to understand negative levels. You really but, but for the brain, I think these levels of understanding, so the algorithms, which kind of computation, the equivalent PowerPoint, and the circuits and transistors, I think they are much more intertwined with each other. There is no military level of software separate from hardware. And so that's why I think in the case of the brain, the problem is more difficult and more than for computers requires the interaction, the collaboration between different types of expertise.
So it's the brain is a big mess. You can't just disentangle.
I think you can, but it's much more difficult and it's not, it's not completely obvious. As I said, I think it's one of the, personally, I think it's the greatest problem in science. So, I think it's fair.
That's a difficult one. That said, you do talk about compositionality and why it might be useful when you discuss why these neural networks in artificial or biological sense learn anything. You talk about compositionality.
Yes, or point something
Sense
that you'll get
that
noted.
nature can be disentangled, or well,
Press pass.
all aspects of our cognition can be disentangled to some degree. But why do you think? First of all, how do you see compositionality? Why do you think it exists at all in nature?
It's spoke about, I use the term compositionality when we look at deep neural networks, multi-layers, and trying to understand when and why they are more powerful than more classical one-layer networks like linear classifier, kernel machines, so-called. And what we found is that in terms of approximating and learning, representing the function, the mapping from an input to an output, like from an image to the label in the image. If this function has a particular structure, then deep networks are much more powerful than shallow networks to approximate the underlying function. And the particular structure is a structure of compositionality. The function is made up of functions of functions, so that you need to look on when you are interpreting an image, classifying an image, you need to look at what pixels at once, but you can compute something from small groups of pixels, and then you can compute something in the output of this local computation, and so on. That is similar to what you do when you read a sentence. You don't need to read the first and the last letter, but you can read syllables, combine them in words, combine their words in sentences. So this is this kind of structure.
So that's just part of the discussion of why deep neural networks may be more effective than shallow methods. And is your sense for most things we can use neural networks for, that those problems are going to be compositional in nature, like language, like vision? How far can we get in this kind of way?
So here's almost philosophy.
Well, let's go there.
Yeah, let's go there. So a friend of mine, Max Tegmark, physicist at MIT.
Talk to him about this thing. Yeah, he disagrees with you, right? A
Yeah,
little bit.
we agree on but the conclusion is a bit different. His conclusion is that for images, for instance, the compositional structure of this function that we have to learn or to solve these problems comes from physics, comes from the fact that you have local interactions in physics between atoms and other atoms, between particle matter and other particles, between planets and other planets, between stars and other. It's all local.
Say something.
And that's true. But you could push this argument a bit further. Not this argument, actually, you could argue that maybe that's part of it.
No, don't.
Maybe
Dude,
what
I've had one of
happens
the best
is
games I've ever
kind
had.
of the opposite,
I might make
is
it
that
to
our brain
400%.
is wired up
Don't resign.
as a deep learning. So you can learn, understand, solve problems that have this compositional structure, and you cannot solve problems that don't have this compositional structure. So the problems we are accustomed to, we think about, we test our algorithms. Are these compositional structure because our brain is made up.
And that's in a sense an evolutionary perspective that so the ones that didn't have that weren't dealing with a compositional nature of reality died off.
Yes, but also could be maybe the reason why we have this local connectivity in the brain, like simple sensing cortex looking on the small part of the deep image, each one of them, and then other cells looking at the small number of these simple cells, and so on. The reason for this may be purely that it's difficult to grow long-range connectivity. So suppose it's, for biology, it's possible to grow short-range connectivity, but not long-range, because there is a limited number of long-range. And so you have this limitation from the biology. And this means you build a deep convolutional network. This would be something like a deep convolutional network. And this is great for solving certain class of problems. These are the ones we find easy and important for our life. And yes, they were enough for us to survive.
And you can start a successful business on solving those problems. Right? Like a mobile driving is a compositional problem.
Right.
So on the learning test, we don't know much about how the brain learns in terms of optimization. But so the thing that's stochastic gradient descent is what artificial neural networks use for the most part to adjust the parameters in such a way that it's able to deal based on the labeled data and it's able to solve the problem.
Yeah.
So what's your intuition about why it works at all, how hard of a problem it is to optimize a neural network, artificial neural network? Is there other alternatives? They're just in general, your intuitions behind this very simplistic algorithm that seems to do pretty good, surprisingly.
Yes. So I find that neuroscience, the architecture of cortex, is really similar to the architecture of deep networks. So there is a nice correspondence there between biology, this kind of local connectivity, hierarchical architecture. The stochastic gradient descent, as you said, is a very simple technique. It seems pretty unlikely that biology could do that from what we know right now about cortex and neurons and synapses. So it's a big question open. There are other optimization learning algorithms that can replace stochastic gradient descent. And my guess is yes, but nobody has found yet a real answer. And people are trying, still trying, And there are some interesting ideas. The fact that stochastic gradient descent is so successful, this has become clearly not so mysterious. And the reason is that it's an interesting fact. There is a change, in a sense, in how people think about statistics. And this is the following: is that typically, when you had data and you had, say, a model with parameters, you are trying to fit the model to the data and to fit the parameters. Typically, the kind of crowd wisdom type idea is you should have at least twice the number of data than the number of parameters. Maybe 10 times is better. Now, the way you train neural network these days is that they have 10 or 100 times more parameters than data. Exactly the opposite. And which, it has been one of the puzzles about neural networks. How can you get something that really works when you have so much freedom?
And from that little data, you can generalize a lot.
Well, exactly.
Do you think the stochastic nature of it is essential to randomness?
So I think we have some initial understanding why this happens. But one nice side effect of having this over-parameterization of parameters in data is that when you look for the minima of the loss function that stochastic set is doing, you find I made some calculations. Some old basic theorem of algebra, Besouth theorem, that gives you an estimate of the number of solutions of a system of polynomial equations. Anyway, bottom line is that there are probably more for typical networks than atoms in the universe. So there are a lot because of the overparameterization. The more probably 0 million than could be. So it's not more slope on error. Yeah, a lot of them. So you have a lot of solutions. So it's not so surprising
Actually,
that you can find relative risk. And this is because of the overparameterization.
The own parameterization sprinkles that entire space with solutions that are pretty good.
Yeah, so it's not so surprised, right? It's like if you have a system of linear equation, you have more unknowns than equations. Then you have an infinite number of solutions. And
that's a very
the
good
question is to pick one. That's another story. But you have an infinite number of solutions. So there are a lot of value of your unknowns that satisfy the equation.
But it's possible that there's a lot of those solutions that aren't very good. So what's surprising is
So
that
that's a
pretty good.
question. Why can you pick one that generalizes? But that's a separate question, separate answer. Yeah.
One theorem that people like to talk about that kind of inspires imagination of the power of neural networks
You want a 5 minute
the universality, the universal approximation theorem, that you can approximate any computable function with just a finite number of neurons in a single hidden layer. You find this theorem one surprising, you find it useful, interesting, inspiring.
No, this one, I never found it very surprising. It was known since the 80s, since I entered the field, because it's basically the same as Weierstrass theorem, which says that I can approximate any continuous function with a polynomial of a sufficient number of terms among us. So basically the same, and the proofs are very similar.
So your intuition was there's never any doubt that how that works. In theory, it could be very strong concept.
Right. The interesting question is that this theorem, such a characters can find, but when you ask how many neurons, for instance, or in the case of polynomial, how many monomials I need to get a good approximation, then it turns out Uh, that depends on the dimensionality of your function. Many variables in that. But it depends on the dimensionality of your function in a bad way. It's, for instance, suppose you want an error which is no worse than 10% in your approximation. Come up with a method that approximates your function within 10%. Then it turns out that the number of units you need are in the order of 10 to the dimension. How many variables? So if you have, two variables, these two and 100 units, but if you have, say, 200 by 200 pixel images, now this is 40,000, whatever, and
You can go to the size of the universe.
yeah, exactly 10 to the 40,000 or something like that. And so this is called the cross dimensionality. Not quite appropriate.
And the hope is with the extra layers, you can remove the curse.
What we proved is that if you have deep layers of hierarchical architecture with a local connectivity of the type of convolutional deep learning, and if you're dealing with a function that has this kind of hierarchical architecture, then you avoid completely the curse.
You've spoken a lot about supervised deep learning.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, hopes, views on the challenges of unsupervised learning with the GANs, with generative adversarial networks? Do you see those as distinct? The power of GANs, do you see those as distinct from supervised methods in neural networks, or are they really all the same representation ballpark?
GANs is one way to get estimation of probability densities, which is somewhat new way. People have not done before. I don't know whether this will really play an important role in in intelligence. Or, um, it's it's interesting. I'm less enthusiastic about it than many people in the field. I have the feeling that many people in the field are very impressed by the ability of producing realistic looking images in this generative way.
Which describes the popularity of the methods, but you're saying that while that's exciting and cool to look at, you may not be the tool that's useful for.
Yeah.
So you described it kind of beautifully. The current supervised methods go M to infinity. There's a number of labeling points, and we really have to figure out how to go to N to 1.
Yeah.
And you're thinking GANs might help, but they might not be the right.
I don't think it for that problem, which I really think is important. I think they may help. They certainly have applications, for instance, in computer graphics. And, I did work long ago, which was a little bit similar in terms of saying, okay, I have a network and I present images and I can so input its images and output is, for instance, the pose of the image, face, how much is smiling, so rotated 45 degrees or not. What about having a network that I train with the same data set, but now I invert it. Now the input is the pose, the expression, the number, set of numbers, and the output is the image, and I train. And we did pretty good, interesting results in terms of producing a very realistic looking images. It was, a much less sophisticated mechanism, but the output was pretty less than GANs, but the output was pretty much the same quality. So I think for computer graphics type application, yeah, definitely GANs can be quite useful, and not only for that, but for helping, for instance, on this problem of unsupervised example, for reducing the number of labeled example. I think people, it's like they think they can get out more than they put in.
There's no free lunch.
Yeah. Right.
So what do you think? What's your intuition? How can we slow the growth of end to infinity and supervised end to infinity and supervised learning? So, for example, Mobileye has very successfully and essentially annotated large amounts of data to be able to drive a car. Now, one thought is, so we're trying to teach machines, school of AI, and we're trying to. So how can we become better teachers? That's one way.
You know, but I like that because again, one caricature of the history of computer science is saying it begins with programs, expensive, continuous labelers, cheap, and the future will be schools like we have for kids.
Currently, the labeling methods, we're not selective about which examples we teach networks with. So I think the focus of making the networks that learn much faster is often on the architecture side.
Did you sleep well?
But how can we pick better examples in which to learn?
That's good over here.
Do you have intuition?
Ready to take on the day? All right, go hit it hard, sunshine. We'll see you tonight. Take care. Thank you. Bye. What? You're kind of about the sign. Yeah, I know. You hear them? I thought you said you needed a 5-minute break. Fucking shit.
It's about that.
Well, that's part of the part of the problem. But the other one is, if we look at biology, the reasonable assumption I think is, in the same spirit that I said, that evolution is opportunistic and has weak bias. In a way, I think the intelligence of a child, the baby may develop, is by bootstrapping weak bias from evolution. For instance, you can assume that you have in most organisms, including human babies, built-in some basic machinery to detect motion and relative motion. And in fact, there is, we know all insects, fruit flies, other animals that they have this, even in the vacuums, very peripheral part. It's very concerned with cross species. It's something that evolution discovered early. And maybe the reason why babies tend to look the first few days to moving objects and not to not moving objects. Now, moving objects means that they're attracted by motion. But motion also means that motion gives automatic segmentation from the background. So because of motion boundaries, either the object is moving or the eye of the baby is tracking the moving object and the background is moving.
Yeah, so just purely on the visual characteristics of the scene, that seems to be the most useful.
Right, so it's like looking at an object without background. It's ideal for learning the object, otherwise it's a good trick because you have so much stuff. So suppose you do this in the first weeks. Then after that, you can recognize objects. Now they're printed a number of them. even in the background, even without motion.
So that's by the way, I just want to ask an object recognition problem. So there's this being responsive to movement, edge detection, essentially. What's the gap between being effective at visually recognizing stuff, detecting what it is, and understanding? Is this a huge gap in many layers, or is I suppose?
No, I think that's a huge thing. I think present algorithms, all the success that we have, and the fact that a lot of very useful. I think we are in a golden age for applications of low-level vision and low-level speech recognition and so on, Alexa and so on. There are many more things of similar level to be done, including medical diagnosis and so on. But we are far from what we call understanding of seeing language, of actions, of people. And that is, despite the claims, that's, I think, very far.
We're a little bit off. So, in popular culture, among many researchers, some of which I spoke with, Stuart Russell and Elon Musk, in and out of the AI field, there's a concern about the existential threat of AI.
Yeah.
And how do you think about this concern? And is it valuable to think about large-scale, long-term unintended consequences of intelligent systems?
I always think it's better to worry first, earlier rather than late. So
worry is good.
Yeah, I'm not against worry at all. Personally, I think that it will take a long time before there is a real reason to be worried. But as I said, I think it's good to put in place and think about possible safety. What I find a bit misleading are things like that have been said about people like Elon Musk, with his Boston in particular, with his first name, Nick Boston, right? And a couple of other people that, for instance, AI is more than just a nuclear weapons. I think that's really that can be misleading. I mean, in terms of priority, we should still be more worried about nuclear weapons and people are doing about it and so on than AI.
And you spoke about Dallas Sabas and yourself saying that you think it'll be about 100 years out before we have a general intelligence system that's on par with the human being. Do you have any updates for those predictions?
But I think he said
20.
He said 20, right? This was a couple of years ago. I have not asked him again, so should I?
Your own prediction. What's your prediction about when you'll be truly surprised? And what's the confidence on that?
It's so difficult to predict the future. It depends on so many things.
It's pretty hard to predict.
But I'll be, as I said, this is completely. I'll be more like Ron Brooks. I think he's about 200 years.
When we have this kind of AGI system, artificial general intelligence system, you're sitting in a room with her handmade. Do you think it will be the underlying design of such a system is something we'll be able to understand? It will be simple. Do you think it'll be explained, understandable by us? Your intuition, again, we're in the realm of philosophy.
But probably, no. But again, it depends what you really mean for understanding. So I think, we don't understand how deep networks work. I think we're beginning to have a theory now. But in the case of deep networks, or even in the case of the simple simpler kernel machines or linear classified, we really don't understand the individual units of sort we. But we understand, what the computation and the limitations and properties of it are. It's similar to many things. But it doesn't mean you understand how the fusion bomb works. How many of us understand the basic principle, and some of us may understand deeper details.
In that sense, understanding is, as a community, as a civilization, can we build another copy of it?
Okay.
And in that sense, do you think there'll need to be some evolutionary component where it runs away from our understanding, or do you think it could be engineered from the ground up? The same way you go from the transistor to our point.
All right. So many years ago, this was actually 41 years ago, I wrote a paper with David Maher, who was one of the founding father of computer vision, computational vision. I wrote a paper about levels of understanding, which is related to the question I discussed earlier about understanding PowerPoint, understanding transistors, and so on. And in that kind of framework, we had the level of the hardware and the top level of the algorithm. We did not have learning. Recently, I updated adding levels. One level I added to those was learning. So, and you can imagine, you could have a good understanding of how we construct learning machine that we do, but being unable to describe in detail what the learning machines we discover. Right? Now, that would be still a powerful understanding if I can build the learning machine, even if I don't understand in detail and every time it learns something.
Just like our children, if they start listening to a certain type of music, I don't know, Miley Cyrus or something, you don't understand why they came to that particular preference, but you understand the learning process. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm learning for systems to be part of our world. It has certain, one of the challenging things that you've spoken about is learning ethics, learning morals. How hard do you think is the problem of, first of all, humans understanding ethics? What is the origin of the neural or low level of ethics? What's the higher level? Is it something that's learnable from machine engineering?
I think ethics is learnable. Like, I think it's one of these problems where I think understanding the neuroscience of ethics, people discuss there is an ethics of neuroscience.
Yes.
How a neuroscientist should or should not behave. I can think of a neurosurgeon and the ethics who he has to behave, which he has to behave. But I'm more interested in the neuroscience of it.
Oh, my mind right now. Neuroscience, but it's very meta.
Yeah, and I think that would be important to understand also what we be able to design machines that are ethical machines in our sense of ethics.
And you think there's something in neuroscience, there's patterns, tools in neuroscience that can help us shed some light on ethics, or is it mostly on the psychologist and sociology, much higher level?
Now, there is psychology, but there is also, in the meantime, there is evidence, fMRI, of specific areas of the brain that are involved in certain ethical judgment. And not only this, you can stimulate those areas with magnetic fields and change the ethical decisions. So that's work by a colleague of mine, Rebecca Sachs, and there is a other sort of searchers in similar way. And I think this is the key that ideally it's important to have an understanding of how this works and why it evolved, right?
Good why question. Yeah, it must have some purpose.
Yeah, obviously there's some social purpose in this. Probably.
If neuroscience holds the key to at least in some aspect of ethics, that means it could be a learnable problem.
Yeah, exactly.
And as we're getting into harder and harder questions, let's go to the hard problem of consciousness. Is this an important problem for us to think about and solve on the engineering intelligence side of your work, of our journey?
It's so, again, this is a deep problem, partly because it's very difficult to define consciousness. And there is a debate among neuroscientists about whether consciousness, and philosophers, of course, whether consciousness is something that requires flesh and blood, so to speak, or could be that we could have silicon devices that are conscious, up to statement like everything has some degree of consciousness and some more than others. This is like Giulio Antonioni and
We just recently talked to Christoph.
okay.
So
Yeah, Christoph was my first student.
but do you think it's important to eliminate aspects of consciousness in order to engineer intelligent systems? Do you think an intelligent system would ultimately have consciousness when they intellect?
Most of the people working in artificial intelligence and think tanks, we don't strictly need consciousness to have an intelligent system.
That's sort of the easier question because it's a very engineering answer to the question.
Yes.
As a joint test will need consciousness. But if you were to go, do you think it's possible that we need to have some of that kind of self-awareness?
Yes. So, for instance, I personally think that when test a machine or a person in a Turing test, in an extended Turing test, I think consciousness is part of what we require in that test. It's risky to say that this is intelligent. Christoph disagrees. So,
Yes. And despite many other romantic notions and goals, he disagrees with that one.
yes, that's right. So, we'll see.
Do you think, the question, or this factor of fear of death, do you think mortality and those kinds of things are important for consciousness and for intelligence? The finiteness of life, finiteness of existence, or is that just a side effect of evolutionary side effect that's useful to for natural selection? You think this kind of thing that this interview is going to run out of time soon, our life will run out of time soon? Do you think that's needed to make this conversation good and life good?
I never thought about it. It's a very interesting question. I think Steve Jobs, in his commencement speech at Stanford, argued that having a finite life is important for stimulating achievements. So it was a different.
Yeah, live every day like it's your last, right?
Yeah. So rationally, I don't think strictly you need mortality for consciousness, but
Who knows? They seem to go together in our lives.
yeah.
You mentioned before these students are associated with AlphaGo mobilized the big recent success stories in AI. it's captivated the entire world of what AI can do. So, what do you think will be the next breakthrough? What's your intuition about the next breakthrough?
Of course, I don't know what the next breakthroughs is. I think that there's a good chance, as I said before, that the next breakthrough will also be inspired by neuroscience. But which one?
And so MIT has this quest for intelligence. There's a few moonshots, which in that spirit, which ones are you excited about? Which projects kind of
Well, of course, I'm excited about one of the workshops, which is our Center for Brain Science and Machines, with the one which is fully funded by NSF. And it is about visual intelligence.
and that one is about particularly about understanding.
Visual intelligence, or visual cortex, and visual intelligence in the sense of how we look around ourselves and understand the world around ourselves, meaning what is going on, how we could go from here to there without hitting obstacles, whether there are other agents, people in the environment. These are all things that we perceive very quickly, and it's something actually quite close to being conscious, not quite. But there is this interesting experiment that was run at Google X, which is in a sense is just a virtual reality experiment, but in which the subject sitting in a chair with goggles like Oculus and so on, earphones, and they were seeing through the eyes of a robot nearby, two cameras, microphones, so their sensory system was there. And the impression of the subject, very strong, not shake it off, was that they were where the robot was. They could look at themselves from the robot and still feel they were what the robot is. Look at their body. Their self were moved.
So some aspect of seeing understanding has to have the ability to place yourself, have a self-awareness about your position in the world and what the world is. So, yeah. So we may have to solve the hard problem of consciousness to stop it on their way. Yeah, but it's quite moonshot. So you've been an advisor to some incredible minds, including Dennis Hassabis, Christoph Pope, Joshua, like you said, all went on to become seminal figures in their respective fields. From your own success as a researcher and from perspective as a mentor of these researchers, having guided them in the way of advice, what does it take to be successful in science and engineering careers? Whether you're talking to somebody in their teens, 20s, 30s, what does that path look like?
It's curiosity and having fun. And I think it's important also having fun, curious minds.
It's the people you surround with too. So yeah, fun and curiosity. Is there, you mentioned Steve Jobs, is there also an underlying ambition that's unique that you saw, or it really does boil down to insatiable curiosity and fun?
Well, of course, it's being curious in an active and ambitious way, yes, and definitely. But I think sometimes in science, there are friends of mine like this. There are some of the scientists who like to work by themselves and kind of communicate only when they complete their work or discover something. I think I always found the actual process of discovering something is more fun if it's together with other intelligent and curious and fun people.
So if you see the fun in that process, a side effect of that process would be that you like random discoveries.
Yeah, yes.
So as you've led many incredible efforts here, what's the secret to being a good advisor, mentor, leader, innovation executive? Is it a similar spirit, or what advice would you give to people, young faculty, and so on?
It's partly repeating what I said about an environment that should be friendly and fun and ambitious. And, I think I learned a lot from some of my advisors and friends, and some were physicists. And, there was, for instance, this behavior that was encouraged when somebody comes with a new idea in the group, you're unnecessarily stupid, but you're always enthusiastic. And then you're enthusiastic for a few minutes, for a few hours. Then you start, asking critically a few questions that testing this. But this is a process that I think is very good. You have to be enthusiastic. Sometimes people are very critical from the beginning. It's not.
You have to give it a chance.
Yes.
That seed to grow. That said, some of your ideas are quite revolutionary. So I've witnessed, especially on the human vision side, neuroscience side, there can be some pretty heated arguments. You enjoy these other part of science and academic pursuits that you enjoy?
Yeah.
Is that something that happens in your group as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I also spent some time in Germany, and there is this tradition in which people are more forthright, less kind than here. So, in the US, when you write a bad letter, you say, this guy is nice. So,
Yeah, here in America, it's degrees of nice.
yes.
It's all just degrees of nice.
Yeah, right. So as long as this does not become personal, and it's really like, a football game with its rules, that's great.
Fun. So if you somehow found yourself in a position to ask one question of an oracle, like a genie, a god, and you're guaranteed to get a clear answer, what kind of question would you ask? What would be the question?
In the spirit of our discussion, it could be how could I become 10 times more intelligent?
So let's see, you only get a clear short answer. Do you think there's a clear short answer to that?
No.
And that's the answer you'll get. So you mentioned Flowers of Algernon.
Oh, yeah.
It's a story that inspired you in childhood. This story of a mouse, human achieving genius level intelligence and understanding what was happening while slowly becoming not intelligent. Again, in this tragedy of gaining intelligence and losing intelligence. Do you think, in that spirit, that story, do you think intelligence is a gift or a curse from the perspective of happiness, meaning of life? You try to create an intelligent system that understands the universe, but on an individual level, the meaning of life. Do you think intelligence is a gift?
It's a good question. I don't know.
As one people consider the smartest people in the world, let's say, in some dimension at the very least. What do you think?
It may be invariant intelligence, a degree of happiness. It would be nice if it were.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
To be smart and happy, clueless and happy.
Yeah.
As always, on the discussion of the meaning of life is probably a good place to end. Tommaso, thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you. This was great.
following is a conversation with Kyle Pope. He's the president and the CTO of Cruise Automation, leading the effort to solve one of the biggest robotics challenges of our time, vehicle automation. He's a co-founder of two successful companies, Twitch and Cruise, that have each sold for $1 billion. And he's a great example of the innovative spirit that flourishes in Silicon Valley. And now he's facing an interesting and exciting challenge of matching that spirit with the mass production and the safety-centric culture of a major automaker like General Motors. This conversation is part of the MIT Artificial General Intelligence series and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Kyle Pope. You grew up in Kansas, right?
Yeah, and I just saw that picture you had put down there, so I'm a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, so in high school in Kansas City, you joined Shawnee Mission North High School robotics team.
Yeah,
Now, that wasn't your high school.
that's right. That was the only high school in the area that had a teacher who was willing to sponsor our first robotics team.
I was gonna troll you a little bit, John. Remember?
Yeah, that kid. I was trying to look super cool and intense because this was BattleBots. It's a serious business. So we're standing there with a welded steel frame and looking tough.
To go back there, what is that drew you to robotics?
Well, I think I've been trying to figure this out for a while, but I've always liked building things with Legos. And when I was really, really young, I wanted the Legos that had motors and other things. And then, Lego Mindstorms came out, and for the first time, you could program Lego contraptions. And I think things just sort of snowballed from that. But I remember seeing the BattleBots TV show on Comedy Central and thinking that is the coolest thing in the world. I want to be a part of that. And not knowing a whole lot about how to build these 200-pound fighting robots. So I sort of obsessively pored over the internet forums where all the BattleBots would sort of hang out and talk about, document their build progress and everything. And I think I must have read tens of thousands of forum posts from basically everything that was out there on what these people were doing. And eventually sort of triangulated how to put some of these things together and ended up doing BattleBots, which was, I was like 13 or 14, which was pretty awesome.
I'm not sure if the show is still running, but so BattleBots is not an artificial intelligence component. It's remote controlled, and it's almost a mechanical engineering challenge.
Yeah.
Building things that can't be broken.
They're radio controlled, so and I think that they allowed some limited form of autonomy. But in a 2-minute match, you're in the way these things are in, you're really doing yourself a disservice by trying to automate it versus just do the practical thing, which is drive it yourself.
And there's an entertainment aspect. Just going on YouTube, there's some of them build an axe, some of them. There's that fun. So what drew you to that aspect? Was it the mechanical engineering? Was it the dream to create Frankenstein and sentient being, or was it just like the Lego, tinkering stuff?
I mean, that was just building something. I think the idea of this radio controlled machine that can do various things if it has a weapon or something was pretty interesting. I agree it doesn't have the same appeal as autonomous robots, which I sort of gravitated towards later on. But it was definitely an engineering challenge because everything you did in that competition was pushing components to their limits. So we would buy these $40 DC motors that came out of a winch, on the front of a pickup truck or something. And then we'd power the car with those, and we'd run them at double or triple the rated voltage. So they immediately start overheating, but for that 2-minute match, you can get a significant increase in the power output of those motors before they burn out. And so you're doing the same thing through the battery packs, all the materials in the system. And I think there's something intrinsically interesting about just seeing where things break.
And did you offline see where they break? Did you take it to the testing point? How do you know 2 minutes? Or was it reckless? Let's just go with it. Let's see.
We weren't very good at BattleBots. We lost all of our matches in the first round. The one I built first, both of them were these wedge-shaped robots. Because wedge, even though it's sort of boring to look at, is extremely effective. You drive towards another robot, and the front edge of it gets under them, and then they sort of flip over, kind of like a door stopper. And the first one had a pneumatic polished stainless steel spike on the front that would shoot out about 8 inches.
The purpose of which is what?
Pretty ineffective, actually, but it looks cool. And
Was it to help with the lift?
so it was just to try to poke holes in the other robot. And then the second time I did it, which was the following, I think maybe 18 months later, we had a titanium axe with a hardened steel tip on it that was powered by a hydraulic cylinder, which we were activating with liquid CO2, which had its own set of problems.
So great. So that's on the hardware side. I mean, at a certain point in growing a fascination on the software side, what was the first piece of code you wrote? Go back there. See, what language was it? What was that? Was it Emacs, Vim? Was it a more respectable modern ID? Do you remember any of this?
Yeah, well, I remember, I think maybe when I was in third or fourth grade, the school I was at, elementary school, had a bunch of Apple II computers, and we'd play games on those. And I remember every once in a while something would crash or wouldn't start up correctly, and it would dump you out to what I later learned was like sort of a command prompt. And my teacher would come over and type, actually I remember this to this day for some reason, like PR number 6 or PR pound 6, which is peripheral 6, which is the disk drive, which would fire up the disk and load the program. And I just remember thinking, wow, she's like a hacker. Like, teach me these codes, these error codes. That's what I called them at the time. But she had no interest in that. So it wasn't until I think about 5th grade that I had a school where you could actually go on these Apple IIs and learn programming. So it's all in BASIC, where every line, the line numbers are all numbered, but every line is numbered, and you have to like leave enough space between the numbers so that if you want to tweak your code, you go back and if the first line was 10 and the second line is 20, now you have to go back and insert 15, and if you need to add code in front of that, 11 or 12, and you hope you don't run out of line numbers and have to redo the whole thing.
And those go-to statements?
Yeah, go-to is very basic in its name, but a lot of fun. And that was like, that's fun. That's the first program, you see the magic of it. It's like it just like this world opens up with endless possibilities for the things you could build or accomplish with that computer.
So you got the bug then. So you can start with BASIC and then C++. Well, was there a computer science class in high school?
Not where I went, so it was self-taught, but I did a lot of programming. The thing that, sort of pushed me in the path of eventually working on self-driving cars was actually one of these really long trips driving from my house in Kansas to I think Las Vegas, where we did the BattleBots competition, and I had just gotten my learner's permit or early driver's permit, and so I was driving this 10-hour stretch across western Kansas where it's just you're going straight on the highway and it's mind-numbingly boring. And I remember thinking even then with my sort of mediocre programming background that this is something that a computer can do, right? Let's take a picture of the road, let's find the yellow lane markers and steer the wheel. And later I'd come to realize this had been done since the 80s or the 70s or even earlier, but I still wanted to do it. And sort of immediately after that trip, switched from sort of BattleBots, which is more radio-controlled machines, to think about building autonomous vehicles of some scale. Start off with really small electric ones, and then progress to what we're doing now.
So what was your view of artificial intelligence at that point? What did you think? So this is before there's been waves in artificial intelligence, right? The current wave of deep learning makes people believe that you can solve in a really rich, deep way the computer vision perception problem. But like before the deep learning craze, how do you think about how do you go about building a thing that perceives itself in the world, localizes itself in the world, moves around the world? Like when you were younger, what was your thinking about it?
Well, prior to deep neural nets, these modern techniques we have, or at least ones that are in use today, it was all heuristics based, and so like old school image processing. And I think extracting yellow lane markers out of an image of a road is one of the problems that lends itself reasonably well to those heuristic based methods. Like just do a threshold on the color yellow and then try to fit some lines to that using a Huff transform or something, and then go from there.
Traffic light detection and stop sign detection, right? Yellow, green.
And I think you could. I mean, if you wanted to do a full, I was just trying to do something that would stay in between the lanes on a highway. But if you wanted to do the full set of capabilities needed for a driverless car, I think you could. And we've done this at Cruise. In the very first days, you can start off with a really simple, human-written heuristic
just to get the scaffolding in place for your system. Traffic light detection, probably really simple, color thresholding on day one just to get the system up and running before you migrate to, a deep learning based technique or something else. And back when I was doing this, my first one was on Pentium 233 megahertz computer. And I think I wrote the first version in BASIC, which is like an interpreted language. It's extremely slow because that's the thing I did at the time. And so there was no chance at all of using. There's no computational power to do any sort of usable deep nets like you have today. So I don't know what kids these days are doing. Our kids these days, at age 13, using neural networks in the garage.
Awesome. I get emails all the time from, like 11, 12-year-olds saying I'm trying to follow this TensorFlow tutorial and I'm having this problem. And the general approach in the deep learning community is of extreme optimism as opposed to mentioning heuristics. You can separate the autonomous driving problem into modules and try to solve it sort of rigorously. Or you just do it end to end. And most people just kind of love the idea that us humans do it end to end. We just perceive and act. We should be able to use that, do the same kind of thing in neural nets. And that kind of thinking, you don't want to criticize that kind of thinking because eventually they will be right.
Yeah.
And so it's exciting, and especially when they're younger, to explore that. It's a really exciting approach. But yeah, it's changed the language, the kind of stuff you turn green with. It's kind of exciting to see when these teenagers grow up.
Yeah, I can only imagine if your starting point is Python and TensorFlow at age 13, where you end up after 10 or 15 years of that. That's pretty cool.
Because of GitHub, because their tools for solving most of the major problems in artificial intelligence are within a few lines of code for most kids. And that's incredible to think about, also on the entrepreneurial side. And at that point, was there any thought about entrepreneurship before you came to college? Is sort of building this into a thing that impacts the world on the large scale?
Yeah, I've always wanted to start a company. I think that's, just a cool concept of creating something and exchanging it for value or creating value, I guess. So in high school, I was trying to build servo motor drivers, little circuit boards, and sell them online, or other things like that. Certainly knew at some point I wanted to do a startup, but it wasn't really, I'd say, until college, until I felt like I had the right combination of the environment, the smart people around you, and some free time, a lot of free time at MIT.
So you came to MIT as an undergrad in 2004.
That's right.
And that's when the first DARPA Grand Challenge was happening.
Yeah.
The timing of that is beautifully poetic. So how did you get yourself involved in that one?
Originally, there wasn't a official entry, faculty-sponsored thing. And so a bunch of undergrads, myself included, started meeting and got together and tried to haggle together some sponsorships. We got a vehicle donated, a bunch of sensors, and tried to put something together. And so our team was probably mostly freshmen and sophomores, which was not really a fair fight against maybe the postdoc and faculty-led teams from other schools. But we got something up and running. We had our vehicle drive-by-wire and very, very basic control and things. But on the day of the qualifying, sort of pre-qualifying round, the one and only steering motor that we had purchased, the thing that we had retrofitted to turn the steering wheel on the truck, died. And so our vehicle was just dead in the water, couldn't steer. So we didn't make it very far.
On the hardware side. So was there a software component? Was there, how did you view autonomous vehicles in terms of artificial intelligence evolve in that moment? I mean, yeah, like you said, from the 80s, it's been autonomous vehicles, but really that was the birth of the modern wave, the thing that captivated everyone's imagination that we can actually do this. So how were you captivated in that way? So how did your view of autonomous vehicles change at that point?
I'd say at that point in time, it was a curiosity, as in is this really possible? And I think that was generally the spirit and the purpose of that original DARPA Grand Challenge, which was to just get a whole bunch of really brilliant people exploring the space and pushing the limits. And I think that to this day, that DARPA challenge with its $1 million prize pool was probably one of the most effective, uses of taxpayer money, dollar for dollar, that I've seen. Because that small sort of initiative that DARPA put out, sort of in my view, was the catalyst or the tipping point for this whole next wave of autonomous vehicle development. So that was pretty cool.
Let me jump around a little bit on that point. They also did the urban challenge, where it was in the city, but it was very artificial and there's no pedestrians, and there's very little human involvement except a few professional drivers.
Yeah.
Do you think there's room? And then there was the robotics challenge with human robots.
Right.
So in your now role with looking at this, you're trying to solve one of the, autonomous driving, one of the harder, more difficult places in San Francisco. Is there a role for DARPA to step in to also kind of help out, like challenge new ideas, specifically of pedestrians and so on, all these kind of things?
Well, I haven't thought about it from that perspective. Is there anything DARPA can do today to further accelerate things? And I would say my instinct is that that's maybe not the highest and best use of their resources and time, because like kickstarting and spinning up the flywheel is, I think, what they did in this case for very, very little money. But today this has become like commercially interesting to very large companies. And the amount of money going into it, and the amount of people like going through your class and learning about these things and developing these skills is just, orders of magnitude more than it was back then. And so there's enough momentum and inertia and energy and investment dollars into this space right now that I think they can just say mission accomplished and move on to the next area of technology that needs help.
So then stepping back to MIT, you left MIT junior year. What was that decision like?
As I said, I've always wanted to do a company or start a company, and this opportunity landed in my lap, which was a couple guys from Yale were starting a new company, and I Googled them and found that they had started a company previously and sold it actually on eBay for about $250,000, which was a pretty interesting story. But so I thought to myself, these guys are, rock star entrepreneurs. They've done this before. They must be driving around in Ferraris because they sold their company. And I thought I could learn a lot from them. So I teamed up with those guys and went out to California during IAP, which is MIT's month off, on a one-way ticket, and basically never went back. We were having so much fun. We felt like we were building something and creating something, and it was going to be interesting that, I was just all in and got completely hooked. And that business was Justin TV, which is originally a reality show about a guy named Justin, which morphed into a live video streaming platform, which then morphed into what is Twitch today. So that was quite an unexpected journey.
So no regrets.
No.
Looking back, it was just an obvious, one-way ticket. If we just pause on that for a second, there was no, how did you know these are the right guys, this is the right decision? You didn't think it was just follow the heart kind of thing?
Well, I didn't know, but, just trying something for a month during IAP seems pretty low risk, right? And then, maybe I'll take a semester off. MIT's pretty flexible about that. You can always go back, right? And then after 2 or 3 cycles of that, I eventually threw in the towel. But, I think it's, I guess in that case, I felt like I could always hit the undo button if I had to, right?
But nevertheless, when you look in retrospect, it seems like a great decision. It would be difficult for a lot of people.
It wasn't as popular. I'd say the general, flux of people out of MIT at the time was mostly into, finance or consulting jobs in Boston or New York, and very few people were going to California to start companies. But today, I'd say it's probably inverted, which is just a sign of the times, I guess.
So there's a story about midnight of March 18, 2007, where TechCrunch, I guess, announced Justin TV earlier than it was supposed to, in a few hours. The site didn't work. I don't know if any of this is true, you can tell me. And you and one of the folks at Justin TV, Emmett Shear, coded the midnight. Can you take me through that experience? So let me say a few nice things. That the article I read quoted Justin Kahn said that you were known for hero coding through problems and being creative genius. So on that night, what was going through your head? Or maybe I put another way, how do you solve these problems? What's your approach to solving these kind of problems with a lot of successful failures seems to be pretty thin?
That's a good question. Well, first of all, that's nice of Justin to say that. I think, I would have been maybe 21 years old then and not very experienced at programming. But as with everything in a startup, you're sort of racing against the clock. And so our plan was the second we had this live streaming camera backpack up and running where Justin could wear it, and no matter where he went in the city, it would be streaming live video. And this is even before the iPhones. This is like hard to do back then. We would launch. And so we thought we were there, and the backpack was working, and then we sent out all the emails to launch the company and do the press thing. And then, we weren't quite actually there. And then we thought, oh, well, they're not going to announce it until maybe 10 a.m. the next morning. And it's 5 p.m. now. So how many hours do we have left? What is that? 17 hours to go. And that was going to be fine.
Was the problem obvious? Did you understand what could possibly, how complicated was the system at that point?
It was pretty messy. So to get a live video feed that looked decent working from anywhere in San Francisco, I put together the system where we had 3 or 4 cell phone data modems, and they were we take the video stream that's sort of sprayed across these 3 or 4 modems, and then try to catch all the packets on the other side, with unreliable cell phone networks.
Pretty low level networking.
Yeah, and putting these sort of protocols on top of all that to reassemble and reorder the packets and have time buffers and error correction and all that kind of stuff. And the night before, it was just staticky. Every once in a while, the image would go staticky, and there would be this horrible screeching audio noise because the audio was also corrupted. And this would happen every 5 to 10 minutes or so, and it was a really off-putting to viewers.
How do you tackle that problem? What was the you just freaking out behind a computer? Are there other folks working on this problem? Were you behind a whiteboard? Were you doing
Yeah, it's a little
air coding?
Yeah, it's a little lonely because there's 4 of us working on the company, and only 2 people really wrote code. And Emmett wrote the website and the chat system, and I wrote the software for this video streaming device and video server. And so, it's my sole responsibility to figure that out. And I think it's those, setting deadlines, trying to move quickly and everything, where you're in that moment of intense pressure that sometimes people do their best and most interesting work. And so, even though that was a terrible moment, I look back on it fondly because that's that's one of those character-defining moments, I think.
So in 2013, October, you founded Kuzan.
Yeah.
So progressing forward, another exceptionally successful company was acquired by GM, 16 for $1 billion. But in October 2013, what was on your mind? What was the plan? How does one seriously start to tackle one of the hardest robotics, most important impactful robotics problems of our age?
After going through Twitch, Twitch was and is today pretty successful, but the work was the result was entertainment mostly. The better the product was, the more you would entertain people, and then make money on the ad revenues and other things. And it was a good thing. It felt good to entertain people, but I figured what is really the point of becoming a really good engineer and developing these skills other than my own enjoyment? And I realized I wanted something that scratched more of an existential itch, something that truly matters. And so I basically made this list of requirements for if I was going to do another company. And the one thing I knew in the back of my head that Twitch took 8 years to become successful. And so whatever I do, I better be willing to commit, at least 10 years to something. And when you think about things from that perspective, you certainly, I think, raise the bar on what you choose to work on. So for me, the 3 things were it had to be something where the technology itself determines the success of the product, hard, really juicy technology problems, because that's what motivates me. And then it had to have a direct and positive impact on society in some way. So an example would be healthcare, self-driving cars, because they save lives, other things where there's a clear connection to somehow improving other people's lives. And the last one is it had to be a big business, because for the positive impact to matter, it's got to be a large scale. And I was thinking about that for a while, and I tried writing a Gmail clone and looked at some other ideas. And then it just sort of light bulb went off. Like self-driving cars, like that was the most fun I had ever had in college working on that. And like, well, what's the state of the technology? It's been 10 years. Maybe times have changed, and maybe now is the time to make this work. And I poked around and looked at the only other thing out there really at the time was the Google self-driving car project. And I thought surely there's a way to, have an entrepreneur mindset, sort of solve the minimum viable product here. And so I just took the plunge right then and there and said, this is something that I know I can commit 10 years to. It's probably the greatest applied AI problem of our generation. Right? And if it works, it's going to be both a huge business and therefore like probably the most positive impact I can possibly have on the world. So after that light bulb went off, I went all in on Cruise immediately and got to work.
Did you have an idea how to solve this problem? Which aspect of the problem to solve? Slow, like what you said, the olive of avoidance here, slow moving, retirement communities, urban driving, highway driving. Did you have a vision of the city of the future where transportation is largely automated, that kind of thing, or was it sort of more fuzzy and gray area?
My analysis of the situation is that Google had been putting a lot of money into that project. They had a lot more resources, and they still hadn't cracked the fully driverless car. This was 2013, I guess. So I thought, what can I do to sort of go from zero to significant scale, so I can actually solve the real problem, which is the driverless cars. And I thought, here's the strategy. We'll start by doing a really simple problem, or solving a really simple problem that creates value for people. So eventually ended up deciding on automating highway driving, which is relatively more straightforward as long as there's a backup driver there. And the go-to-market will be we'll retrofit people's cars and just sell these products directly. And the idea was take all the revenue and profits from that and use it to sort of reinvest that in research for fully driverless cars. And that was the plan. The only thing that really changed along the way between then and now is we never really launched the first product. We had enough interest from investors and enough of a signal that this was something that we should be working on, that after about a year of working on the highway autopilot, we had it working in a prototype stage, but we just completely abandoned that and said we're going to go all in on driverless cars. Now is the time. Can't think of anything that's more exciting, and if it works, more impactful, so we're just going to go for it.
The idea of retrofit is kind of interesting.
Yeah,
being able to, it's how you achieve scale. It's a really interesting idea. Is it something that's still in the back of your mind as a possibility?
Not at all. I'll come full circle on that one. After trying to build a retrofit product, and I'll touch on some of the complexities of that, and then also having been inside an OEM and seeing how things work and how a vehicle is developed and validated, when it comes to something that has safety critical implications like controlling the steering and other control inputs on your car, it's pretty hard to get there with a retrofit, or if you did, even if you did it, it creates a whole bunch of new complications, liability, or how to truly validate that, or something in the base vehicle fails and causes your system to fail, whose fault is it? Or if the car's anti-lock brake systems or other things kick in, or the software it's different in one version of the car you retrofit versus another, and you don't know because the manufacturer has updated it behind the scenes. There's basically an infinite list of long tail issues that can get you, and if you're dealing with a safety critical product, that's not really acceptable.
That's a really good summary of why it's really challenging.
But I didn't know all that at the time, so I tried it anyway.
But as a pitch also at the time, it's a really strong one.
Yeah.
That's how you achieve scale, and that's how you beat the leader at the time of Google.
The other big problem we ran into, which is perhaps the biggest problem from a business model perspective, is we had kind of assumed that we started with an Audi S4 as the vehicle we retrofitted with this highway driving capability. And we had kind of assumed that if we just knock out like 3 make and models of vehicle, that'll cover like 80% of the San Francisco market. Doesn't everyone there drive, I don't know, a BMW or a Honda Civic or one of these 3 cars? And then we surveyed our users and we found out that it's all over the place. To get even a decent number of units sold, we'd have to support 20 or 50 different models, and each one is a little butterfly that takes time and effort to maintain, that retrofit integration and custom hardware and all this. So it was a tough business.
So GM manufactures and sells over 9 million cars a year, and what you and Cruise are trying to do some of the most cutting edge innovation in terms of applying AI. So how do those, we've talked about it a little bit before, but it's also just fascinating to me. We work with a lot of automakers, the difference between the gap between Detroit and Silicon Valley, let's say, just to be so poetic about it, I guess. How do you close that gap? How do you take GM into the future where a large part of the fleet will be autonomous, perhaps?
I want to start by acknowledging that GM is made up of tens of thousands of really brilliant, motivated people who want to be a part of the future. And so it's pretty fun to work with them. The attitude inside a car company like that is, embracing this transformation change rather than fear. And I think that's a testament to the leadership at GM, and that's flown all the way through to everyone you talk to, even the people in the assembly plants working on these cars. So that's really great. So that, starting from that position, makes it a lot easier. So then when the people in San Francisco at Cruise interact with people at GM, we have this common set of values, which is that we really want this stuff to work because we think it's important and we think it's the future. That's not to say, those two cultures don't clash. They absolutely do. There's different sort of value systems. Like in a car company, the thing that gets you promoted and sort of the reward system is following the processes, delivering the program on time and on budget. So any sort of risk taking is discouraged in many ways, because if a program is late or if you shut down the plant for a day, it's you can count the millions of dollars that come by pretty quickly. Whereas I think in most Silicon Valley companies and in Cruise and methodology we were employing, especially around the time of the acquisition, the reward structure is about trying to solve these complex problems in any way, shape, or form. We're coming up with crazy ideas that 90% of them won't work, and so meshing that culture of sort of continuous improvement and experimentation with one where everything needs to be rigorously defined up front, so that you never slip a deadline or miss a budget, was a pretty big challenge. And that we're over 3 years in now after the acquisition, and I'd say the investment we made in figuring out how to work together successfully and who should do what, and how we bridge the gaps between these very different systems and way of doing engineering work is now one of our greatest assets, because I think we have this really powerful thing. But for a while, it was both GM and Cruise were very steep on the learning curve.
Yeah, so I'm sure it was very stressful. It's really important work, because that's how to revolutionize the transportation, really to revolutionize any system. You look at the healthcare system, or you look at the legal system. I have people like lawyers come up to me all the time, like everything they're working on can easily be automated. But then
That's not a good feeling. Yeah.
Well, it's not a good feeling, but also there's no way to automate it, because the entire infrastructure is really based is older and moves very slowly. And so how do you close the gap between how can I replace? Of course, lawyers don't want to be replaced with an app, but you could replace a lot of aspects when most of them did on paper. So the same thing with automotive. I mean, it's fundamentally software. So it's basically hiring software engineers, it's thinking in a software world. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody in Silicon Valley has ever hit a deadline. So, and then on GM's probably true. Yeah, on GM side is probably the opposite. Yeah, that's that culture gap is really fascinating. So you're optimistic about the future of that?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, it's impressive, and I think especially in Silicon Valley, it's easy to write off building cars, because people have been doing that for over 100 years now in this country, and so it seems like that's a solved problem, but that doesn't mean it's an easy problem. And I think it would be easy to sort of overlook that and think that we're Silicon Valley engineers who can solve any problem. Building a car has been done, therefore it's not a real engineering challenge. But after having seen just the sheer scale and magnitude and industrialization that occurs inside of an automotive assembly plant, that is a lot of work that I am very glad that we don't have to invent to make self-driving cars work. And so to have partners who have done that for 100 years, have these great processes, this huge infrastructure and supply base that we can tap into, is just remarkable, because the scope and surface area of the problem of deploying fleets of self-driving cars is so large that we're constantly looking for ways to do less, so we can focus on the things that really matter more. And if we had to figure out how to build in symbol of,
Tests and
just build the cars themselves. I mean, we work closely with Jim on that. But if we had to develop all that capability in house as well, that would just make the problem really intractable, I think.
so yeah, just like your first entry at MIT Docker Challenge when there was the motor that failed, somebody that knows what they're doing with the motor did it.
It would have been
Just
nice if
focus on
we
the
focused on the software and
Yeah.
not the hardware platform. Yeah.
So from your perspective now, there are so many ways that autonomous vehicles can impact society in the next year, 5 years, 10 years. What do you think is the biggest opportunity to make money in autonomous driving? So sort of making a financially viable thing in the near term. What do you think would be the biggest impact there?
Well, the things that drive the economics for fleets of self-driving cars are sort of a handful of variables. One is, the cost to build the vehicle itself, so the material cost, what's the cost of all your sensors plus the cost of the vehicle and all the other components on it. Another one is the lifetime of the vehicle. It's very different if your vehicle drives 100,000 miles and then falls apart versus 2 million. And then if you have a fleet, it's kind of like an airplane or a airline where once you produce the vehicle, you want it to be in operation as many hours a day as possible, producing revenue. And then the other piece of that is how you're generating revenue. And I think that's kind of what you're asking. I think the obvious things today are the ride sharing business, because that's pretty clear that there's demand for that. There's existing markets you can tap into, and
Large urban areas, that kind of thing.
yeah, and I think that there are some real benefits to having cars without drivers compared to sort of the status quo for people who use ride sharing services today. You get privacy, consistency, hopefully significantly improve safety, all these benefits versus the current product. But it's a crowded market, and then other opportunities which you've seen a lot of activity in the last 6 to 12 months is delivery, whether that's parcels and packages, food or groceries. Those are all sort of, I think, opportunities that are pretty ripe for these. Once you have this core technology, which is the fleet of autonomous vehicles, there's all sorts of different business opportunity until you actually have that fleet of very capable driverless cars that are as good or better than humans, and that's sort of where the entire industry is sort of in its holding pattern right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep that baseline. So when you said sort of reliability, consistency, it's kind of interesting. I think I heard you say somewhere, I'm not sure if that's what you meant, but I can imagine a situation where you get an autonomous vehicle, and when you get into an Uber or Lyft, you don't get to choose the driver in the sense that you don't get to choose the personality of the driving. Do you think there's room to define the personality of the car the way it drives you, in terms of aggressiveness, for example, in terms of sort of pushing the one of the biggest challenges of autonomous driving is the trade-off between sort of safety and assertiveness. And do you think there's any room for the human to take a role in that decision, or accept some of the liability, I guess?
I wouldn't say, no, I'd say within reasonable bounds, as in we're not going to, I think it'd be highly unlikely we'd expose any knob that would let you, significantly increase safety risk. I think that's just not something we want to do. But I think driving style, or are you going to relax the comfort constraints slightly, or things like that? All of those things make sense and are plausible. I see all those as nice optimizations once again we get the core problem solved in these fleets out there. But the other thing we've sort of observed is that you have this intuition that if you sort of slam your foot on the gas right after the light turns green and aggressively accelerate, you're going to get there faster. But the actual impact of doing that is pretty small. You feel like you're getting there faster, but so it's the same would be true for AVs. Even if they don't slam their the pedal to the floor when the light turns green, they're going to get you there within, if it's a 15-minute trip, within 30 seconds of what you would have done otherwise if you were going really aggressively. So I think there's this sort of self-deception that my aggressive driving style is getting there faster.
Well, so that's some of the things I study. Some things I'm fascinated by the psychology of that. I don't think it matters that it doesn't get you there faster. It's the emotional release. Driving is a place. Being inside our car somebody said it's like the real world version of being a troll. So you have this protection, this mental protection, you're able to sort of yell at the world with release your anger, whatever. An element of that I think autonomous vehicles would also have to, have giving an outlet to people, but it doesn't have to be just driving or honking or so on. There might be other outlets, but I think just sort of even just put that aside, the baseline is really, that's the focus, that's the thing you need to solve, and then the fun human things can be solved after. But so from the baseline of just solving autonomous driving, you're working in San Francisco, one of the more difficult cities to operate in. What is the, in your view, currently the hardest aspect of autonomous driving? And negotiating with pedestrians? Is it edge cases of perception? Is it planning? Is there mechanical engineering? Is it data, fleet stuff? Like, what are your thoughts on the more challenging aspects there?
That's a good question. I think before we go to that, though, I like what you said about the psychology aspect of this, because I think one observation I made is, I think I read somewhere that I think it's maybe Americans on average spent over an hour a day on social media, like staring at Facebook, and so that's just 60 minutes of your life you're not getting back. It's probably not super productive, and so that's 3,600 seconds, right? And that's time. It's a lot of time you're giving up. And if you compare that to people being on the road, if another vehicle, whether it's a human driver or autonomous vehicle, delays them by even 3 seconds,
right,
they're laying in on the horn. Even though that's 1/1000th of the time they waste looking at Facebook every day. So there's definitely some psychology aspects of this I think that would be interesting. Road rage in general, and then the question, of course, is if everyone is in self-driving cars, do they even notice these 3-second delays anymore because they're doing other things, or reading, or working, or just talking to each other? So it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
In a certain aspect, people need to be distracted by something entertaining, something useful inside the car, so they don't pay attention to the external world, and then they can take whatever psychology and bring it back to Twitter and focus on that, as opposed to sort of interacting, sort of putting the emotion out there into the world. So it's an interesting problem with baseline autonomy.
Yeah, I guess you could say self-driving cars, at scale, will lower the collective blood pressure of society probably by a couple of points. With all that road rage and stress. So that's a good externality. So back to your question about the technology and I guess the biggest problem. I have a hard time answering that question because we've been at this, like, specifically focusing on driverless cars and all the technology needed to enable that for a little over 4.5 years now. And even a year or two in, I felt like we had completed the functionality needed to get someone from point A to point B. As in, if we need to do a left turn maneuver, or if we need to drive around a double-parked vehicle into oncoming traffic, or navigate through construction zones, the scaffolding and the building blocks was there pretty early on. And so the challenge is not any one scenario or situation for which we fail at 100% of those. It's more, we're benchmarking against a pretty good or pretty high standard, which is human driving. All things considered, humans are excellent at handling edge cases and unexpected scenarios, whereas computers are the opposite. And so beating that baseline set by humans is the challenge. And so what we've been doing for quite some time now is basically, it's this continuous improvement process where we find sort of the most uncomfortable or the things that could lead to a safety issue or other things, all these events, and then we sort of categorize them and rework parts of our system to make incremental improvements, and do that over and over and over again. And we just see that sort of the overall performance of the system actually increasing at a pretty steady clip. But there's no one thing. There's actually like thousands of little things, and just like polishing functionality and making sure that it handles every version and possible permutation of a situation by either applying more deep learning systems or just by adding more test coverage or new scenarios that we develop against, and just grinding on that. We're sort of in the unsexy phase of development right now, which is doing the real engineering work that it takes to go from prototype to production.
You're basically scaling the grinding, so it's sort of taking seriously that the process of all of those edge cases, both with human experts and machine learning methods to cover to cover all those situations.
Yeah, and the exciting thing for me is I don't think that grinding ever stops, right? Because there's a moment in time where you cross that threshold of human performance and become superhuman. But there's no first principles reason that AV capability will tap out anywhere near humans. Like there's no reason it could be 20 times better, whether that's just better driving or safer driving or more comfortable driving, or even 1,000 times better given enough time. And we intend to basically chase that, forever to build the best possible product.
Better and better and better, and always new edge cases come up and new experiences. So, and you want to automate that process as much as possible. So, what do you think in general in society? When do you think we may have hundreds of thousands of fully autonomous vehicles driving around? So, first of all, predictions. Nobody knows the future. You're a part of the leading people trying to define that future, but even then, we still don't know. But if you think about hundreds of thousands of vehicles, so a significant fraction of vehicles in major cities that are autonomous, you think, are you with Rodney Brooks, who's 2050 and beyond, or are you more with Elon Musk, who should have had that 2 years ago?
Well, I mean,
I don't
love
mean
to have it 2 years ago, but we're not there yet. So I guess the way I would think about that is let's flip that question around. So what would prevent you to reach hundreds of thousands of vehicles? And
That's a good rephrasing.
yeah, so I'd say it seems the consensus among the people developing self-driving cars today is to sort of start with some form of an easier environment, whether it means lacking inclement weather or mostly sunny or whatever it is, and then add capability for more complex situations over time. And so if you're only able to deploy in areas that meet sort of your criteria or the current domain, operating domain of the software you developed, that may put a cap on how many cities you can deploy in. But then as those restrictions start to fall away, like maybe you add capability to drive really well and safely in heavy rain or snow, that probably opens up the market by two or threefold in terms of the cities you can expand into and so on. And so the real question is, I know today if we wanted to, we could produce that many autonomous vehicles, but we wouldn't be able to make use of all of them yet because we would sort of saturate the demand in the cities in which we would want to operate initially. So if I were to guess what the timeline is for those things falling away and reaching hundreds of thousands of vehicles,
Maybe a range is
I
better.
would say less than 5 years.
Less than 5 years.
Yeah.
And of course, you're working hard to make that happen. So you started 2 companies that were eventually acquired for each $4 billion. So you're a pretty good person to ask, what does it take to build a successful startup?
I think there's sort of survivor bias here a little bit, but I can try to find some common threads for the things that worked for me, which is, in both of these companies, I was really passionate about the core technology. I actually lay awake at night thinking about these problems and how to solve them. And I think that's helpful because when you start a business, there are, to this day, there are these crazy ups and downs. Like one day this is just on top of the world and unstoppable, and the next day you think, okay, this is all going to end. It's just going south and it's going to be over tomorrow. And so I think having a true passion that you can fall back on and knowing that you would be doing it even if you weren't getting paid for it helps you weather those tough times. So that's one thing. I think the other one is really good people. So I've always been surrounded by really good co-founders that are logical thinkers, are always pushing their limits and have very high levels of integrity. So that's Dan Kahn and my current company, and his brother and a couple other guys for Justin TV and Twitch. And then I think the last thing is just persistence or perseverance, and that can apply to sticking to sort of or having conviction around the original premise of your idea and sticking around to do all the the unsexy work to actually make it come to fruition, including dealing with whatever it is that you're not passionate about, whether that's finance or HR or operations or those things. As long as you are grinding away and working towards that North Star for your business, whatever it is, and you don't give up, and you're making progress every day, it seems like eventually you'll end up in a good place. And the only things that can slow you down are, running out of money, or I suppose your competitors destroying you. But I think most of the time it's people giving up, or somehow destroying things themselves rather than being beaten by their competition or running out of money.
Yeah, if you never quit, eventually you'll arrive. So,
Much more concise version of what I was trying to say.
yeah. You went the Y Combinator route twice.
Yeah.
What do you think, a quick question, do you think is the best way to raise funds in the early days? Or not just funds, but just community, develop your idea and so on. Can you do it solo, or maybe with a co-founder, like self-funded? You think Y Combinator is good, it's good to do VC route. Is there no right answer, or was there the Y Combinator experience something that you could take away that was the right path to take?
There's no one size fits all answer, but if your ambition, I think, is to see how big you can make something, or rapidly expand and capture a market or solve a problem or whatever it is, then going the venture back route is probably a good approach, so that capital doesn't become the primary constraint. Y Combinator I love because it puts you in this sort of competitive environment where you're surrounded by the top maybe 1% of other really highly motivated peers who are in the same place, and that environment, I think, just breeds success, right? If you're surrounded by really brilliant, hardworking people, you're going to feel sort of compelled or inspired to try to emulate them or beat them. And so even though I had done it once before and I felt like pretty self-motivated, I thought, like, look, this is going to be a hard problem. I can use all the help I can get. So surrounding myself with other entrepreneurs is going to make me work a little bit harder or push a little harder, then it's worth it. So that's like why I did it, for example, the second time.
Let's go philosophical, existential. If you go back and do something differently in your life, starting in the high school and MIT, could have gone the PhD route, doing the startup, going to see about a startup in California, or maybe some aspects of fundraising. Is there something you regret? Something not necessarily regret, but if you go back, differently?
I think I've made a lot of mistakes, like pretty much everything you can screw up. I think I've screwed up at least once, but I don't regret those things. I think it's hard to look back on things even if they didn't go well and call it a regret, because hopefully you took away some new knowledge or learning from that. So I would say there's a period. Yeah, the closest I can come to this. There's a period in Justin TV, I think, after 7 years where the company was going one direction, which was towards Twitch and video gaming. And I'm not a video gamer. I don't really use Twitch at all. And I was still working on the core technology there, but my heart was no longer in it because the business that we were creating was not something that I was personally passionate about.
It didn't meet your bar of existential impact.
Yeah, and I'd say I probably spent an extra year or two working on that, and I'd say, like, I would have just tried to do something different sooner, because those were 2 years where I felt like from this philosophical or existential thing, I just felt that something was missing. And so I would have, if I could look back now and tell myself, it's like, I would have said exactly that. Like, you're not getting any meaning out of your work personally right now. You should find a way to change that. And that's part of the pitch I use to basically everyone who joins groups today. It's like, hey, you've got that now, by coming here.
Well, maybe you needed the 2 years of that existential dread to develop the feeling that ultimately was the fire that created Cruise. So, you can't
Yeah, good theory. Yeah.
So, last question. What does 2019 hold for Cruise?
After this, I guess we're going to go and talk to your class, but one of the big things is going from prototype to production for autonomous cars, and what does that mean? What does that look like? And 2019 for us is the year that we try to cross over that threshold and reach superhuman level performance to some degree with the software, and have all the other of the thousands of little building blocks in place to launch our first commercial product. So that's what's in store for us, and we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of brilliant people working on it, so it's all up to us now.
Yeah, from Charlie Miller and Chris Bell, is that people I've crossed paths with. It sounds like you have an amazing team. So, like I said, it's one of the most important problems in artificial intelligence of the century. One of the most defining. It's super exciting that you're working on it, and best of luck in 2019. I'm really excited to see what Chris comes up with.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. The following is a conversation with Leslie Campbell. She's a roboticist and professor at MIT. She's recognized for her work in reinforcement learning, planning, robot navigation, and several other topics in AI. She won the Ichikai Computers and Thought Award and was the editor-in-chief of the prestigious Journal of Machine Learning Research. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence podcast at MIT and beyond. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Leslie Kilwood.
What made me get excited about AI, I can say that, is I read Gödel Escher Bach when I was in high school. That was pretty formative for me because it exposed the interestingness of primitives and combination and how you can make complex things out of simple parts, and ideas of AI and what kinds of programs might generate intelligent behavior. So
you first fell in love with AI using logic versus robots?
yeah, the robots came because my first job, so I finished undergraduate degree in philosophy at Stanford and was about to finish a master's in computer science, and I got hired at SRI in their AI lab, and they were building a robot. It was a kind of a follow-on to Shaky, but all the Shaky people were not there anymore. And so my job was to try and get this robot to do stuff, and that's really kind of what got me interested in robots.
And maybe taking a small step back,
Yeah.
your bachelor's Stanford philosophy, did
Yeah.
master's in PhD in computer science, but the bachelor's in philosophy. So what was that journey like? What elements of philosophy do you think you bring to your work in computer science?
So it's surprisingly relevant. So the part of the reason that I didn't do a computer science undergraduate degree was that there wasn't one in Stanford at the time. But that there's part of philosophy, and in fact Stanford has a special sub-major, it's something called now symbolic systems, which is logic, model theory, formal semantics, and natural language. And so that's actually a perfect preparation for work in AI and computer science.
That's kind of interesting. So if you were interested in artificial intelligence, what kind of majors were people even thinking about taking? What is it, neuroscience? So besides philosophies, what were you supposed to do if you were fascinated by the idea of creating intelligence?
There weren't enough people who did that for that even to be a conversation. I mean, I think probably philosophy. I mean, it's interesting. In my class, my graduating class of undergraduate philosophers, probably maybe slightly less than half went on computer science, slightly less than half went on in law, and like one or two went on philosophy. So it was a common kind of connection.
Do you think AI researchers have a role to be part-time philosophers, or should they stick to solid science and engineering without sort of taking the philosophizing tangents? And you work with robots, you think about what it takes to create intelligent beings. Aren't you the perfect person to think about the big picture of philosophy?
The parts of philosophy that are closest to AI, I think, or at least the closest to AI that I think about, are stuff like belief and knowledge and denotation and that kind of stuff. And that's, it's quite formal, and it's like just one step away from the kinds of computer science work that we do kind of routinely. I think that there are important questions still about what you can do with a machine and what you can't and so on. Although at least my personal view is that I'm completely a materialist, and I don't think that there's any reason why you can't make a robot be behaviorally indistinguishable from human. And the question of whether it's distinguishable internally, whether it's a zombie or not in philosophy terms, I actually I don't know, and I don't know if I care too much about that.
Yeah, there is philosophical notions. They're mathematical and philosophical because we don't know so much. of how difficult it is. How difficult is the perception problem? How difficult is the planning problem? How difficult is it to operate in this world successfully? Because our robots are not currently as successful as human beings in many tasks. The question about the gap between current robots and human beings borders a little bit on philosophy. The expanse of knowledge that's required to operate in this world, the ability to form common sense knowledge, the ability to reason about uncertainty. Much of the work you've been doing, there's open questions there that I don't know, they're required to activate a certain big picture view.
To me, that doesn't seem like a philosophical gap at all. To me, there is a big technical gap.
Yes.
A huge technical gap. But I don't see any reason why it's more than a technical gap.
Perfect. So, when you mentioned AI, you mentioned SRI, and maybe can you describe to me when you first fell in love with robotics, robots, or inspired, which, so you mentioned flaky or shaky, flaky, and what was the robot that first captured your imagination?
Right. Well, so the first robot I worked with was like Shaky was a robot that the SRI people had built. But by the time, I think when I arrived, it was sitting in a corner of somebody's office dripping hydraulic fluid into a pan. But it's iconic, and really everybody should read the Shaky Technical book because it has so many good ideas in it. I mean, they invented A-star search and symbolic planning and learning macro operators. They had low-level kind of configuration space planning for the robot. They had vision. They had all that's the basic ideas of a ton of them.
Can you take a step back? It's Shaky, have arms. What was the job? What were the goals?
Yeah, good. Shaky was a mobile robot, but it could push objects, and so it would move things around.
With which actuator?
With itself, with its face. So it could, and they had painted the baseboards black. So it used vision to localize itself in a map. It detected objects. It could detect objects that were surprising to it. It would plan and replan based on what it saw. It reasoned about whether to look and take pictures. It really had the basics of so many of the things that we think about now.
How did it represent the space around it?
So it had representations at a bunch of different levels of abstraction. So it had, I think, a kind of an occupancy grid of some sort at the lowest level. At the high level, it was abstract, symbolic kind of rooms and connectivity.
So where does flaky come in?
Yeah, okay. So I showed up at SRI and we were building a brand new robot. As I said, none of the people from the previous project were kind of there or involved anymore. So we were kind of starting from scratch. And my advisor was Stan Rothschild. He ended up being my thesis advisor. And he was motivated by this idea of situated computation, situated automata. And the idea was that the tools of logical reasoning were important, but possibly only for the engineers or designers to use in the analysis of the system, but not necessarily to be manipulated in the head of the system itself. Right? So I might use logic to theorem about the behavior of my robot, even if the robot's not using logic in its head to put examples. Right? So that was the distinction. And so the idea was to kind of use those principles to make our robot do stuff. But a lot of the basic things we had to kind of learn for ourselves because I had zero background in robotics. I didn't know anything about control. I didn't know anything about sensors. So we reinvented a lot of things.
Do you think that was an advantage or a hindrance?
Oh, no, it's, I'm big in favor of reinvention, actually. I mean, I think you learn a lot by doing it. It's important, though, to eventually have the filters so that you can see what's really going on. But I think you can appreciate much better the good solutions once you've messed around a little bit on your own and found it out.
Yeah, I think you mentioned reinventing reinforcement learning and referring to rewards as pleasures. Pleasure.
Yeah.
And word, I think.
Yeah.
Which I think is a nice name for it.
Yeah, that seems good to me.
It's more fun than this. Do you think you could tell the history of AI, machine learning, reinforcement learning, and how you think about it from the 50s to now?
One thing is that it's oscillates, right? So things become fashionable and then they go out and then something else becomes cool and then goes out and so on. And I think there's some interesting sociological process that actually drives a lot of what's going on. Early days was kind of cybernetics and control, and the idea that of homeostasis, that people made these robots that could, I don't know, try to plug into the wall when they needed power and then move stuff around and stuff. And then I think over time, I thought, well, that was inspiring, but people said, no, we want to get maybe closer to what feels like real intelligence or human intelligence. And then maybe the expert systems people tried to do that, but maybe a little too superficially. So, we get the surface understanding of what intelligence is like because I understand how a student melt works, and I can try to explain it to you, and you can write it down in logic, and then you can make a computer for that. And then that didn't work out. But what's interesting, I think, is when a thing starts to not be working very well, it's not only do we change methods, we change problems, right? So it's not like we have better ways of doing the problem with the expert systems we were trying to do. We have no ways of trying to do that problem. Oh, well, yeah, no, I think maybe a few. But we kind of give up on that problem, and we switch to a different problem, and we worked that for a while, and then there's practice
As a broad community.
as a community. Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who would argue you don't give up on the problem. It's just to decrease the number of people working on it. You almost kind of like put it on the shelf. So we'll come back to this 20 years later.
Yeah, I think that's right. Or you might decide that it's malformed. Like you might say, it's wrong to just try to make something that does superficial symbolic reasoning and behave like a doctor. You can't do that until you've had the sensory motor experience of being a doctor or something. So there's arguments that say that that's problem is not well formed, or it could be that it is well formed, but we just weren't approaching it well.
You mentioned that your favorite part of logic with symbolic systems is that they give short names for large sets. So there is some use to this. They use so this is symbolic reasoning. So looking at expert systems and symbolic computing, what do you think are the roadblocks that were hit in the 80s and 90s?
Okay. So the fact that I'm not a fan of expert systems doesn't mean that I'm not a fan of some kinds of symbolic reasoning. Right? So let's see, roadblocks. Well, the main roadblock, I think, was that the idea that humans could articulate their knowledge effectively into some kind of logical statements.
So it's not just the cost, the effort, but really just the capability of doing it.
Right. Because we're all experts in vision, right? But
Yeah.
totally don't have introspective access into how to. And it's true that, I think the idea was, well, of course, even people then would know, of course, I wouldn't ask you to please write down the rules that you use for recognizing a water bottle. That's crazy. And everyone understood that. But we might ask you to please write down the rules you use for deciding, I don't know, what tie to put on, or how to set up a microphone, or something like that. But even those things, I think, people I think what they found, I'm not sure about this, but I think what they found was that the so-called experts could give explanations, that sort of post hoc explanations for how and why they did things, but they weren't necessarily very good. And then they depended on maybe some kinds of perceptual things, which, again, they couldn't really define very well. So I think fundamentally, I think that the underlying problem with that was the assumption that people could articulate how and why they did things.
Right, so it's almost encoding the knowledge, converting from expert to something that a machine can understand and reason with.
No, not even just encoding. Getting it out of you.
Just
Right? Not writing it. Yeah, it's hard also to write it down for the computer. But I don't think that people can produce it. You can tell me a story about why you do stuff, but I'm not so sure that's the one.
great. So there are still on the hierarchical planning side places where symbolic reasoning is very useful. So, as you talked about, so where
Right, so don't,
what's the gap?
yeah, okay, good. So saying that humans can't provide a description of their reasoning process, that's okay, fine, but that doesn't mean that it's not good to do reasoning of various styles inside a computer. Those are just two orthogonal things. So then the question is, what kind of reasoning do you do inside a computer? And the answer is that you need to do all different kinds of reasoning inside, depending on what kinds of problem you face.
I guess it is. What kind of things can you encode symbolically so you can reason about?
I think the idea about, and even symbolic, I don't even like that terminology because I don't know what it means technically and formally. I do believe in abstractions. So abstractions are critical, right? You cannot reason at completely fine grain about everything in your life. Right? You can't make a plan at the level of images and twerks for getting PhD. So you have to reduce the size of the state space and you have to reduce the variety if you're going to reason about getting a PhD or even borrowing a PhD. And so how can you reduce the spaces and the horizon of the reasoning you have to do? And the answer is abstraction, spatial abstraction, temporal abstraction. I think abstraction along the lines of goals is also interesting, like abstraction and decomposition. Goals is maybe decomposition. So I think that's where these kinds of, if you want to call it symbolic or discrete models come in. You talk about a room of your house instead of your repose. You talk about, doing something during the afternoon instead of at 2:54. And you do that because it makes your reasoning problem easier, and also because you don't have enough information to reason in high fidelity about your pose of your elbow at 2:35 this afternoon anyway.
Right. When you're trying to get a PhD.
When you're doing anything.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Except for at that moment. At that moment, you do have to reason about the pose of your elbow, maybe. But then you maybe do that in some continuous joint space kind of model. So, my biggest point about all of this is that there should be, the dogma is not the thing, right? It shouldn't be that I am in favor against symbolic reasoning and you're in favor against neural networks. It should be that just computer science tells us what the right answer to all these questions is if we were smart enough to figure it out.
Well, yeah, when you try to actually solve the problem with computers, then the right answer comes out. But you mentioned abstractions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, neural networks form abstractions, or rather, there's automated ways to form abstractions,
Absolutely.
and there's expert-driven ways to form abstractions, and expert human-driven ways. And humans just seem to be way better at forming abstractions at certain problems. So when you're referring to 2:45 p.m. versus afternoon, how do we construct that taxonomy? Is there any room for automated construction of such abstractions?
Oh, I think eventually, yeah. I mean, I think when we get to be better than machine learning and engineering, we'll build algorithms that build awesome abstractions.
That are useful in this kind of way. Yeah. So let's then step from the abstraction discussion and let's talk about POM MDPs, partially observing the Markov decision processes. So uncertainty. So first, what are Markov decision processes?
What?
And maybe how much of our world can be models and MDPs? How much, when you wake up in the morning and you make your breakfast, how do you think of yourself as an MDP? So how do you think about MDPs and how they relate to our world?
Well, so there's a stance question. Right? So a stance is a position that I take with respect to a problem. So I, as a researcher or a person who designs systems, can decide to make a model of the world around me in some terms. So I take this messy world and I say, I'm going to treat it as if it were a problem of this formal kind, and then I can apply solution concepts or algorithms or whatever to solve that formal thing. Right? So of course the world is not anything. It's not an MVP or a POMP. I don't know what it is, but I can model aspects of it in some way or some other way. And when I model some aspect of it in a certain way that gets me some stuff out of psychedelics.
You can model the world in all kinds of ways.
Yeah.
Some are more accepting of uncertainty, more easily modeling uncertainty in the world. Some really force the world to be deterministic. And so certain entities model the uncertainty of the world.
Yeah. Model some uncertainty. They model not present state uncertainty, but they model uncertainty in the way the future will unfold.
So what are Markov decisions?
Okay, so market decision process is a model. It's a kind of model that you can make that says, I know completely the current state of my system, and what it needs to be a state is that I have all the information right now that will let me make predictions about the future as well as I can, so that remembering anything about my history wouldn't make my predictions any better. But then it also says that then I can take some actions that might change the state of the world, and that I don't have a deterministic model of those changes. I have a probabilistic model of how the world might change. It's a useful model for some kinds of systems. I think it's certainly not a good model for most problems. I think because for most problems you don't actually know the state. For most problems it's partially observed. So that's now a different problem class.
So, okay, that's where the entities are partially observed Markov decision process step in. So, how do they address the fact that you can't observe most the incomplete information about most of the world around?
Right. So now the idea is we still kind of postulate that there exists a state. We think that there is some information about the world out there such that if we knew that we could make our predictions, but we don't know the state. And so we have to think about but we do get observations. Maybe I get images or I hear things or I feel things, and those might be local or noisy, and so therefore they don't tell me everything about what's going on. And then I have to reason about, given the history of actions I've taken and the observations I've gotten, what do I think is going on in the world? And then given my own kind of uncertainty about what's going on in the world, I can decide what to say.
And so difficult is this problem of planning under uncertainty in with your long experience of modeling the world, trying to deal with this uncertainty, in especially in real world systems?
Optimal planning for even discrete quantities can be undecidable depending on how you set it up. And so lots of people say, I don't use PUMDPs because they're intractable. And I think that that's a kind of a very funny thing to say, because the problem you have to solve is the problem you have to solve. So if the problem you have to solve is intractable, that's what makes us AI people, right? So we understand that the problem we're solving is completely wildly intractable, that we'll never be able to solve it optimally, at least I don't. Yeah, right. So later we can come back to an idea about bounded optimality or something. But anyway, we can't come up with optimal solutions. So we have to make approximations in modeling, approximations in solution algorithms, and so on. And so I don't have a problem with saying, yeah, my problem actually it is PUMDP in continuous space with continuous observations, and it's so computationally complex, I can't even think about it's, whatever. But that doesn't prevent me from, it helps me, it gives me some clarity to think about it that way, and to then take steps to make approximation after approximation to get down to something that's like computable in some reasonable time.
When you think about optimality, the community broadly has shifted on that, I think, a little bit in how much they value the idea of optimality, of chasing an optimal solution. How has your views of chasing the optimal solution changed over the years when you work with robots?
That's interesting. I think we have a little bit of a methodological crisis, actually. I do think that theory is important, and I know not do much of it. So there's lots of internal hacking around and training this and reporting numbers, but is it good? Is it bad? We don't know. It's very hard to say. And if you look at computer science theory, so people talk for a while, room was about solving problems completely. And then there were interesting relaxations. So it's like people look at, oh, are there regret bounds, or can I do some kind of, approximation? Can I do something that I can approximately solve this problem? That I get closer to the solution as I spend more time and so on. What's interesting, I think, is that we don't have good approximate solution concepts for very difficult problems, right? I like to say that I'm interested in doing a very bad job at very big problems. Right. So very bad job at very big problems. I like to do that. But I wish I could say something. I wish I had some kind of a formal solution concept that I could use to say, oh, this algorithm actually, it gives me something. Like, I know what I'm going to get. I can do something other than just run it and get out.
So that notion is still somewhere deeply compelling to you. The notion that you can say, you can drop a thing on the table that says this, you can expect this algorithm to give you some good results.
I hope science will, there's engineering and there's science. I think that they're not exactly the same. And I think right now we're making huge engineering, like leaps and bounds, so that engineering is running way ahead of the science, which is cool. And often how it goes, right? So we're making things that nobody knows how to run. But we need to turn that into science.
There's some form, there's some room for formalizing.
We need to know what the principles are. Why does this work? Why does that not work? For a while, people built bridges by trying, but now we can often predict whether it's going to work or not without building it. Can we do that for learning systems and for robots?
So your hope is, from a materialistic perspective, that artificial intelligence systems, robots, are kind of having just more fancier bridges. Belief space. What's the difference between belief space and state space? So you mentioned MPPs, spontaneous reasoning about you sense the world, there's a state. What's this belief space idea?
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. So belief space, that is, instead of thinking about what's the state of the world and trying to control that as a robot, I think about what is the space of beliefs that I can have about the world. If I think of a belief as a probability distribution of ways the world could be, a belief state as a distribution, and then my control problem, if I'm reasoning about how to move through a world I'm uncertain about, my control problem is actually the problem of controlling the beliefs. So I think about taking actions, not just what effect they'll have on the world outside, but what effect they'll have on my understanding of the world outside. And so that might compel me to ask a question or look somewhere to gather information, which may not really change the world state, but it changes my own belief about the world.
That's a powerful way to empower the agent to reason about the world, to explore the world. What kind of problems does it allow you to solve to belief space, which is just
well, any problem that requires deliberate information gathering. So if in some problems, like chess, there's no uncertainty, or maybe there's uncertainty about the opponents. There's no uncertainty about the state. And some problems there's uncertainty, but you gather information as you go. Right? You might say, "Oh, I'm driving this car down the road, and it doesn't know perfectly where it is, but the LiDARs are all going all the time, so I don't have to think about whether to gather information." But if you're a human driving down the road, you sometimes look over your shoulder to see what's going on behind you in the lane, and you have to decide whether you should do that now. And you have to trade off the fact that you're not seeing in front of you and you're looking behind you, and how valuable is that information, and so on. And so to make choices about information gathering, you have to use that space. Also to just take into account your own uncertainty before trying to do things. So you might say, if I understand where I'm standing relative to the door down pretty accurately, then it's okay for me to go through the door. But if I'm really not sure where the door is, then it might be better to not do that right now.
the degree of your uncertainty about the world is actually part of the thing you're trying to optimize it for. And so this idea of a long horizon of planning for a PhD or just even how to get out of the house or how to make breakfast. You show this presentation of the WTF, where's the fork, a robot that can sink. And can you describe how we plan in this world with this idea of hierarchical planning? We've mentioned, yeah, how can a robot hope to plan about something this, such a long horizon where the goal is quite far away?
People since probably reason it began have thought about hierarchical, the temporal hierarchy. Look, there's spatial hierarchy, but let's talk about temporal hierarchy. So you might say, oh, I have this long execution I have to do, but I can do some segments abstractly, right? So maybe I have to get out of the house, I have to get in the car, I have to. So. And so you can plan if you can build abstractions. So this we started out by talking about abstractions, and we're back to that now. If you can build abstractions in your state space, and abstractions, sort of temporal abstractions, then you can make plans at a high level. And you can say, I'm going to go to town, and then I'll have to get gas, and then I can go here, and I can do this other thing, and you can use it about the dependencies and constraints among these actions. Again, without thinking about the complete details. What we do in our hierarchical planning work is then say, all right, I make a plan at a high level of abstraction. I have to have some reason to think that it's feasible without working it out in complete detail. And that's actually the interesting step. I always like to talk about walking through an airport. Like, you can plan to go to New York and arrive at the airport and then find yourself in an office building later. You can't even tell me in advance what your plan is for walking through the airport. Partly because you're too lazy to think about it, maybe, but partly also because you just don't have the information. You don't know what gate you're landing in or what people are going to be in front of you or anything. So there's no point in planning in detail. But you have to make a leap of faith that you can figure it out once you get there. And it's really interesting to me how you arrive at that. How do you, so you have learned over your lifetime to be able to make some kinds of predictions about how hard it is to achieve some kinds of sub-goals. And that's critical. Like, you would never plan to fly somewhere if you didn't have a model of how hard it was to do some of the different steps. So one of the things we're thinking about now is how do you do this kind of very aggressive generalization to situations that you haven't been in and so on, to predict how long will it take to walk through the Kuala Lumpur airport. Like, you give me an estimate, it wouldn't be crazy. And you have to have an estimate of that in order to make plans that involve walking through the Kuala Lumpur airport, even if you don't get too limited detail. So I'm really interested in these kinds of abstract models and how we make part of them, but once we have them, we can use them to do hierarchical.
Yeah, there's this notion of goal regression and pre-image backchaining. This idea of starting at the goal and just forming these big clouds of states. Like, it's almost like saying to the airport, you know once you show up to the airport that's you're like a few steps away from the goal. So like, thinking of it this way, it's kind of interesting. I don't know if you have sort of further comments on it, of starting at the goal like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that Simon back in the early days of AI talked a lot about means as reasoning and using that. There's a kind of an intuition that people have that the number of state space is big, the number of actions you can take is really big. So if you say, here I sit and I want to search forward from where I am, what are all the things I can do? That's just overwhelming. If you can reason at this other level and say, here's what I'm hoping to achieve, what can I do to make that true? Then somehow the branching is small. Now, what's interesting is that, like in the AI planning community, that hasn't worked out. In the class of problems that they look at and the methods that they tend to use, it hasn't turned out that it's better to go backward. It's still kind of my intuition that it is, but I can't prove that to you right now.
Right, that's your intuition, at least for us, mere humans.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, when you maybe now take it take a little step into that philosophy circle, how hard would it, when you think about human life, you give those as examples often, how hard do you think it is to formulate human life as a planning problem or aspects of human life? So when you look at robots, you're often trying to think about object manipulation, tasks, about moving that. And when you take a slight step outside the room, let the robot leave and go get lunch, or maybe try to pursue more fuzzy goals. How hard do you think is that problem? If you were to try to maybe put another way, try to formulate human life as a planning problem.
Well, that would be a mistake. I mean, it's not all a planning problem, right? I think it's really, really important that we understand that you have to put together pieces and parts that have different styles of reasoning and representation on learning. I think it seems probably clear to anybody that it can't all be this or all be that. Brains aren't all like this or all like that, right? They have different pieces and parts and substructure and so on. So I don't think that there's any good reason to think that there's going to be like one true algorithmic thing that's going to do the whole job.
Just a bunch of pieces together designed to solve a bunch of specific problems. One specific.
Or maybe styles of problems. I mean, there's probably some reasoning that needs to go on in image space. I think, again, there's this model-based versus model-free idea. So in reinforcement learning, people talk about, oh, I could learn a policy, just straight up a way of behavior. I could learn, it's popular, a value function, that's some kind of word intermediate ground. Or I could learn a transition model, which tells me something about the dynamics of the world. If I take imagine that I learn a transition model and I couple it with a planner and I draw a box around that. I have a policy again. It's just stored a different way.
Right.
But it's just as much of a policy as the other policy. It's just I think the way I see it is it's a time-space trade-off in computation. The more overt policy representation, maybe it takes more space, but maybe I can compute quickly what action I should take. On the other hand, maybe a very compact model of the world dynamics plus a planner lets me compute what actions I take too, just more so. I don't think there's no argument to be had. It's just like a question of what form of computation is best for us.
For the various subproblems.
Right. So like learning to do algebra manipulations for some reason that's probably gonna want naturally a sort of a different representation than writing a unicycle. But the time constraints on the unicycle are serious. The space is maybe smaller. I don't know. But so
I think maybe the more human sides of falling in love, having a relationship, that might be another another style of how to model that. Yeah, let's first solve the algebra and object manipulation.
Yeah.
So what do you think is harder, perception or planning? Perception.
That's right.
Understanding. That's so what do you think is so hard about perception, about understanding the world?
Well, I think the big question is representation. Hugely big question is representation. So perception has made great strides. So images and we can play certain kinds of games and predict how to steer the car and all that sort of stuff. I don't think we have a very good idea of what perception should deliver, right? So if you believe in modeling, okay, there's a very strong view which says we shouldn't build in any modularity. We should make a gigantic neural network, train it end to end to do the thing, and that's the best way forward. And it's hard to argue with that, except on a sample complexity basis. So you might say, oh, well, if I want to do end-to-end reinforcement learning on this giant neural network, it's going to take a lot of data and a lot of broken robot system. So then the only answer is to say, okay, we have to build something in, build in some structure or some bias. We know from theory of machine learning, the only way to cut down the sample complexity is to kind of somehow cut down the hypothesis space. You can do that by building in bias. There's all kinds of reasons to think that nature built bias into humans. Um, Convolution is a bias, right? It's a very strong bias and it's a very critical bias. So my idea is that we should look for more things that are like convolution, but that address other aspects of reasoning, right? So convolution helps us a lot with a certain kind of spatial reasoning that's quite close to the imaging. I think there's other ideas like that, maybe some amount of word search, maybe some notions of abstraction, maybe the notion that objects exist. Actually, I think that's pretty important, and a lot of people won't give you that to start with, right?
So almost like a convolution in the object, semantic object space, or some kind of idea.
Yeah. That's right. And people always talk like the graph convolutions are an idea that are related to relational representations and stuff. So I think there are. I've come far afield from perception, but I think the thing that's going to make perception the kind of the next step is actually understanding better what it should produce, right? So what are we going to do with the output of it, right? It's fine when what we're doing with the output is clear. It's less clear when we're just trying to make like one integrated, intelligent agent. What should the output of perception be? We have no idea. And how should that link up to the other stuff? We don't know. So I think the pressing question is, what kinds of structure can we build in that are like the moral equivalent of convolution that will make a really awesome superstructure that then learning can kind of progress on efficiently?
I agree with a very compelling description of actually where we stand with the perception model. You're teaching a course on embodied intelligence. What do you think it takes to build a robot with human level intelligence?
I don't know. If we knew we would do it.
If you were to, okay, so do you think a robot needs to have self-awareness, consciousness, fear of mortality, or is it simple, or is consciousness a simple thing? If you think about these notions.
I don't think much about consciousness. Even most philosophers who care about it will give you that you could have robots that are zombies, right? That behave like humans but are not conscious. And I, at this moment, would be happy with that. So I'm not really worried.
From the technical side, you're not thinking of the use of self-awareness.
Well, but then what is self-awareness? I mean, that you need to have some part of the system that can observe other parts of the system and tell whether they're working well or not. That seems critical. So does that count as self-awareness or not? Well, it depends on whether you think that there's somebody at home who can articulate whether they're self-aware. But clearly, if I have some piece of code that's counting how many times this procedure gets executed, that's a kind of self-awareness, right? So there's a big spectrum. It's clear you have to have some of it.
We're quite far away in many dimensions, but is the direction of research that's most compelling to you for trying to achieve
Well, to me, I guess the thing that seems most compelling to me at the moment is this question of what to build in and what to learn. I think we're missing a bunch of ideas, and we people don't you dare ask me how many years it's going to be until that happens, because I won't even participate in the conversation, because I think we're missing ideas, and I don't know how long it's going to take to learn them.
So I won't ask you how many years, but maybe I'll ask you when you would be sufficiently impressed that we achieved it. So what's a good test of intelligence? Do you like the Turing test, the natural language? In the robotic space, is there something where you would sit back and think, oh, that's pretty impressive as a test, as a benchmark? Do you think about these kinds of problems?
Yeah, I resist. I mean, I think all the time that we spend arguing about those kinds of things can be better so the robots work better. So
You don't value competition. So I mean, there's the nature of benchmarks and data sets or Turing test challenges where everybody kind of gets together and tries to build a better robot because they want to outcompete each other. Like the DARPA challenge with the autonomous vehicles. Do you see the value of that? Or can you get in the way?
I think it can get in the way. I mean, many people find it motivating, so that's good. I find it anti-motivating personally.
Yeah.
But I think you get an interesting cycle where for a contest, a bunch of smart people get super motivated and they hack their brains out. And much of what gets done is just hacks, but sometimes really cool ideas emerge. And then that gives us something to chew on after that. So it's not a thing for me, but I don't regret that other people do it.
Yeah, it's like I said, with everything else, the mix is good. So jumping topics a little bit, he started the Journal of Machine Learning Research and served as its editor-in-chief. How did the publication come about? And what do you think about the current publishing model, space, and machine learning, artificial intelligence?
Yeah, okay. Good. So it came about because there was a journal called Machine Learning, which still exists, which was owned by Cooper. And I was on the editorial board, and we used to have these meetings annually where we would complain to Cooper that it was too expensive for the libraries and that people couldn't publish, and we would really like to have some kind of review form as friends, and they would always sympathize but not do anything. So I just decided to make a new journal. And there was the Journal of AI Research, which was on the same model, which had been in existence for maybe 5 years or so, and it was going on pretty well. So we just made a new journal. It wasn't, I mean, I don't know if to say it was work, but it wasn't that hard. So basically, the editorial board, probably 75% of the editorial board of machine learning resigned, and we found that it was new.
But it was more open.
Yeah, right. So it's completely open. It's open access. Actually, I had a postdoc, George Vanderis, who wanted to call these journals free for all. Because it has no page charges and has no access restrictions. And the reason, and so lots of people, there were people who were mad about the existence of this journal, who thought it was a fraud or something. It would be impossible, they said, to run a journal like this, but basically. For a long time, I didn't even have a bank account. I paid for the lawyer to incorporate the IP address, and it just didn't cost a couple $100 a year to run. It's a little bit more now, but not that much more. But that's because I think computer scientists are competent and autonomous in a way that many scientists in other fields aren't. Doing these kinds of things. We already typeset our papers. We all have students and people who can hack a website together in an afternoon. So the infrastructure for us was not a problem, but for other people in other fields, it's a harder thing to do.
Yeah, this kind of open access journal is nevertheless one of the most prestigious journals. So it's not like a prestige, and it can be achieved without any
paper is not required for prestige.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So on the review process side, I've actually a long time ago, I don't remember when, I reviewed a paper where you were also a reviewer. I remember reading your review, being influenced by it. It was really well written. It influenced how I write feature reviews. You disagreed with me, actually. And you made it my review much better. So, but nevertheless, the review process, has its flaws.
Mhm.
And what do you think works well? How can it be improved?
So actually, when I started JMR, I wanted to do something completely different. And I did because it felt like we needed a traditional journal of record. And so we just made JMR be almost like a normal journal, except for the open access parts of it, basically. Increasingly, of course, publication is not even a sensible word. You can publish something by putting it in an archive, so I can publish everything tomorrow. So making stuff public there's no barrier. We still need curation and evaluation. I don't have time to read all of archive. And you could argue that kind of social thumbs upping of articles suffices. Right? You might say, oh, heck with this, we don't need to do it all. Put everything in archive and people will upload and download the articles, and then your CV will say, oh man, he got a lot of outputs, so that's good. But I think there's still value in careful reading and commentary of things, and it's hard to tell when people are uploading and downloading or arguing about your paper on Twitter and Reddit whether they know what they're talking about. Right? So then I have the second order problem with trying to decide whose opinions I should value and such. So I don't know. If I had infinite time, which I don't, and I'm not going to do this because I really want to make robots work. But if I felt inclined to do something more in the publication direction, I would do this other thing, which I thought about doing the first time, which is to get together some set of people whose opinions I value and who are pretty articulate. And I guess we would be public, although it could be private, I'm not sure. And we would review papers. We wouldn't publish them and you wouldn't submit them. We would just find papers and we would write reviews. And we would make those reviews public. And maybe if so we're Leslie's friends and review papers, and maybe eventually if our opinion is sufficiently valued, like the opinion of Jane Lawyer's valued, then you'd say in your CV that Leslie's friends gave my paper a 5-star rating, and that would be just as good as saying I got it, accepted into this journal. So I think we should have good public commentary and organize it in some way, but I don't really know how to do it. It's interesting times.
The way you describe this is really interesting. When we would do it for movies, IMDb.com, there's experts, critics come in, they write reviews, but there's also regular non-critics who also write reviews, and they're separated.
I like open review. I clear process, I think, is interesting.
It's a step in the right direction, but it's still not as compelling as reviewing movies or video games. I mean, sometimes almost it might be silly as it's from my perspective to say, but it boils down to the user interface, how fun and easy it is to actually perform the reviews, how efficient, how much you as a reviewer get street cred for being a good reviewer. Those human elements come into play.
No, it's a big investment to do a good review of a paper. And the flood of papers is out of control. Right? So, there aren't 3,000, I don't know how many reviews are there in a year. I don't know, but that's probably going to be less than how many machine learning papers there are in a year. And I'm worried, right, so I'm like an old person, so of course I'm going to say, things are moving too fast, I'm going to stick in the mud. So I can say that. My particular flavor of that is, I think the horizon for researchers has gotten very short. That students want to publish a lot of papers, and there's value. It's exciting, and there's value in that, and you get patted on the head for it, and so on. And some of that is fine, but I'm worried that we're driving out people who would spend 2 years thinking about something. Back in my day, when we worked on our theses, we did not publish papers. You did your thesis for years. You picked a hard problem and then you worked and chewed on it and did stuff and wasted time and took a long time. And when it was done, you would write papers. And so I don't know how to, and I don't think that everybody has to work in that mode, but I think there's some problems that are hard enough that it's important to have a longer research horizon, and I'm worried that we don't incentivize that at all at this point.
In this current structure.
Right.
What do you see as, what are your hopes and fears about the future of AI? Continuing this theme. So AI has gone through a few winters, ups and downs. Do you see another winter of AI coming? Are you more hopeful about making robots work, as you said?
I think the cycles are inevitable, but I think each time we get higher, right? I mean, it's like climbing some kind of landscape with a noisy optimizer. So it's clear that the deep learning stuff has made deep and important improvements. And so the high water mark is now higher. There's no question. But of course, I think people are overselling, and eventually investors like us and other people will look around and say, well, you're not quite delivering on this grand claim and that wild hypothesis. So probably it's going to crash some amounts, and then it's okay. I mean, but I can't imagine that there's like some awesome monotonic improvement from here to global AI.
So I have to ask this question. I probably anticipate the answers, but do you have a worry, short term or long term, about the existential threats of AI, and maybe short term, less existential, but more robots taking away jobs?
Well, actually, let me talk a little bit about utility. Actually, I had an interesting conversation with some military ethicists who wanted to talk to me about autonomous weapons. And they were interesting, smart, well-educated guys who didn't know too much about AI or machine learning. The first question they asked me was, has your robot ever done something you didn't expect? And I burst out laughing, because anybody who's ever been sitting on a robot, right, knows that they don't do much. And what I realized was that their model of how we program a robot was completely wrong. Their model of how we program a robot was like Lego Mindstorms, like, go forward meter, turn left, take a picture, do this, do that. And so if you have that model of programming, then it's true, it's kind of weird that your robot would do something that you didn't anticipate. But the fact is, and actually, so now this is my new educational mission. If I have to talk to non-experts, I try to teach them the idea that we operate at least one or maybe many levels of abstraction about that. We say, oh, here's a hypothesis class. Maybe it's a space of plans, or maybe it's a space of classifiers, or whatever, but there's a set of answers and an objective function, and we work on some optimization method that tries to optimize the solution in that class, and we don't know what the solution is. So I think it's important to communicate that. So I would, of course, probably people who listen to this, they know that lesson, but I think it's really critical to communicate that lesson. And then lots of people are now talking about, the value alignment problem. So you want to be sure, as robots or software systems get more competent, that their objectives are aligned with your objectives, or that our objectives are compatible in some way, or we have a good way of mediating where they have different objectives. And so I think it is important to start thinking in terms, like, you don't have to be freaked out by the robot apocalypse to accept that it's important to think about objective functions and value alignment. And that you have to really, everyone who's done optimization knows that you have to be careful what you wish for. That sometimes you get the optimal solution and you realize, man, that objective was wrong. So pragmatically, in the shortest term, it seems to me that those are really interesting and critical questions. And the idea that we're going to go from being people who engineer algorithms to being people who engineer objective functions, I think that's definitely going to happen, and that's going to change our thinking and methodologies.
You started at Stanford philosophy, especially science, and I will go back to philosophy.
Maybe. Well,
they're
mixed together because, as we also know, as machine learning people, right? When you design, in fact, this is the lecture I gave in class today. When you design an objective function, you have to wear both hats. There's the hat that says, what do I want? And there's the hat that says, but I know what my optimizer can do to some degree, and I have to take that into account. So it's always a trade-off, and we have to kind of be mindful of that. The part about taking people's jobs, I understand that that's important. I don't understand sociology or economics of people very well, so I don't know how to think about that.
So so there might be a sociological aspect there, the economic aspect that's very difficult to think about.
I mean, I think other people should be thinking about it, but that's not my strength.
So what do you think is the most exciting area of research in the short term for the community and for yourself?
Well, so, there's this story I've been telling about how to engineer intelligent robots. So that's what we want to do. We all kind of want to, well, some set of us want to do this. And the question is, what's the most effective strategy? And we've tried it, and there's a bunch of different things you could do at the extremes, right? One super extreme is we do introspection and we write a program. Okay, that has not worked out very well. Another extreme is we take a giant bunch of neural code and we try to train it up to something. I don't think that's going to work either. So the question is, what's the middle ground? And again, this isn't a theological question or anything like that. It's just like, what's the best way to make this work out? And I think it's clear. It's a combination of learning. To me, it's clear. It's a combination of learning and not learning. And what should that combination be? And what's the stuff we're building? So to me, that's the most important.
And when you say engineer robots, you mean engineering systems that work in the real world. Is that's the emphasis? Last question. Which robots or robot is your favorite from science fiction? So you can go with Star Wars or R2-D2, or you can go with more modern, maybe HAL.
So I don't think I have a favorite robot.
This is back to you like to make robots work in the real world here, not
I mean, I love this. More about the process.
the process.
Yeah. I mean, I research because it's fun, not because I care about what we do.
Well, that's a beautiful note actually, and Leslie, thank you so much for talking today.
Sure, it's been fun.
The following is a conversation with Eric Weinstein. He's a mathematician, economist, physicist, and a managing director of Teal Capital. He coined the term that you could say is the founder of the intellectual dark web, which is a loosely assembled group of public intellectuals that include Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, Steven Pinker, Joe Rogan, Michael Shermer, and a few others. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence podcast at MIT and beyond. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Eric Weinstein. Are you nervous about this? For sure. Just because. You mentioned Kung Fu Panda as one of your favorite movies. It has the usual profound master-student dynamic going on. So, who has been a teacher that significantly influenced the direction of your thinking and life's work? So, if you're the Kung Fu Panda, who was your Shifu?
Oh, well, it's interesting because I didn't see Shifu to be the teacher.
Who was the teacher?
Uber, Master Uber, the turtle.
Oh, the turtle, right.
They only meet twice in the entire film. And the first conversation sort of doesn't count. So the magic of the film, in fact, its point, is that the teaching that really matters is transferred during a single conversation. And it's very brief. And so who played that role in my life? I would say either my grandfather, Harry Rubin, and his wife, Sophie Rubin, my grandmother, or Tom Lehrer.
Which way?
If you give a child Tom Lehrer records, what you do is you destroy their ability to be taken over by later malware. And it's so irreverent, so witty, so clever, so obscene, that it destroys the ability to lead a normal life for many people. So if I meet somebody who's usually really shifty from any kind of neurotypical presentation, I'll often ask them, are you a Tom Lehrer fan? And the odds that they will respond are quite high.
Tom Lehrer's Poisoning Pigeons.
Tom Lehrer, that's very interesting. There's a small number of Tom Lehrer songs that broke into the general population. Poisoning Pigeons in the Park, the Elephant Song, perhaps the Vatican Rag. So when you meet somebody who knows those songs but doesn't know,
Oh, you're judging me right now, aren't you?
partially, no, but you're Russian, so obviously you know Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky, that song. Yeah, so that was a song about plagiarism that was in fact plagiarized, which most people don't know, from Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye did a song called Stanislavski of the Musky Arts. And so Tom Lehrer did this brilliant job of plagiarizing a song about and making it about plagiarism, and then making it about this mathematician who worked in non-Euclidean geometry. That was like giving heroin to a child. It was extremely addictive, and eventually led me to a lot of different places, one of which may have been a PhD in mathematics.
And he was also, he's a lecturer in mathematics, I believe, at Harvard, something like that.
I just had dinner with him, in fact. When my son turned 13, we didn't tell him, but his bar mitzvah present was dinner with his hero, Tom Lehrer. And Tom Lehrer was 88 years old, sharp as a tack, irreverent and funny as hell, and just, there are very few people in this world that you have to meet while they're still here, and that was definitely one for him.
So that wit is a reflection of intelligence in some kind of deep way. Like where that would be a good test of intelligence, whether you're a Tom Lehrer fan. So what do you think that is about wit? About that kind of humor, ability to see the absurdity in existence? But do you think that's connected to intelligence, or are we just two Jews on a mic that appreciate that kind of humor?
No, I think that it's absolutely connected to intelligence. So you can see it. There's a place where Tom Lehrer decides that he's going to lampoon Gilbert of Gilbert and Sullivan. He's going to outdo Gilbert with clever, meaningless wordplay. I forget the answer. He's doing Clementine as if Gilbert and Sullivan did. He says, "But I missed her depressed your sister, may miss her, this Mr. DePester she tried. Pestering sisters, a festering cluster, you best to resist her, say I. The sister persisted, the sister resisted, I kissed her all loyalty, slipped with the secret. She said I could have her, her sister's cadaver must surely have turned into script." That's so dense. It's so insane. And that's clearly intelligence, because it's hard to construct something. If I look at my favorite Tom Lehrer lyric, there's a perfectly absurd one, which is, "Once all the Germans were warlike and mean, but that couldn't happen again. We taught them a lesson in 1918, and they've hardly bothered us since then." Right? That is a different kind of intelligence. You're taking something that is so horrific, and you're sort of making it palatable and funny, demonstrating also just your humanity. I mean, I think the thing that came through as Tom Lehrer wrote all of these terrible, horrible lines was just what a sensitive, beautiful soul he was. He was channeling pain through humor and through grace.
I've seen throughout Europe, throughout Russia, the same kind of humor emerge from the generation of World War II. It seemed like that humor is required to somehow deal with the pain and the suffering of that war created.
You do need the environment to create the broad Slavic soul. I don't think that many Americans really appreciate Russian humor, how you had to joke during the time of, let's say, Article 58 under Stalin. You had to be very, very careful. The concept of a Russian satirical magazine like Rabbi doesn't make sense. So you have this cross-cultural problem that there are certain areas of human experience that would be better to know nothing about. And quite unfortunately, Eastern Europe knows a great deal about it, which makes the songs of Vladimir Vysotsky so potent. The prose of Pushkin, whatever it is, you have to appreciate the depth of the Eastern European experience. And I would think that perhaps Americans knew something like this around the time of the Civil War, or maybe under slavery and Jim Crow, or even the harsh tyranny of the coal and steel employers during the labor wars. But in general, I would say it's hard for us to understand and imagine the collective culture unless we have the system of selective pressures that, for example, Russians
there's one good thing that comes out of war, it's literature, art, and humor, music.
Oh, I don't think so. I think almost everything is good about war except for death and destruction.
And without the death, it would bring the romance of it. The whole thing is nice.
Well, this is why we're always caught up in war. This very ambiguous relationship to it is that it makes life real, depressing, and meaningful, and at an unacceptable price. And the price has never been higher.
So just jump into AI a little bit. You in one of the conversations you had, or one of the videos, you described that one of the things AI systems can't do, and logic systems can, is self-replicate in the physical world. In the physical world.
Well, yes, physical robots can't self-replicate, but this is a very tricky point, which is that the only thing that we've been able to create that's really complex that has the analog of our reproductive system is software.
But nevertheless, software replicates itself. If we're speaking strictly for replication in this kind of digital space. I mean, just to begin, let me ask a question. Do you see a protective barrier or a gap between the physical world and the digital world?
Let's not call it digital. Let's call it the logical world versus the physical world.
Why logical?
Well, because even though we had, let's say, Einstein's brain preserved, it was meaningless to us as a physical object because we couldn't do anything with what was stored in it at a logical level. And so the idea that something may be stored logically and that it may be stored physically are not necessarily, we don't always benefit from synonymizing. I'm not suggesting that there isn't a material basis to the logical world, but that it does warrant identification with a separate layer that need not invoke logic gates, zeros and ones.
And so connecting those two worlds, so the logical world and the physical world, or maybe just connecting to the logical world inside our brain, Einstein's brain. You mentioned the idea of out-intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes, this is the only essay that John Brockman ever invited me to write if he refused to publish in Edge.
Why?
Well, maybe it wasn't well written, but I don't know.
The idea is quite compelling. It's quite unique and new, and at least from my view, standpoint. Maybe you can explain it.
Sure. What I was thinking about is why it is that we're waiting to be terrified by artificial general intelligence, when in fact artificial life is terrifying in and of itself, and it's already here. So in order to have a system of selective pressures, you need three distinct elements. You need variation within the population, you need heritability, and you need differential success. So what's really unique, and I've made this point I think elsewhere, about software is that if you think about what humans know how to build, it's impressive. So I always take a car and I say, does it have an analog in each of the physiological systems? Does it have a skeletal structure? Does its frame? Does it have a neurological structure? Has an onboard computer? Has a digestive system? The one thing it doesn't have is a reproductive system. But if you can call spawn on a process, effectively you do have a reproductive system. And that means that you can create something with variation, heritability, and differential success. Now, the next step in the chain of thinking was, where do we see inanimate, non-intelligent life outwitting intelligent? And I have two favorite systems, and I try to stay on them so that we don't get distracted. One of which is the Ophrys orchid subspecies, subclade, I don't know what you call it.
Type of flower.
Yeah, it's a type of flower that mimics the female of a pollinator species in order to dupe the males into engaging in what's called pseudocopulation, fake female, which is usually represented by the lowest petal. And there's also a pheromone component to fool the males into thinking they have a mating opportunity. But the flower doesn't have to give up energy in the form of nectar as a lure
other system is a particular species of mussel, Lamprocillus, in the clear streams of Missouri. And it fools bass into biting a fleshy lip that contains its young. And when the bass see this fleshy lip, which looks exactly like a species of fish that the bass like to eat, the young explode and clamp onto the gills and parasitize the bass, and also use the bass to redistribute them as they eventually release. Both of these systems, you have a highly intelligent dupe being fooled by a lower life form. And what is sculpting these convincing orders? It's the intelligence of previously duped targets for these strategies. So when the target is smart enough to avoid the strategy, those weaker mimics fall off. They have terminal lines, and only the better ones survive. So it's an arms race between the target species being parasitized, getting smarter, and this other less intelligent or non-intelligent object getting as if smart. And so what you see is that artificial general intelligence is not needed to parasitize us. It's simply sufficient for us to outwit ourselves. So you could have a program, let's say, these Nigerian scams, that writes letters and uses whoever sends it Bitcoin to figure out which aspects of the program should be kept, which should be buried and thrown away. You don't need it to be in any way intelligent in order to have a really nightmarish scenario of being parasitized by something that has no idea what to do.
So you phrase the few concepts really eloquently. So let me try to, there's a few directions this goes. So one, first of all, the way we write software today, it's not common that we allow it to self-modify.
But we do have that.
We have the ability. It's just not common. It's just common. So your thought is that is a serious worry if there becomes
self-modifying code is available now.
So there's different types of self-modification, right? There's personalization. Your email app, your Gmail is self-modifying to you after you log in or whatever. You can think of it that way, but ultimately all the information is centralized. But you're thinking of ideas where you're completely this is a unique entity operating under selective pressures and changes.
But if you think about the fact that our immune systems don't know what's coming at them next, but they have a small set of spanning components. If it's a sufficiently expressive system, and that any shape or binding region can be approximated with the Lego that is present, then you can have confidence that you don't need to know what's coming at you, because the combinatorics are sufficient to reach any configuration needed.
So that's a beautiful, terrifying thing to worry about because it's so within our reach.
Whenever I suggest these things, I do always have a concern as to whether or not I will bring them into being by talking about them.
So there's this thing from OpenAI that's next week to talk to the founder of OpenAI. This idea that their text generation, the new stuff they have for generating text, is they didn't want to release it because they were worried about the
Related to do that, but they're going to end up with it.
Yes, so that's the thing. Is I think talking about it, well, at least from my end, I'm more a proponent of technology preventing so further innovation preventing the detrimental effects of innovation.
Well, we're sort of tumbling down a hill at accelerating speed. So whether or not we're proponents or it may not matter. But I do feel that there are people who've held things back and died poorer than they might have otherwise been. We don't even know their names. I don't think that we should discount the idea that having the smartest people showing off how smart they are by what they've developed may be a terminal process. I'm very mindful, in particular, of a beautiful letter that Edward Teller, of all people, wrote to Leo Szilard, where Szilard was trying to figure out how to control the use of atomic weaponry at the end of World War II. And Teller, rather strangely, because many of us view him as a monster, showed some very advanced moral thinking, talking about the slim chance we have for survival, and that the only hope is to make war unthinkable. I do think that not enough of us feel in our gut what it is we are playing when we're working on technical problems. I would recommend to anyone who hasn't seen it a movie called The Bridge on the River Quad, about, I believe, captured British POWs who, just in a desire to do a bridge well, end up over collaborating with the Japanese captain.
Well, now you're making me question the unrestricted open discussion of ideas in AI.
I'm not
But
saying I
I'm
know
not-
the answer. I'm just saying that I could make a decent case for either our need to talk about this and become technologically focused on containing it, or need to stop talking about this and try to hope that the relatively small number of highly adept individuals who are looking at these problems is small enough that we should, in fact, be talking about it.
Well, the way innovation happens, what new ideas develop in calculus, whether if he was silent, the idea would emerge elsewhere. In the case of Newton, of course, but in the case of AI, how small is the set of individuals out of which such ideas would arise?
Well, the ideas of the researchers we know and those that we don't know. They live in countries that don't wish us to know what level they're currently at. They're very disciplined in keeping these things to themselves. Now, of course, I will point out that there's a religious school in Kerala that developed something very close to the calculus, certainly in terms of infinite series and I guess religious prayer and rhyme and prose. So, it's not that Newton had any ability to hold that back, and I don't really believe that we have the ability to hold it back. I do think that we could change the proportion of the time we spend worrying about the effects. What if we are successful rather than simply trying to succeed?
Beautifully put. So, on the idea of intelligence, what form, treading cautiously as we agreed as we tumbled on the hill, what form? What form do you see it taking? So, one example, Facebook, Google, you do want to, I don't know a better word, you want to influence users to behave a certain way. And so that's one kind of example of our intelligence, is systems perhaps modifying the behavior of these intelligent human beings in order to sell more product. But do you see other examples of this actually emerging in?
Just take any parasitic system. Make sure that there's some way in which there's differential success, heritability, and variation. And those are the magic ingredients. If you really wanted to build a nightmare machine, make sure that the system that expresses the variability has a spanning set so that it can learn to arbitrary levels by making it sufficiently expressive. That's your nightmare.
So it's your nightmare, but it could also be, it's a really powerful mechanism by which to create, powerful systems. So are you more worried about the negative direction that might go versus the positive? So you said parasitic, but that doesn't necessarily need to be what the system converges towards. It could be,
Parasitism, the dividing line between parasitism and symbiosis is not so clear.
That's what they tell me about marriage. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, I did. You go into that too, but I think we have to appreciate it. Are you infected by your own mitochondria? Right. Right. Yeah. So in marriage, you fear the loss of independence, but even though the American therapeutic community may be very concerned about codependence. What's to say that codependence isn't what's necessary to have a stable relationship in which to raise children who are maximally face selected and require incredible amounts of care because you have to wait 13 years before there's any reproductive payout. Most of us don't want a 13-year-old taking kids. That's a very tricky situation to analyze. I would say that predators and parasites drive much of our evolution, and I don't know whether to be angry at them or thank them.
Well, ultimately, that's the meaning of life, what happiness is, but there is some metrics,
I need to tell you.
and they didn't. That's why all the poetry and books are about. There's some metrics under which you can kind of measure how good it is that these AI systems are roaming about. So you're more nervous about software than you are optimistic about ideas of self-replicating.
I don't think we've really felt where we are. Occasionally we get a wake up. 9/11 was so anomalous compared to everything else we've experienced on American soil that it came to us as a complete shock that was even a possibility. What it really was a highly creative and determined R&D team deep in the bowels of Afghanistan, showing us that we had certain exploits that we were open to that nobody had chosen to express. I can think of several of these things that I don't talk about publicly that just seem to have to do with how relatively unimaginative those who wish to cause havoc and destruction have been up until now. The great mystery of our time, of this particular little era, is how remarkably stable we've been since 1945 when we demonstrated the ability to use nuclear weapons in anger. And we don't know why things like that haven't happened since then. We've had several close calls, we've had mistakes, we've had brinksmanship. And what's now happened is that we've settled into a sense that, it'll always be nothing. It's been so long since something was at that level of danger that we've got a wrong idea in our head. That's why when I went on the Ben Shapiro show, I talked about the need to resume above-ground testing of nuclear devices, because we have people whose developmental experience suggests that when, let's say, Donald Trump and North Korea engage on Twitter, it's nothing, it's just posturing. Everybody's just in it for money. There's a sense that people are in a video game mode, which has been the right call since 1945. We've been mostly in video games. It's amazing.
So you're worried about a generation which has not seen any existential.
We've lived it. See, you're younger. I don't know if and again, you came from Moscow. There was a TV show called The Day After. It had a huge effect on a generation growing up in the U.S. And it talked about what life would be like after a nuclear exchange. We have not gone through an embodied experience collectively where we've thought about this, and I think it's one of the most irresponsible things that the elders among us have done, which is to provide this beautiful garden in which thorns are cut off of the rose bushes, and all of the edges are rounded and sanded. And so people have developed this totally unreal idea, which is everything's going to be just fine. And do I think that my leading concern is AGI? My leading concern is thermonuclear exchange or gene drive or any one of these things? I don't know. But I know that our time here in this very long experiment is finite, because the toys that we built are so impressive. And the wisdom to accompany them has not materialized. And I think we actually got a wisdom uptick since 1945. We had a lot of dangerous, skilled players on the world stage. Nevertheless, no matter how bad they were, managed to not embroil us in something that we couldn't come back from. And the distance from the Cold War very mindful of, it was a Russian tradition actually, of on your wedding day going to visit a memorial to those who gave their lives. Can you imagine this? Where you, the happiest day of your life, you go and you pay homage to the people who fought and died in the Battle of Stalingrad. I'm not a huge fan of communism, I have said, but there were a couple of things that the Russians did that were really positive in the Soviet era. And I think trying to let people know how serious life actually is. The Russian model of seriousness is better than the American.
And maybe, like you mentioned, there was a small echo of that after 9/11. But
We wouldn't let it fall. We talk about 9/11, but it's 9/12. Really, people. They're all just there. Nobody wanted to speak. We witnessed something super serious, and we didn't want to run to our computers and blast out our deep thoughts and our feelings. And it was profound because we woke up briefly there. But I talk about the gated institutional narrative that sort of programs our lives. That I've seen it break 3 times in my life. One of which was the election of Donald Trump. Well, another time was the fall of Lehman Brothers, when everybody who knew that Bear Stearns wasn't that important knew that Lehman Brothers meant AIG was next. And the other one was 9/11. And so if I'm 53 years old, and I only remember 3 times that the global narrative was really interrupted, that tells you how much we've been on top of developing events. We had the Borough Federal Building explosion that didn't cause the narrative to it. It wasn't profound enough. Around 9/12, we started to wake up out of our slumber. And the powers that be did not want coming together. The admonition was go shopping.
the powers that be, what is that force? It's supposed to bring
You don't know.
whatever that
Whatever that force is, there's a component of it that's emergent, there's a component of it that's deliberate. So give yourself a portfolio of 2 components. Some amount of it is emergent. Some amount of it is also an understanding that people come together, they become an incredible force. And what you're seeing right now, I think, is there are forces that are trying to come together, and there are forces that are trying to push things apart. And one of them is the globalist narrative versus the national narrative. So the globalist perspective, the nations are bad things. In the sense that they're temporary, they're nationalistic, they're jingoistic. It's all negative to people in the national or in the nationality. They're saying, this is where I pay my taxes. This is where I do my army service. This is where I have a vote. This is where I have a passport. Who the hell are you to tell me? Because you've moved into some place that you can make money globally, that you've chosen to abandon other people to whom you have a special and elevated view. I think that these competing narratives have been pushing towards the global perspective from the elite. And a larger and larger number of disenfranchised people are saying, hey, I actually live in a place, and I have laws, and I speak a language, I have a culture, and who are you to tell me, because you can profit in some faraway land, that my obligations to my fellow countrymen are so much diminished.
these tensions between nations and so on. Ultimately, you see being proud of your country and so on, which creates potentially the kind of things that led to wars and so on. They ultimately, it is human nature. It is good for us for wake-up calls.
Well, I think that these are tensions. And my point isn't, nationalism run amok is a nightmare. And internationalism run amok is a nightmare. And the problem is we're trying to push these pendulums to some place where they're somewhat balanced, where we have a higher duty of care to those who share our laws and our citizenship, but we don't forget our duties of care to the global system. I would think this is elementary, but the problem that we're facing concerns the ability for some to profit by abandoning their obligations to others within their system. And that's what we've had for decades.
You mentioned nuclear weapons. I was hoping to get answers from you, since one of the many things you've done is economics, maybe you can understand human behavior and why the heck we haven't blown each other up yet. But okay, so I don't know the answer. It's a fascinating. It's really important to say that we really don't know.
Mild uptick in
Mild uptick. That's well, Stephen Pinker was a cool off talk with us. A lot of really good ideas about why, but
I don't trust his optimism.
listen, I'm Russian, so I never trust a guy who's that optimistic.
No. It's just you're talking about a guy who's looking at a system in which more and more of the kinetic energy war has been turned into potential energy, like unused nuclear weapons. And now I'm looking at that system and I'm saying, okay, well, if you don't have a potential energy turn, then everything's just getting better and better.
Wow, that's beautifully put. Only physicists could. Okay,
Not a physicist.
is that a dirty word?
No, I wish I were a physicist.
Me too. My dad's a physicist. I'm trying to live up to that part of the rest of my life. He's probably gonna listen to this too. So
He did.
yeah. So your friend Sam Harris worries a lot about the existential threat of AI. Not in the way that you described, but in the more.
Well, he hangs out with Elon. I don't know.
So are you worried about that kind of, about the about either robotic systems or the traditionally defined AI systems essentially becoming super intelligent, much more intelligent than human beings, and getting
Well, they already are. And they're not.
when seen as a collective.
Well, I mean, I can mean all sorts of things, but certainly many of the things that we thought were peculiar to general intelligence do not require general intelligence. So that's been one of the big awakenings, that you can write a pretty convincing sports story from stats alone without needing to watch the game. So, is it possible to write lively prose about politics? Yeah, not yet. So we're sort of all over the map. One of the things about chess, there's a question I once asked on Quora that didn't get a lot of response, which was, what is the greatest brilliancy ever produced by a computer in a chess game? Which was different than the question of what is the greatest game ever played. So if you think about brilliancy, is what really animates many of us to think of chess as an art form. Those are those moves and combinations that just show such flair, panache, and soul. Computers weren't really great at that. They were great positional monsters. And recently we've started seeing brilliancies. And so
Grandmasters have identified with Alpha Zero that things were quite brilliant.
Yeah. So that's an example of something. We don't think that that's AGI, but in a very restricted set of rules like chess, you're starting to see poetry of a high order. And so I don't like the idea that we're waiting for AGI. But AGI is slowly infiltrating our lives in the same way that I don't think a worm should be, C. elegans shouldn't be treated as non-conscious because it only has three. Maybe it just has a very low consciousness. You don't understand what these things mean as they scale up. So am I worried about this general phenomenon? Sure, but I think that one of the things that's happening is that a lot of us are fretting about this in part because of human needs. We've always been worried about the golem, right?
Well, the golem is the artificially created
Life,
It's like Frankenstein.
Yeah, sure. Okay, it's a Jewish version, and Frankenberg.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So but we've always been worried about creating something like this, and it's getting closer and closer. And there are ways in which we have to realize that the whole thing that we experience, the context of our lives, is almost certainly coming to an end. And I don't mean to suggest that we won't survive. I don't know. And I don't mean to suggest that it's coming tomorrow. It could be 300, 500 years. there's no plan that I'm aware of. We have three rocks that could possibly inhabit that are sensible within current technological dreams: the Earth, the Moon, and Mars. And we have a very competitive civilization that is still forced into violence to sort out disputes that cannot be arbitrated. It is not clear to me that we have a long-term future until we get to the next stage, which is to figure out whether or not the Einsteinian speed limit can be broken. And that requires our source code.
Our source code, stuff in our brains to figure out what do you mean by our source code?
Source code of the context, whatever it is that produces quarks, electrons, neutrinos.
Our source code. I got it. So this is
You're like the best stuff that's written in a higher level.
yeah, that's right. You're talking about the low bits.
Right. That's what is currently keeping us here. Can't even imagine. We have harebrained schemes for staying within the Einsteinian speed limit. If we just drug ourselves and go to a suspended state, or we can have multiple generations of that. I think all that stuff's pretty silly. But I think it's also pretty silly to imagine that our wisdom is going to increase to the point that we can have the toys we have, and we're not going to use them for 500 years.
Speaking of Einstein, I had a profound breakthrough when I realized you're just one letter away from the bag.
Yeah, but I'm also one letter away from Feinstein.
Well, you get to okay, so unified theory. You've worked, you enjoy the beauty of geometry. Quantum correction, if you enjoy it, you certainly are quite good at it.
I trembled before.
It. That if you're religious, that is one of the.
I have to be religious. It's just so beautiful. You will tremble at it.
I just read Einstein's biography. One of the ways, one of the things I've done is try to explore a unified theory. I talked about a 14-dimensional observerse that has the 4D space-time continuum embedded in it. I'm just curious how you think, how philosophically at a high level, about something more than 4 dimensions. How do you try to, what does it make you feel? Talking in the mathematical world about dimensions that are greater than the ones we can perceive. Is there something that you take away that's more than just the math?
Well, first of all, let's think out your time. Okay. Now, on the front of that time, there was a sweet receptor. Next to that were salt receptors on two different sides. A little bit farther back, there were sour receptors. You wouldn't show me the back of your tongue to get better receptor. Show me this side over something. That was 4 dimensions of taste receptors. But you also had pain receptors on them and probably heat receptors on them too. So let's assume you have 1 of each. That would be 6 dimensions. So when you eat something, you eat a slice of pizza, and it's got some hot pepper on it, maybe some jalapeno. You're having a 6-dimensional experience, dude.
Do you think we overemphasize the value of time as one of the dimensions, or space? Well, we certainly overemphasize the value of time because we like things to start and end, but we really don't like things to end, but they seem to.
Or what if you flip one of the spatial dimensions and be a temporal dimension? Now, you and I were to meet in New York City. Say, well, where when should we meet? Say, how about I'll meet you on 36th and Lexington at 2 in the afternoon and 11 o'clock in the morning. That would be very confusing.
Well, so it's convenient for us to think about time.
But we happen to be in a delicious situation in which we have 3 dimensions of space at one time, and they're woven together in this sort of strange fabric where we can trade off a little space for a little time, but we still only have 1 dimension that's picked out relative to the other 3. It's very much lattice-like.
So which one developed for them? Do we develop for these dimensions, or did the dimensions, or were they always there?
Well, do you imagine that there isn't a place where there are 4 temporal dimensions, so 2 and 2 of space and time, or 3 of time and 1 of space, and then would time not be playing the role of space? Why do you imagine that the sector that you're in is all of those?
I certainly do not, but I can't imagine otherwise. I mean, I haven't done ayahuasca or anything to be those that hope to one day. But instead of doing ayahuasca, you can just head over to building 2. That's where the mathematicians are. That's where they hit. Just to look at some geometry.
I'll just ask. That's who reminded me of geometry. That's what you're interested in.
Okay.
Or you shaman.
And then some extra
I'll be able to do a calculation. That's how you choose to go about it.
a different kind of calculation. So that, one of my favorite people, Edward Frankel, Berkeley professor, author of A Lot of Math, great title for a book, said that you were quite a remarkable intellect to come up with some beautiful original ideas in terms of theory and so on, but you were working out in academia. One question in developing ideas that are truly original, truly interesting, what's the difference between inside academia and outside academia when it comes to developing such
It's
ideas?
a terrible choice. Terrible choice. So if you do it inside of academics, you are forced to constantly show great loyalty to the consensus, and you distinguish yourself with small, almost microscopic heresies to make your reputation in check. And you have very competent people, brilliant people, who are working together, who form very deep social networks and have a very high level of behavior, at least within mathematics, and at least technically within physics. When you go outside, you meet lunatics and crazy people, madmen. And these are people who do not usually subscribe to the consensus position and almost always lose their way. And the key question is, will progress likely come from someone who is miraculously managed to stay within the system and is able to take on a larger amount of heresy? That is sort of unthinkable, in which case that will be fascinating. Or is it more likely that somebody will maintain a level of discipline from outside of academics and be able to make use of the freedom that comes from not having to constantly affirm the loyalty to the consensus of your field?
So you've characterized in ways that academia, in this particular sense, is declining. You posted a plot. The older population of faculty is getting larger. The younger is getting smaller, and so on. So, which direction of the two are you more hopeful about?
Well, the baby boomers can't hang on forever.
I think first one in general, true, and second of all in academia.
But that's really what this time is about.
The big
Is
boomers.
we're used to like financial bubbles that last a few years in length and then pop. Yeah, the baby boomer bubble is this really long-lived thing, and all of the ideology, all of the behavior patterns, the norms. For example, string theory is an almost entirely baby boomer phenomenon. It was something that baby boomers were able to do because it required a very high level of mathematical ability.
You don't think of string theory as an original idea?
Oh, I mean, it was original to Veneziano, probably is older than the baby boomers. And there are people who are younger than the baby boomers who are still doing string theory. And I'm not saying that nothing discovered within the large string theoretic complex is wrong, quite the contrary. A lot of brilliant mathematics and a lot of the structure of physics was elucidated by string theorists. What do I think of the deliverable nature of this product that will not ship called string theory? I think it is largely an affirmative action program for highly mathematically and geometrically talented baby boomer physicists so that they can say that they're working on something within the constraints of what they will say is quantum gravity. Now, there are other schemes. There's like asymptotic safety. There are other things that you could imagine doing. I don't think much of any of the major programs. But to have inflicted this level of loyalty through the shibboleth, well, surely you don't question X. Well, I question almost everything in the string program. That's why I got out of physics. When you called me a physicist, it was a great honor. The reason I didn't become a physicist wasn't that I fell in love with mathematics. So I said, well, in 1984, 1973, I saw the field going mad. And I saw that mathematics, which has all sorts of problems, was not going insane. And so instead of studying things within physics, I thought it was much safer to study the same objects within mathematics. There's a huge price to pay for it. You lose physical intuition. But the point is that it wasn't a North Korean re-education campaign.
Are you hopeful about cracking open the Einstein unified theory in a way that has you really understanding whether it's uniting everything together with quantum theory and so on?
I mean, I'm trying to play this role myself. To do it was to the extent of handing it over to the more responsible, more professional, more competent community. So I think that they're wrong about a great number of their belief structures. But I do believe, I have a really profound love-hate relationship with this group. I think
the physics side.
Oh, yeah.
The mathematicians actually seem to be much more open-minded.
But they're open-minded about anything that looks like great math. Right? They'll study something that isn't very important in physics, but if it's beautiful mathematics, then they'll have great intuition about these things. As good as the mathematicians are, and I might even intellectually at some horsepower level give them the edge, the theoretical physics community is far none the most profound intellectual community that we have ever created. It is the number one. There's no second place as far as I'm concerned. In their spare time, they invented molecular biology.
But what was the word for molecular biology? You're saying
Something like Francis Crick. I mean, a lot of the early molecular biologists. Yeah, Schrödinger wrote "What is Life?" That was highly inspirational. I mean, you have to appreciate that there is no community like the basic research community of theoretical physics, and it's not something. I'm highly critical of these guys. I think that they just wasted the decades of time with religious devotion to their misconceptualization of where the problems were in physics. But this has been the greatest intellectual collapse ever witnessed within academics.
you see it as a collapse or just a lull?
Oh, I'm terrified that we're about to lose the vitality. We can't afford to pay these people. We can't afford to give them an accelerator just to play with in case they find something at the next energy level. These people created our economy. They gave us the Rad Lab and radar. They gave us 2 atomic devices to end World War II. They created the semiconductor and the transistor to power our economy through Moore's Law. As a positive externality of particle accelerators, they created the World Wide Web. And we have the insolence to say, why should we fund you with our taxpayer dollars? No. The question is, are you enjoying your physics dollars? Right? These guys signed the world's worst licensing agreement. And if they simply charged for every time you use a transistor or a URL, or enjoyed the peace that they have provided during this period of time through the terrible weapons that they developed, or your communications devices, all of the things that power our economy, I really think came out of physics, even to the extent the chemistry came out of physics and molecular biology came out of physics. So, first of all, you have to know that I'm very critical of this community. Second of all, it is our most important community. We've neglected it, we've abused it, we don't take it seriously. We don't even care to get them to rehab after a couple of generations of failure. Right? No one, I think the youngest person to have really contributed to the standard model at theoretical level was born in 1951, right? Frank Wilczek. And almost nothing has happened in theoretical physics after 1973-74 that sent somebody to Stockholm for theoretical development of predictive experiment. So we have to understand that we are doing this to ourselves. Now, with that said, these guys have behaved abysmally, in my opinion, because they haven't owned up to where they actually are, what problems they're really facing, how definite they can actually be. They haven't shared some of their most brilliant discoveries, which are desperately needed in other fields, like gauge theory, which at least the mathematicians can share, which is an upgrade of the differential calculus in Leibniz. And they haven't shared the importance of renormalization theory, even though this should be standard operating procedure for people across sciences dealing with different layers and different levels of phenomena.
So shared, you mean communicated in such a way that it disseminates throughout the different sciences.
These guys are sitting, both theoretical physicists and mathematicians are sitting on top of a giant stockpile of intellectual gold. Right? They have so many things that have not been manifested anywhere. I was on Twitter, I think I mentioned the Haberman switch pitch that shows the self-duality of the tetrahedron realizes a leakage mechanism. And this is like a triviality, and it makes an amazing toy that's both a market, hopefully a fortune for Chuck Haberman. Well, you have no idea how much great stuff that these priests have in their monastery.
So it's truly a love.
Yeah, well,
It sounds like it's more on the love
this
side.
building that we're in right here is the building in which I really put together the conspiracy between the National Academy of Sciences and the National Science Foundation through the Government University Industry Research Roundtable to destroy the bargaining power of American academics using foreign labor. On microfiche in the face. Oh yeah, that was done here in this building. Isn't it weird?
And I'm truly speaking with a revolutionary, a radical.
No. At an intellectual level, I am absolutely garden variety. I'm just straight down the middle. The system that we're in, this university is functionally insane. Harvard is functionally insane. And we don't understand that when we get these things wrong, the financial crisis made this very clear. There was a long period where every grown-up, everybody with a tie, who spoke in, baritone tones, with the right degree at the end of their name, was talking about how we banished volatility during the Great Moderation. Okay, they were all crazy. Who was right? It was like Nassim Taleb, Gabriel Rabin. Now, what happens is that they claim the market went crazy. The market didn't go crazy. The market had been crazy. What happened is that it suddenly went sane. Well, that's where we are with academics. Academics right now is mad as a hatter. And it's absolutely evident. I can show you graph after graph. I can show you the internal discussions. I can show you the conspiracies. Harvard's dealing with one right now over its admissions policies for people of color who happen to come from Asia. All of this metaverse is necessary to keep the game going. What we're talking about, just while we're on the topic of revolutionaries, is we're talking about the danger of an outbreak of sanity.
Yeah, you're the guy pointing out the elephant in the room here.
And the elephant has no clothes.
So how that goes. I was going to talk a little bit to Joe Rogan about this. We have that time, but I think you have some. You just listening to you could probably speak really eloquently to academia on the difference between the different fields. So, do you think there's a difference between science, engineering, and then humanities in academia in terms of tolerance that they're willing to tolerate? So, from my perspective, I thought computer science and maybe engineering is more tolerant to radical ideas, but that's perhaps innocent of me. Because I always, all the battles going on now are a little bit more on the humanities side and gender studies and so on.
Have you seen the American Mathematical Society's publication of an essay called "Get Out the Way"? And, what's the idea is that white men hold positions within universities in mathematics should vacate their positions so that black women can take over, something like that.
That's in terms of diversity, which I also want to ask you about, but in terms of diversity of strictly ideas, do you think, because you're basically saying physics as a community has become a little bit intolerant to some degree to new radical ideas, or at least you said
that's changed a little bit recently, which is that even string theory is now admitting, okay, we don't, this doesn't look very promising in the short term, right? So the question is what compiles, if you want to take the computer science metaphor, what will get you into a journal? Will you spend your life trying to push some paper into a journal, or will it be accepted easily? What do we know about the characteristics of the submitter, and what gets taken up and what does not? All of these fields are experiencing pressure because no field is performing so brilliantly well that it's revolutionizing our way of speaking and thinking in the ways in which we've become accustomed.
But don't you think, even in theoretical physics, a lot of times, in this extreme theory, it does eventually lead to what are the ways that this theory would be testable?
So ultimately, although look, there's this thing about Popper and the scientific method. It's a cancer and a disease in the minds of very smart people. That's not really how most of the stuff gets worked out. It's how it gets checked. Right, so there is a dialogue between theory and experiment. But everybody should read Paul Dirac's 1963 Scientific American article, where he it's very interesting. He talks about it as if it was about the Schrodinger equation and Schrodinger's failure to advance his own work because of his failure to account for some phenomena. The key point is that if your theory is a slight bit off, it won't agree with experiment, but it doesn't mean that the theory is actually wrong. But Dirac could as easily have been talking about his own equation, in which he predicted that the electrons should have an antiparticle. And since the only positively charged particle that was known at the time was the proton, Heisenberg pointed out, well, shouldn't your antiparticle, the proton, have the same mass as the electron? Doesn't that invalidate your theory? So I think that Dirac is actually being potentially quite sneaky talking about the fact that he had been pushed off of his own theory to some extent by Heisenberg. But look, we fetishize the scientific method and Popper and falsification because it protects us from crazy ideas entering the field. So it's a question of balancing type 1 and type 2 error. We're pretty maxed out in one direction.
The opposite of that, let me say what comforts me, sort of biology or engineering. At the end of the day, does the thing work?
Yeah.
You can test the crazies away. But the crazy, well, see, now you're saying there's some ideas actually crazy and some are actually correct.
So there's pre-correct, currently crazy.
Yeah.
Right? And so you don't want to get rid of everybody who's pre-correct and currently crazy. The problem is that we don't have standards in general for trying to determine who has to be put to the sword in terms of their career and who has to be protected as some sort of giant time-stuck pain in the ass who may change everything.
Do you think that's possible? Creating a mechanism of those select.
Well, you're not going to like the answer. It has to do with very human elements. We're trying to do this at the level of rules and fairness. The only thing that really understands this. You ever read the Double Helix? The book? You have to read this book. Not only did Jim Watson have discovered this three-dimensional structure of DNA, there's also one hell of a writer before he became an ass. He tried to destroy his own reputation.
I knew about the ass, I didn't know about the writer.
Jim Watson is one of the most important people now living. And as I've said before, Jim Watson is too important a legacy to be left to Jim Watson. And that book tells you more about what actually moves the dial. And there's another story about him which I don't agree with, which is that he stole everything from Rosalind Franklin. The problems that he had with Rosalind Franklin are real, but we should actually honor that tension in our history by delving into it rather than having a simple solution. Jim Watson talks about Francis Crick being a pain in the ass that everybody secretly knew was super good. There's an encounter between Chargaff, who came up with the equimolar relations between the nucleotides, who should have gotten structured DNA, and Watson and Crick. And he talks about missing a shiver in the heartbeat of biology, and it's not so gorgeous, it just makes you tremble even thinking about it. Look, we know very often who is to be feared. And we need to fund the people that we fear. The people who are wasting our time need to be excluded from the conversation. You see, and maybe we'll make some errors in both directions, but we have known our own people. We know the pains in the asses that might work out. And we know the people who are really just blowhards who really have very little to contribute most of the time. It's not 100%, but you're not going to get there with rules, right? It's using some kind of instinct. I mean, to be honest, I'm going to make you roll your eyes for a second, but the first time I heard that there is a large community of people who believe the earth is flat, actually made me pause and ask myself the question, why would there be such a is it possible the earth is flat? So I feel like, wait a minute. I mean, then you go through a thinking process that I think is really healthy. It ultimately ends up being a geometry thing, I think. It's an interesting thought experiment at the very least. But, so I do a different version. I say, why is this community safe? Yeah, that's a good way to analyze it. Well, it's interesting that whatever we've done has not erased the community. So, they're taking a long shot bet that won't pan out. Maybe we just haven't thought enough about the rationality of the square root of 2. It's something brilliant to figure it out. Maybe we will eventually land one day on the surface of Jupiter and explore it. Right? These are crazy things that will never happen. So much of social media operates by AI algorithms. We talked about this a little bit, recommending the content you see. So on this idea of radical thought, how much should AI show you things you disagree with on Twitter and so on? In the Twitter verse, and how do you ask the question? Yeah. Because you don't know the answer. No. Look, they've pushed out this cognitive Lego to us that will just lead to madness. It's good to be challenged with things that you disagree with. The answer is no. It's good to be challenged with interesting things with which you currently disagree, but that might be true. I don't really care about whether or not I disagree with something or don't disagree. I need to know why that particular disagreeable thing is being pushed out. Is it because it's likely to be true? Is there some reason that I can write a computer generator to come up with an infinite number of disagreeable statements that nobody needs to look at? So please, before you push things at me that are disagreeable, tell me why. There is an aspect in which that question is quite dumb, especially because it's being used to almost very generically by these different networks to say, well, we're trying to work this out. But, basically, how much do you see the value of seeing things you don't like, not you disagree with? It's very difficult to know exactly what you articulated, which is the stuff that's important for you to consider you disagree with. That's really hard to figure out. The bottom line is the stuff you don't like. If you are a Hillary Clinton supporter, it might not make you feel good to see anything about Donald Trump. That's the only thing algorithms can really optimize for currently. They can do that. This is where we're in this. We're engaged in some moronic back and forth where I have no idea why people who are capable of building Google, Facebook, Twitter are having us in these incredibly low-level discussions. Do they not know any smart people? Do they not have the phone numbers of people who can elevate these discussions? They do, but they're optimizing for a different thing, and they're pushing those people out of those rooms. They're optimizing for things we can't see. And yes, profit is there. Nobody's questioning it. But they're also optimizing for things like political control or the fact that they're doing business in Pakistan, and so they don't want to talk about all the things that they're going to be bending to in Pakistan. So we're involved in a fake discussion. I think so. You think these conversations at that depth are happening inside Google? You don't think they have some basic metrics on their user engagements? You're having a fake conversation with us, guys. You know you're having a fake conversation. I do not wish to be part of a fake conversation. You know how to code, these units. You know high availability like nobody's business. My Gmail never goes down. Almost. So you think just because they can do incredible work on the software side with infrastructure, they can also deal with
some of these difficult questions about human behavior, human understanding, human math.
I mean, I've seen the developers' screens that people take shots of inside of Google. And I've heard stories inside of Facebook and Apple. We're engaged. They're engaging us in the wrong conversations. We're not at this low level. Here's one of my favorite questions. Why is every piece of hardware that I purchase in tech space equipped as a listening device? Where's my physical shutter to cover my lens? We had this in the 1970s. The cameras that had lens caps, you know? How much would it cost to have a security run? Pay $5 extra. Why is my indicator light software controlled? Why, when my camera is on, do I not see that the light is on by putting it as something that cannot be bypassed? Why have you set up all my devices at some difficulty to yourself as listening devices? And we don't even talk about it. This thing is total fucking bullshit.
Well, I hope so. These discussions are happening about privacy.
Well, this is
more difficult than you give them.
It's not just privacy. It's about social control. We're talking about social control. Why do I not have controls over my own levers? Just have a really cute UI where I can switch, I can dial things, or I can at least see what the algorithms are.
Do you think that there's some deliberate choices being made here?
There's emergence and there is intention. There's two dimensions. The vector does not collapse onto either axis. But the idea that anybody who suggests that intention is completely absent is a child.
It's really beautifully put, and like many things you said, is going to make me.
Can I turn this around slightly? I sit down with you and you say that you're obsessed with my feed. I don't even know what my feed is. What do you see?
I was obsessively looking through your feed on Twitter because it was really enjoyable because there's the Tom Lair element, just the humor in it.
By the way, that feed is Eric R. Weinstein
Yeah,
on Twitter. And Eric R. Weinstein.
yeah. Seriously. Why did I find it enjoyable, or what was I seeing?
What are you looking for? Why are we doing this? What is this podcast about? I know you got all these interesting people. I'm just some guy who's sort of a podcaster.
Sort of podcast. You're not even wearing a tie. I mean, not even friends in a serious interview. I'm searching for meaning, for happiness, for a dopamine rush, so short term, long term.
And how are you finding your way to me? What is? I don't honestly know what I'm doing to reach you.
The representing ideas which feel common sense to me, and not many people are speaking. So it's kind of like the intellectual dark web folks, right? These folks, Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, yourself, are saying things where it's like you're like saying, look, there's an elephant not wearing any clothes, and I say, oh yeah, let's have more of that conversation. That's not fun.
I'm desperate to try to change the conversation we're having. I'm very worried we've got an election in 2020. I don't think we can afford 4 more years of a misinterpreted message, which is what Donald Trump was. And I don't want the destruction of our institutions. They all seem hell-bent on destroying themselves. So I'm trying to save theoretical physics, trying to save the New York Times, trying to save our various processes. And I think it feels delusional to me that this is falling to a tiny group of people who are willing to speak out without getting so freaked out that everything they say would be misinterpreted and that their lives would be ruined through the process. I mean, I think we're in an absolutely bananas period of time, and I don't believe it should fall to such a tiny number of shoulders to shoulder this way.
So I have to ask you on the capitalism side, you mentioned that technology is killing capitalism, or it has effects that are unintended, well, not unintended, but not what economists would predict or speak of capitalism creating. I just want to talk to you about, in general, the effect of artificial intelligence or technology, automation, taking away jobs, these kinds of things. What you think is the way to alleviate that? Whether the Andrew Yang presidential candidate with the universal basic income, UBI, what are your thoughts there? How do can we fight off the negative effects of technology that
All right, you're a software guy, right? Yeah. The human being is a worker is an old idea. The human being has a worker is a different object, right? So if you think about object-oriented programming, it's a paradigm. A human being has a worker and a human being has a soul. We're talking about the fact that for a period of time, the worker that a human being has was in a position to feed the soul that a human being has. However, we have two separate claims on the value in society. One is as a worker, and the other is as a soul. And the soul needs sustenance, it needs dignity, it needs meaning, it needs purpose. As long as your means of support is not highly repetitive, I think you have a while to go before you need to start working. But if what you do is highly repetitive and it's not terribly generative, you are in the crosshairs of for loops and while loops. And that's what computers excel at. Repetitive behavior, and when I say repetitive, I mean things that never happened through combinatorial possibilities. But as long as it has a looped characteristic to it, you're in trouble. We are seeing a massive push towards socialism because capitalists are slow to address the fact that a worker may not be able to make claims. And a relatively undistinguished median member of our society still has needs to reproduce, needs to have to dignity, and when capitalism abandons the median individual or the bottom tenth or whatever it's going to do, it's flirting with revolution. And what concerns me is that the capitalists aren't sufficiently capitalistic to understand this. You really want to court authoritarian control in our society because you can't see that people may not be able to defend themselves in the marketplace because the marginal product of their labor is too low to feed their dignity as a soul. So my great concern is that our free society has to do with the fact that we are self-organized. I remember looking down from my office in Manhattan when Lehman Brothers collapsed, thinking, who's going to tell all these people that they need to show up at work when they don't have a financial system to incentivize them to show up at work? So my complaint is, first of all, not with the socialists, but with the capitalists, which is you guys are being idiots. You're courting revolution by continuing to harp on the same old ideas that, well, try harder, bootstrap yourself. Yeah, to an extent, then. To an extent. But we are clearly headed to a place that there's nothing that ties together our need to contribute and our need to consume. And that may not be provided by capitalism, because it may have been a temporary phenomenon. So check out my article on anthropic capitalism and the new gimmick economy. I think people are late getting the wake-up call and doing a better job saving capitalism from itself, because I don't want this done under authoritarian control. The more we insist that everybody who's not thriving in our society during their reproductive years in order to have a family is failing at a personal level. I mean, what a disgusting thing that we're saying. What a horrible message. Who the hell have we become that we've so bought into the Chicago model that we can't see the humanity that we're destroying in that process? And I hate the thought of communism. I really do. My family has flirted with it in decades past. It's a wrong, bad idea. But we are going to need to figure out how to make sure that those souls are nourished and respected. And capitalism better have an answer. I'm betting on capitalism, but I've got to tell you, I'm pretty disappointed with my team.
So you're still on the capitalism team, just the theme here.
Radical capitalism.
Hyper-capitalism.
I think hyper-capitalism is going to have to be coupled to hyper-socialism. You need to allow the most productive people to create wonders. You've got to stop bogging them down with all of these extra nice requirements. Nice is dead. Good has a future. Nice doesn't have a future. Because nice ends up with blue legs.
Damn, that's a good one. Okay, last question. You tweeted today a simple, quite insightful equation saying, imagine that every unit F of thing you picked up, S stalkers and H haters. So I imagine S and H are dependent on your path to fame, perhaps a little bit.
But it's not as simple. People always take these things literally when you have like 280 characters to explain yourself.
So you mean that that's not a mathematical?
There's no law.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I
So why?
I put the word imagine because I have some mathematician desire for precision. Yeah, imagine that this were true.
But there was a beautiful way to imagine that there is a law that has those very estimates, and you've become quite famous these days. So how do you yourself optimize that equation with the peculiar kind of fame that you've gathered along the way?
I want to be kinder. I want to be kinder to myself. I want to be kinder to others. I want to be able to have heart, compassion. These things are really important. And I have a pretty spectrumy kind of approach to analysis. I'm quite literal. I can go full Rain Man on you at any given moment. No, I can't. I can't. It's faculty of autism. Like people get angry when autism is respect. When you see me coding or you see me doing mathematics, I'm speak with speech apnea. You right there. We have to try to integrate ourselves in those tensions between, it's sort of back to us as a worker and us as a soul. Many of us are optimizing one to be at the expense of the other. And I struggle with social media. I struggle with people making threats against our families. And I struggle with just how much pain people are in. If there's one message I would like to push out there, you're responsible, everybody, all of us, myself included, struggle mightily because it's nobody else's job to do your struggle for you. Now, with that said, if you're struggling and you're trying to figure out how to better yourself and where you failed, where you've let down your family, your friends, your workers, all this kind of stuff, give yourself a break. If it's not working out, I have a lifelong relationship with failure and success. There's been no period of my life where both haven't been present in one form or another. And I do wish to say that a lot of the times people think this is glamorous. Go back to the show with Sam Harris. People go listen to him, two guys having a conversation on stage. It's completely crazy. I always try to make sure that those people get maximum value. And doing this podcast, just give yourself a break. You owe us your struggle. You don't owe your family or your coworkers or your lovers or your family members success. As long as you're in there and you're picking yourself up, recognize that this new situation, the economy that doesn't have the juice to sustain our institutions, has caused the people who've risen to the top of those institutions to get quite brutal and cruel. Everybody's lying at the moment. Nobody's really a truth teller. Try to keep your humanity about you. Try to recognize that if you're failing, if things aren't where you want them to be, and you're struggling, and you're trying to figure out what you're doing wrong, what you could do, it's not necessarily all your fault. You're in a global situation. I have not met the people who are honest, kind, good, successful. Nobody that I've met is checking all the boxes. Nobody's getting all 10. So I just think that's an important message that doesn't get pushed out enough. Either people want to hold society responsible for their failures, which is not reasonable. You have to struggle, you have to try. Or they want to say you're 100% responsible for your failures, which is total nonsense.
Beautifully put. Eric, thanks so much for talking today. Thanks for having me. The following is a conversation with Greg Brockman. He's the co-founder and CTO of OpenAI, a world-class research organization developing ideas in AI with the goal of eventually creating a safe and friendly artificial general intelligence, one that benefits and empowers humanity. OpenAI is not only a source of publications, algorithms, tools, and data sets. Their mission is a catalyst for an important public discourse about our future, both narrow and general intelligence systems. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast and MIT and beyond. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Greg Rothschild. So in high school, and right after you wrote a draft of the chemistry textbook, I saw that it covers everything from basic structure of the atom to quantum mechanics. So it's clear you have an intuition and a passion for it. Both the physical world with chemistry, now robotics, to the digital world with AI, deep learning, reinforcement learning, and so on. Do you see the physical world and the digital world as different? And what do you think is the gap?
A lot of it actually boils down to iteration speed, right? But I think that a lot of what really motivates me is building things, right? Is the, you think about mathematics, for example, when you think really hard about a problem, you understand it. You write down in this very obscure form we call proof. But then this is in humanities library, right? It's there forever. This is some truth we've discovered. Maybe only 5 people in your field will ever read it, but somehow you kind of move humanity forward. So I actually used to really think that I was going to be a mathematician. And then I actually started writing this chemistry textbook. One of my friends told me, you'll never publish it because you don't have a PhD. So instead, I decided to build a website and try to promote my ideas that way. And then I discovered programming. And the programming, you think hard about a problem, you understand it, you write down a very obscure form that we call it. But then once again, it's a humanities library, right? Anyone can benefit from it. And the scale build is massive. And so I think that the thing that really appeals to me about the digital world is that you can have this insane leverage, right? A single individual with an idea is able to affect the entire planet. And that's something I think would be really hard to do if you're moving around physical atoms.
But you said mathematics, so if you look at the web thing over here, our mind, you ultimately see it as just math, it's just information processing, or is there some other magic as you've seen through biology and chemistry and so on?
I think it's really key to think about humans as just information processing systems. And it seems like it's actually a pretty good way of describing a lot of how the world works, or a lot of what we're capable of. I think that again, if you just look at technological innovations over time, that in some ways the most transformative innovation we've had is the computer, right? In some ways, the internet. What has the internet done, right? The internet is not about these physical cables. It's about the fact that I am suddenly able to instantly communicate with any other planet. I'm able to retrieve any piece of knowledge that, in some ways, the human race has ever had, and that those are these insane transformations.
Do you see our society as a whole, the collective, as another extension of the intelligence of the human being? So if you look at the human being as an information processing system, you mentioned the internet, the networking, you see us all together as a civilization, as a kind of intelligence system.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really interesting perspective to take and to think about. That you sort of have this collective intelligence of all of society. The economy itself is this superhuman machine that is optimizing something, right? And it's all in some ways a company has a will of its own, right? They have
all these individuals who are all pursuing their own individual goals and thinking really hard and thinking about the right things to do, but somehow the company does something that is this emergent thing, and that is a really useful abstraction. And so I think that in some ways, when we think of ourselves as the most intelligent things on the planet and most powerful things on the planet, but there are things that are bigger than us, that are these systems we all contribute to. And so I think actually it's interesting to think about if you, as a guy's Asimov's foundation, right, that there's this concept of psychohistory in there, which is effectively this, that if you have trillions or quadrillions of beings, then maybe you could actually predict what that being, that huge macro being will do, and almost independent of what the individuals want. I actually have the second angle of this that is interesting, which is thinking about technological determinism. One thing that I actually think a lot about with OpenAI, right, is that we're kind of coming onto this insanely transformational technology of general intelligence, right, that will happen at some point. And there's a question of how can you take actions that will actually steer it to go better rather than worse. And that I think one question we can ask is, as a scientist, as a creator, what impact can you have in general, right? You look at things like the telephone invented by two people on the same day. What does that mean? What does that mean about the shape of innovation? And I think that what's going on is everyone's building on the shoulders of the same giants. And so you can't really hope to create something no one else ever. The time wasn't born. Someone else would have taught us relativity. Change the timeline a bit, right? Maybe it would take another 20 years, but it wouldn't be the fundamentally humanity would never discover these fundamental truths.
So there's some kind of invisible momentum that some people like Einstein or OpenAI is plugging into, that anybody else can also plug into, and ultimately that wave takes us in a different direction.
That's right. And, this kind of seems to play out in a bunch of different ways. That there's some exponential that's being driven, and that the exponential itself, which one it is, changes. Think about Moore's law, an entire industry set that's clocked to it for 50 years. Like, how can that be? Right? How is that possible? And yet somehow it happened. And so I think you can't hope to ever invent something that no one else will. Maybe you can change the timeline a little bit, but if you really want to make a difference, I think that the thing that you really have to do, the only real degree of freedom you have, is to set the initial conditions under which a technology is born. And so you think about the internet, right? That there are lots of other competitors trying to build similar things, and the internet won. And the initial conditions were that it was created by this group that really valued people being able to be, anyone being able to plug in this very academic mindset of being open and connected. And I think that the internet in the next 40 years really played out that way. Today, things are starting to shift in a different direction, but I think that those initial conditions were really important to determine the next 40 years worth of progress.
That's really beautifully put. So another example of that I think about, I recently looked at it. I looked at Wikipedia, the formation of Wikipedia, and I wonder what the internet would be like if Wikipedia had ads. There's an interesting argument that why it chose not to put advertisement on Wikipedia. I think Wikipedia is one of the greatest resources we have on the internet. It's extremely surprising how well it works, how well it was able to aggregate all this kind of information. And essentially the creator of Wikipedia, I don't know, there's probably some debates there, but set the initial conditions and how it carried itself forward. That's really interesting. So the way you're thinking about AGI or artificial intelligence is you're focused on setting the initial conditions for the progress.
That's right.
That's powerful. Okay, so look into the future. If you create an AGI system, like one that can instantly test natural language, what do you think would be the interactions you would have with it? What do you think are the questions you would ask? Like, what would be the first question you would ask it?
That's right. I think that at that point, if you really build a powerful system that is capable of treating people, the first question that you really should ask is, how do we make sure that this plays out well? And so that's actually the first question that I would ask. Powerful system.
So you wouldn't ask your colleague, you wouldn't ask like Ilya, you would ask the AGI system.
Oh, we've already had the conversation with Ilya, right? We've never been here. And so we want as many perspectives and a piece of wisdom as you can for answering this question. So I don't think you necessarily refer to whatever your powerful system tells you, but you use it as one input to try to figure out what to do. But I guess fundamentally, what it really comes down to is if you build something really powerful, and you think about, for example, the creation of shortly after the creation of nuclear weapons, right? The most important question in the world was, what's the world order going to be like? How do we set ourselves up in a place where we're going to be able to survive as a species? With AGI, I think the question is slightly different. Right? There is a question of how to make sure that you don't get the negative effects, but there's also the positive side, right? You imagine that, like what will an AGI be like? Like what will it be capable of? And I think that one of the core reasons that AGI can be powerful and transformative is actually due to technological development, right? If you have something that's capable as human, that it's much more scalable, that absolutely want that thing to go read the whole scientific literature and think about how to create cures for all the diseases, right? You want to think about how to go and build technologies to help us create material abundance and to figure out societal problems that we have trouble with, like how we're supposed to clean up the environment. And maybe we want this to go into dimensional robots that go out, be biodegradable, and turn ocean debris into harmless molecules. And I think that that positive side is something that I think people miss sometimes when thinking about what an AGI will be like. And so I think that if you have a system that's capable of all of that, you absolutely want advice about how to make sure that we're using your capabilities in a positive way for humanity.
So what do you think about that psychology that looks at all the different possible trajectories of an AGI system, many of which, perhaps the majority of which are positive, and nevertheless focuses on the negative trajectories? When you get to interact with folks, you get to think about this, maybe within yourself as well. Look at Sam Harris and so on. It seems to be, sorry to put it this way, but almost more fun to think about the negative possibilities. Whatever that's deep in our psychology, what do you think about that? And how do we deal with it? Because we want AI to help us.
So I think there's kind of two problems entailed in that question. The first is more of the question: how can you even picture what a world with a new technology will be like? Now imagine we're in 1950 and I'm trying to describe Google to someone.
Apps, the internet. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be extremely complicated, but it's imaginable.
It's imaginable, right? And now imagine being in 1950 and predicting it, right? And you need to describe internet, you need to describe GPS, you need to describe the fact that everyone's going to have this phone in their pocket. And so I think that just the first truth is that it is hard to picture how a transformative technology will play out in the world. We've seen that before with technology that are far less transformative than AGI would be. And so I think that the one piece is that it's just even hard to imagine, to really put yourself on predict what that positive vision. And I think the second thing is that I think it is always easier to support the negative side than the positive side. It's always easier to destroy than create. And less in a physical sense and more just in an intellectual sense, right? Because I think that with creating something, you need to just get a bunch of things right. And to destroy, you just need to get one thing wrong. And so I think that what that means is that I think a lot of people's thinking dead end as soon as they see the negative story. But that being said, I actually have some hope, right? I think that the positive vision is something that I think can be is something that we can talk about. I think that just simply saying this fact of like there's positives and negatives, everyone likes to draw on the negative. People actually respond well to that message and say, they're right, there's a part of this that they're not talking about, not thinking about. And that's actually something that's I think really been a key part of how we think about AGI at OpenAI, right? You can kind of look at it as like, okay, like OpenAI talks about the fact that there are risks, and yet they're trying to build this system. Like, how do you square those two facts?
So do you share the intuition that some people have, from Sam Harris to even Elon Musk himself, that it's tricky as you develop AGI to keep it from slipping into the existential threats, into the negative? What's your intuition about how hard is it to keep AI development on the positive track? And what's your intuition there?
To answer that question, you can really look at how we structure OpenAI. So we really have three main arms. So we have capabilities, which is actually doing the technical work and pushing forward what the systems can do. There's safety, which is working on technical mechanisms to ensure that the systems we build are aligned with human values. And then there's policy, which is making sure that we have governance mechanisms answering that question of, well, whose values? And so I think that the technical safety one is the one that people kind of talk about the most, right? We talk about, think about all of the dystopic AI movies, a lot of that is about not having good technical safety in place. And what we've been finding is that, and I think that actually a lot of people look at the technical safety problem and think it's just intractable. Right? This question of, well, what do humans want? How am I supposed to write that down? Can I even write down what I want? No way. And then they stop there. But the thing is, we've already built systems that are able to learn things that humans can't specify. Even rules for how to recognize if there's a cat or a dog in an image. Turns out it's impractical to write that down, and yet we're able to learn it. And then what we're seeing with systems we built over AI, if they're still in the early proof of concept stage, is that you are able to learn human preferences. You're able to learn what humans want from data. So that's kind of the core focus for our technical safety team. And I think that, that they're actually had some pretty encouraging updates in terms of what we've been able to make work.
So you have an intuition and a hope that from data, looking at the value alignment problem, from data we can build systems that align with the collective better angels in our nature, so align with the ethics and the moral communities.
You can say this in a different way. I mean, think about how do we align humans, right? Think about like a human baby can grow up to be an evil person or a great person. And a lot of that is from learning their data, right? That you have some feedback as a child who's growing up, they get to see positive examples. And so I think that just like the only example we have of a general intelligence that is able to learn from data to align with human values and to learn values, I think we shouldn't be surprised that we can do the same sorts of techniques, or the same sort of techniques end up being how we solve value alignment for AGIs.
So let's go even higher. I don't know if you read the book Sapiens, but there's an idea that that as a collective, as human beings, we kind of develop together ideas that we hold. There's no, in that context, objective truth. We just kind of all agree to certain ideas and hold them in the collective. Do you have a sense that there is, in the world of good and evil, do you have a sense that in the first approximation there are some things that are good and that you could teach systems to behave to be good?
So I think that this actually blends into our third team, right, which is the policy team. And this is the one that the aspect that people really talk about way less than they should, right? Because imagine that we build super powerful systems that we manage to figure out all the mechanisms for these things to do whatever the operator wants. The most important question becomes, who's the operator, what do they want, and how is that going to get back to everyone else, right? And I think that this question of what is good, what are those values, I mean, I think you don't even have to go to those very grand existential places to start to realize how hard this problem is. You just look at different countries and cultures across the world, and that there's a very different conception of how the world works and what kinds of ways that society wants to operate. And so I think that the really core question is actually very concrete, and I think it's not a question that we have ready answers to. Right? It's how do you have a world where all the different countries that we have, the United States, China, Russia, and the hundreds of other countries out there, are able to continue to not just operate in the way that they see fit, but in the world that emerges is where you have these very powerful systems operating alongside humans, ends up being something that powers humans more. It makes human existence be a more meaningful thing, and people are happier and wealthier and able to live more fulfilling lives. It's not an obvious thing for how to design that world once you have that very powerful system.
So if we take a little step back, and we're having a fascinating conversation, and OpenAI is in many ways a tech leader in the world, and yet we're thinking about these big existential questions, which is fascinating and really important. I think you're a leader in that space, and it's a really important space. I'm just thinking how AI affects society. So Oscar Wilde said, "We're all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." And I think OpenAI has a charter that looks to the stars, I would say, to create intelligence, to create general intelligence, make it beneficial, safe, and collaborative. Can you tell me how that came about, how a mission like that, the path to creating a mission like that, OpenAI was founded?
Yeah, so I think that in some ways it really boils down to taking a look at the landscape. Right? So if you think about the history of AI, that basically for the past 60 or 70 years, people have thought about this goal of what could happen if you could automate human intellectual labor. Imagine you can build a computer system that could do that. sci-fi that tells stories of various dystopias. Increasingly you have movies like Her that tell you a little bit about maybe more of a little bit utopic living. You think about the impacts that we've seen from being able to have bicycles for our minds and computers, and I think that the impact of computers and the internet is just far outstripped what anyone really could have predicted. And so I think that it's very clear that if you can build an AGI.
All right. How's your day going? Excellent. To some extent, I'm working on something right now, but I'll do my best to answer your questions. Sure, I want world peace. Correct. I side with peace. Great question. I would take, and this isn't just there, this is in anywhere where there's war. I would take both sides, explain to them that they have to release their hostages immediately, both sides, sit at a table, we pull out a big map, we live stream it, and we give them from each side a crayon and say, you draw the borders. Excellent. Oh, certainly. Take care, Steve. Take care.
It will be the most transformative technology that humans will ever create. And so what it boils down to then is a question of, well, is there a path? Is there hope? Is there a way to build such a system? And I think that for 60 or 70 years, that people got excited and they ended up not being able to deliver on the hopes that people had pinned on them. And I think that then, that after two winters of AI development, that people, I think kind of almost stopped daring to dream, right? That really talking about AGI or thinking about AGI became almost this taboo in the community. But I actually think that people took the wrong lesson from AI history. And if you look back, 1959 is when the perceptron was released. And this is basically, one of the earliest neural networks. It was released to what was perceived as this massive overhype. So in the New York Times in 1959, you have this article saying that the perceptron will one day recognize people, call out their names, instantly translate speech between languages. And people at the time looked at this and said, this is, like, your system can't do any of that. Basically spent 10 years trying to discredit the whole perceptron direction and succeeded. And all the funding dried up, and people kind of went in other directions. And in the 80s, there was resurgence. And I'd always heard the resurgence in the 80s was due to the invention of backpropagation. These algorithms got people excited, but actually the causality was due to people building larger computers. That you can find these articles from the 80s saying that the democratization of computing power suddenly meant you could run these larger neural networks. And then people started to do all these amazing things, backpropagation algorithms invented. And the neural nets people were running these tiny little 20 neuron neural nets, right? Like, what are you supposed to run with 20 neurons? And so, of course, they weren't able to get great results. And it really wasn't until 2012 that this approach, that's almost the most simple, natural approach that people had come up with in the 50s, right? In some ways, even in the 40s, before there were computers, with its colon there, the neuron. Suddenly, this became the best way of solving problems. Right? And I think there are three core properties that deep learning has that I think are very worth paying attention to. The first is generality. We have a very small number of deep learning tools, SGD, deep neural net, maybe some RL, and it solves this huge variety of problems: speech recognition, machine translation, game playing, all of these problems, small set of tools. So there's the generator. There's the second piece, which is the competence. You want to solve any of those problems? Throw out 40 years worth of normal computer vision research, replace it with deep neural net. It's going to work better. And there's the third piece, which is the scalability. Right? The one thing that has been shown time and time again is that if you have a larger neural network, throw more compute, more data at it, it will work better. Those three properties together feel like essential parts of building general intelligence. Now, it doesn't just mean that if we scale up what we have, we'll have an AGI. Right? There are clearly missing pieces, there are missing ideas. We need to have answers for reasoning. But I think that the core here is that for the first time, it feels that we have a paradigm that gives us hope that general intelligence can be achievable. And so as soon as you believe that, everything else becomes different. Right? If you imagine that you may be able to, the timeline I think remains uncertain. But I think that certainly within our lifetimes and possibly within a much shorter period of time than people would expect, if you can really build the most transformative technology that will ever exist, you stop thinking about yourself so much, right? You start thinking about just like, how do you have a world where this goes well? And that you need to think about the practicalities of how do you build an organization and get together a bunch of people and resources and to make sure that people feel motivated and ready to do it. But I think that then you start thinking about, well, what if we succeed? And how do we make sure that when we succeed, that the world is actually in a place that we want ourselves to exist in, almost in the Rawls and Bale sense of the word. And so that's kind of the broader landscape. And OpenAI was really formed in 2015 with that high-level picture of AGI might be possible sooner than people think, and that we need to try to do our best to make sure it's going to go well. And then we spent the next couple of years really trying to figure out what does that mean, how do we do it. I think that typically with a company, you start out very small. So you have a co-founder, build a product, you get some users, you get product market fit. And if at some point you raise some money, you hire people, you scale, and then down the road, the big companies realize you exist and try to kill you. And for OpenAI, it was basically everything exactly the opposite order.
Let me just pause for a second. You said a lot of things, and let me just admire the jarring aspect of what OpenAI stands for, which is daring to dream. I mean, you said it's pretty powerful. It caught me off guard because I think that's very true. The step of just daring to dream about the possibilities of creating intelligence in a positive and safe way, just even creating intelligence, is a much needed, refreshing catalyst for the AI community. So that's the starting point. Okay, so then the formation of OpenAI was.
I would just say that when we're starting OpenAI, the kind of the first question that we had is it too late to start a lab with a bunch of the best people? Right?
Wow,
Is that even
okay.
possible?
That was an actual question.
That was the core question of this dinner in July of 2015, and that was really what we spent the whole time talking about. And because it's, you think about kind of where AI was, it's the transition from being an academic pursuit to an industrial pursuit. And so a lot of the best people were in these big research labs, and we wanted to start our own one that no matter how much resources we could accumulate, would be pale in comparison to the big tech companies. We knew that, and there's a question of are we going to be actually able to get this thing off the ground? You need critical mass. You can't just do you and the co-founder build a product, right? You really need to have a group of 5 to 10 people, and we kind of concluded it wasn't obviously impossible, so it seemed worth trying.
Well, you're also a dreamer, so who knows, right?
That's right.
Okay, so speaking of that, competing with the big players, let's talk about some tricky things as you think through this process of growing, of seeing how you can develop these systems at scale that competes. So you recently formed OpenAI LP, and you capped a profit company that now carries the name OpenAI. So OpenAI is now this official company. But the original nonprofit company still exists and carries the OpenAI nonprofit name. So can you explain what this company is, what the purpose of its creation is, and how did you arrive at the decision?
Yep. OpenAI, the whole entity, and OpenAI LP as a vehicle, is trying to accomplish the mission of ensuring that artificial general intelligence benefits everyone. And the main way that we're trying to do that is by actually trying to build general intelligence ourselves and make sure the benefits are distributed to the world. That's the primary way. We're also fine if someone else does this, right? It doesn't have to be us. If someone else is going to build an API and make sure that benefits don't get locked up in one company or one set of people, like we're actually fine with that. And so those ideas are baked into our charter, which is kind of the foundational document that describes kind of our values and how we operate. But it's also really baked into the structure of OpenAI LP. And so the way that we set up OpenAI LP is that in the case where we succeed, right, if we actually build what we're trying to build, then investors are able to get a return. But that return is something that is capped. And so if you think of AGI in terms of the value that you create, you're talking about the most transformative technology ever created. It's going to create orders of magnitude more value than any existing company. And that all of that value will be owned by the world, like legally titled to the nonprofit to fulfill that mission. And so that's the structure.
So the mission is a powerful one, and it's one that I think most people would agree with. It's how we would hope AI progresses. And so how do you tie yourself to that mission? How do you make sure you do not deviate from that mission? That other incentives that are profit driven don't interfere with the mission.
So this was actually a really core question for us for the past couple of years, because I'd say that like the way that our history went was that for the first year we were getting off the ground, right? We had this high level picture, but we didn't know exactly how we wanted to accomplish it. And really 2 years ago when we first started realizing in order to build AGI, we're just going to need to raise way more money than we can as a nonprofit. And we're talking many millions of dollars. And so the first question is, how are you supposed to do that and stay true to this mission? And we looked at every legal structure out there and concluded none of them were quite right for what we wanted to do. And I guess it shouldn't be too surprising if you're going to do something like crazy unprecedented technology, that you're going to have to come with some crazy unprecedented structure to do it in. And a lot of our conversation was with people at OpenAI, right? People who really joined because they believe so much in this mission, and thinking about how do we actually raise the resources to do it, and also stay true to what we stand for. And the place you got to start is to really align on what is it we stand for, right? What are those values? What's really important to us? And so I'd say that we spent about a year really compiling the OpenAI charter, and that determines. And if you even look at the first line item there, it says that, look, we expect we're going to have to marshal huge amounts of resources, but we're going to make sure that we minimize conflicts of interest with the mission. And that kind of aligning on all of those pieces was the most important step towards figuring out how do we structure a company that can actually raise the resources to do what we need to do.
I imagine OpenAI, the decision to create OpenAI LP was a really difficult one, and there was a lot of discussions, as you mentioned, for a year, and there were different ideas, perhaps detractors within OpenAI, different paths that you could have taken. What were those concerns? What were the different paths considered? What was that process of making that decision?
Sure. But so if you look actually at the OpenAI charter, there's almost two paths embedded within it. We are primarily trying to build AGI ourselves, but we're also okay if someone else does it. And this is a weird thing for a company.
It's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
There is an element of competition. If you do want to be the one that does it, but at the same time, you're okay if someone else does it. But we'll talk about that a little bit, that trade-off, that dance that's really interesting.
And I think this was the core tension as we were designing OpenAI LP and really the OpenAI strategy, is how do you make sure that both you have a shot at being a primary actor, which really requires building the organization, raising massive resources, and really having the will to go and execute on some really, really hard vision, right? You need to really sign up for a long period to go and take on a lot of pain and a lot of risk. And to do that, normally you just import the startup mindset, right? And you think about, okay, like how do we out-execute everyone with this very competitive angle? But you also have the second angle of saying that, well, the true mission isn't for OpenAI to build AGI. The true mission is for AGI to go well for humanity. And so how do you take all of those first actions and make sure you don't close the door on outcomes that would actually be positive against the fulfill the mission? And so I think it's a very delicate balance, right? And I think that going 100% in one direction or the other is clearly not the correct answer. And so I think that even in terms of just how we talk about OpenAI and think about it, there's just like one thing that's always in the back of my mind is to make sure that we're not just saying OpenAI's goal is to build AGI, right? That it's actually much broader than that, right? That first of all, it's not just AGI, it's safe AGI. It's very important. But secondly, our goal isn't to be the ones to build it. Our goal is to make it the most well for the world. And so I think that figuring out how do you balance all of those and to get people to really come to the table and compile the like a single document that encompasses all of that wasn't trivial.
Part of the challenge here is your mission is, I would say, beautiful, empowering, and a beacon of hope for people in the research community and just people thinking about AI. So your decisions are scrutinized more than I think a regular profit-driven company. Do you feel the burden of this in the creation of the chart and just in the way you operate?
Yes.
So why do you lean into the burden by creating such a chart? Why not to keep it quiet?
I mean, it just boils down to the mission, right? Like I'm here and everyone else is here because we think this is the most important mission, right?
Dare to dream. Right. So, do you think you could be good for the world or create an AGI system that's good when you're a for-profit company? From my perspective, I don't understand why profit interferes with positive impact on society. I don't understand why Google, that makes most of its money from ads, can't also do good for the world, or other companies, Facebook, anything. I don't understand why those have to interfere. You can profit isn't the thing, in my view, that affects the impact of the company. What affects the impact of the company is the charter, is the culture, is the people inside. The profit is the thing that just fuels those people. What are your views there?
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question, and there's some real long-standing debates in society that are wrapped up in it. The way that I think about it is just think about what are the most impactful nonprofits in the world? What are the most impactful for-profits in the world?
Right, these missions are the best for-profits.
That's right. And I think that there's some real truth here that the system that we set up, the system for kind of how today's world is organized, is one that really allows for huge impact. And that kind of part of that is that you need to be, for-profits are self-sustaining and able to kind of build on their own momentum. I think that's a really powerful thing. It's something that, when it turns out that we haven't set the guardrails correctly, causes problems, right? Think about logging companies that go into the forest, the rainforest. That's really bad. We don't want that. And it's actually really interesting to me that kind of this question of how do you get positive benefits out of a for-profit company. It's actually very similar to how do you get positive benefits out of an AGI, right? That you have this like very powerful system. It's more powerful than any human, and it's kind of autonomous in some ways, superhuman in a lot of axes. And somehow you have to set the guardrails to get good things to happen. But when you do, the benefits are massive. And so I think that when I think about nonprofit versus for-profit, I think it's just not enough happens in nonprofits. They're very pure, but it's just kind of, it's just hard to do things there. In for-profits, in some ways, like too much happens. But if kind of shaped in the right way, it can actually be very positive. And so with OpenAI LP, we're picking a road. Now, the thing that I think is really important to recognize is that the way that we think about OpenAI LP is that in the world where AGI actually happens, right? In a world where it's successful, we build the most transformative technology ever, the amount of value we're going to create will be astronomical. And so then in that case, the cap that we have will be a small fraction of the value we create. And the amount of value that goes back to investors and employees looks pretty similar to what would happen in a pretty successful startup. And that's really the case that we're optimizing for, right? We're thinking about success case, making sure that the value we create doesn't get locked up. And I expected in other for-profit companies that it's possible to do something like that. I think it's not obvious how to do it, right? I think that as a for-profit company, you have a lot of fiduciary duty to your shareholders, and that there are certain decisions that you just cannot make. In our structure, we've set it up so that we have a fiduciary duty to the charter. That we always get to make the decision that is right for the charter, rather than even if it comes at the expense of our own stakeholders. And so I think that when I think about what's really important, it's not really about nonprofit versus for-profit. It's really a question of if you build a GI and kind of humanity's now this new age, who benefits? Whose lives are better? And I think that what's really important is to have an answer that is everyone.
Yeah, which is one of the core aspects of the charter. So what concern people have, not just with OpenAI, but Google, Facebook, Amazon, anybody really that's creating impact at scale, is how do we avoid, as your charter says, avoid enabling the use of AI or HAI to unduly concentrate power? Why would not a company like OpenAI keep all the power in the AI system for itself?
Charter.
The charter. So, how does the charter actualize itself in day to day?
So I think that the first to zoom out, right, that the way that we structure the company so that the power for sort of dictating the actions that OpenAI takes ultimately rests with the board, right, the board of the nonprofit. And the board is set up in certain ways, certain restrictions that you can read about in the OpenAI LP blog post. But effectively, the board is the governing body for OpenAI LP. And the board has a duty to fulfill the mission of the nonprofit. So that's kind of how we thread all these things together. Now, there's a question of, so day to day, how do people, the individuals, who in some ways are the most empowered one, and the board sort of gets to call the shot at the high level, but people who are actually executing are the employees, right? People who are on a day basis, who have the keys to the whole kingdom. I think that the answer looks a lot like what values get actualized, right? I think that a lot of that comes to people who are here because they really believe in that, and they believe in that they are willing to take action. That maybe are worse for them, but are better charter, and that's something that's really big to the culture. And honestly, I think it's that's one of the things that we really have to work to preserve as an important part of how we think about bringing people into OpenAI.
So there's people here who like, hold on a second, this is totally against what we stand for, culture-wise.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that we actually have, that's like a pretty important part of how we operate, how we have, even again with designing the charter and designing OpenAI in the first place, that there's been a lot of conversation with employees here, and a lot of times where employees say, wait a second, this seems like it's going in the wrong direction, let's talk about it. And so I think one thing that's I think a really, and here's actually one thing that I think is very unique about us as a small company, is that if you're at a massive tech giant, it's a little bit hard for someone who's a line employee to go and talk to the CEO and say, I think we're looking at this wrong. And you'll get companies like Google that have had some collective action from employees to make ethical change around things like Maven. And so maybe there are mechanisms at other companies that work. But here, it's super easy for anyone to pull me aside, to pull Sam aside, to pull Lily aside, and people do it all the time.
One of the interesting things in the charter is this idea that it'd be great if you could try to describe or untangle switching from competition to collaboration in late stage AGI development. It was really interesting, this dance between competition and collaboration. How do you think about that?
Yeah, assuming you can actually do the technical side of AGI development, I think there's going to be two key problems in figuring out how do you actually play it and go well. The first one of these is the run-up to building the first AGI. You look at how self-driving cars are being developed, and it's a competitive race. The thing that always happens in a competitive race is that you have huge amounts of pressure to get rid of safety. And so that's one thing we're very concerned about, right, is that multiple teams figuring out, we can actually get there, but, we took the slower path that is more guaranteed to be safe, we will lose. And so we're going to take the path back. And so the more that we can, both ourselves, be in a position where we don't generate that competitive race, where we say, if the race is being run and that someone else is further ahead than we are, we're not going to try to leapfrog. We're going to actually work with them, right? We will help them succeed. As long as what they're trying to do is to fulfill our mission, then we're good. We don't have to build AGI ourselves. And I think that's a really important commitment from us, but it can't just be unilateral, right? I think it's really important that other players who are serious about building AGI make similar commitments, right? I think that, again, to the extent that everyone believes that AGI should be something to benefit everyone, then it actually really shouldn't matter which company builds it. And we should all be concerned about the case where we just race so hard to get there that something goes wrong.
So, what role do you think government, our favorite entity, has in setting policy and rules about this domain, from research, development to early stage to late stage AI development?
So I think that first of all, it's really important the government's in there, right? In some way, shape, or form. At the end of the day, we're talking about building technology that will shape how the world operates, and that there needs to be government as part of that answer. And so that's why we've done a number of different congressional testimonies. We interact with a number of different lawmakers, and right now, a lot of our message to them is that it's not the time for regulation; it is the time for measurement. Right? Our policy recommendation is that people, and the government does this all the time with bodies like NIST, spend time trying to figure out just where the technology is, how fast it's moving, and can really become literate and up to speed with respect to what to expect. So I think that today the answer really is about measurement, and I think that there will be a time and place where that will change. And I think it's a little bit hard to predict exactly what exactly that trajectory should look like.
So there will be a point at which regulation, federal in the United States, the government steps in and helps be the, I'm going to say, the adult in the room to make sure that there is strict rules, maybe conservative rules that nobody can cross.
Well, I think there's kind of maybe two angles to it. So today with narrow AI applications, that I think there are already existing bodies that are responsible and should be responsible for regulation. You think about, for example, with self-driving cars, that you want the National Highway exactly to be regulating that. That makes sense, right? But basically what we're saying is that we're going to have these technological systems that are going to be doing performing applications that teams already do. Great. We already have ways of thinking about standards and safety for those. So I think actually empowering those regulators today is also pretty important. And then I think for AGI, that there's going to be a point where we'll have better answers. And I think maybe a similar approach of first measurement and start thinking about what the rules should be. I think it's really important that we don't prematurely squash progress. Like I think it's very easy to kind of smother the budding field, and I think that's something to really avoid. But I don't think the right way of doing it is to say, let's just try to blaze ahead and not involve all these other stakeholders.
So you recently released a paper on GPT-2 language modeling, but did not release the full model because you had concerns about the possible negative effects of the availability of such model. It's outside of just that decision, it's super interesting because of the discussion at the societal level, the discourse it creates. So it's fascinating in that aspect. But if you think that's the specifics here at first, what are some negative effects that you envisioned? And of course, what are some of the positive effects?
Yeah, so again, I think to zoom out, the way that we thought about GPT-2 is that with language modeling, we are clearly on a trajectory right now where we scale up our models and we get qualitatively better performance. Right? GPT-2 itself was actually just a scale up of a model that we released in the previous June. Right? We just ran it at a much larger scale. We got these results where suddenly starting to write coherent prose, which was not something we'd seen previously. And what are we doing now? Well, we're going to scale up GPT-2 by 10x, by 100x, 1000x, and we don't know what we're going to get. And so it's very clear that the model that we released last June, I think it's kind of like it's a good academic toy. It's not something that we think is something that can really have negative applications, or to the extent that we can, the positive of being able to play with it is far outweighs the possible harms. You fast forward to not GPT-2 but GPT-20, and you think about what that's going to be like, and I think the capabilities are going to be substantive. And so there needs to be a point in between the two where you say, this is something where we're drawing the line, and that we need to start thinking about the safety aspects. And cons, and it wasn't clear which one outweighed the other. And I think that when we announced that, hey, we decided not to release this model, then there was a bunch of conversation where various people said it's so obvious we should have just released it. There are other people said it's so obvious you should not have released it. And I think that almost definitionally means that holding back was the correct decision. Right? If it's not obvious whether something is beneficial or not, we should probably default to caution. And so I think that the overall landscape for how we think about it is that this decision could have gone either way. There are great arguments both directions. But for future models down the road, and possibly sooner than you expect, because when you scale these things up, doesn't have to take that long, those ones you're definitely not going to want to release into the wild. And so I think that we almost view this as a test case and see, can we even design, how do you have a society, or how do you have a system that goes from no concept of responsible disclosure, or the mere idea of not releasing something for safety reasons is unfamiliar, to a world where you say, okay, we have a powerful model, let's at least think about it, let's go through some process. And you think about the security community, it took them a long time to design responsible disclosure, right? You know, you think about this question of, well, I have a security exploit, I send it to the company's like, tries to prosecute me, or just ignores it. What do I do, right? And so the alternatives of, oh, I just always publish your exploits, that doesn't seem good either, right? So it took a long time. It took this it was bigger than any individual, right? It's really about the whole community to believe that, okay, we'll have this process where you send it to the company, you know, if they don't act at a certain time, then you go public, and you're not a bad person, you've done the right thing. And I think that in AI, part of the response to GPT-2 just proves you don't have any concept of this. So that's the high level picture. And so I think this was a really important move to make. And we could have maybe played it for GPT-3, but I'm really glad we did it for GPT-2. And so now you look at GPT-2 itself, and you think about the substance of, okay, what are potential negative applications? So you have this model that's been trained on the internet, which, you know, it's also going to be a bunch of very biased data, a bunch of, you know, very offensive content in there, and you can ask it to generate content for you on basically any topic, right? You just give it a prompt and we'll just start writing. All right, it's content like you see on the internet, you know, even down to like saying advertisement in the middle of some of its generations. And you think about the possibilities for generating fake news or abusive content. And you know, it's interesting seeing what people have done with release a smaller version of GPT-2, and the people have done things like try to generate, to take my own Facebook message history and generate more Facebook messages like me, and people generating fake politician content, or you know, there's a bunch of things there where you at least have to think, is this going to be good for the world? There's the flip side, which is I think that there's a lot of awesome applications we really want to see, like creative applications in terms of if you have sci-fi authors that can work with this tool and come up with cool ideas, like that seems awesome. We can write better sci-fi if we use it with these tools. And we've actually had a bunch of people writing to us asking, hey, can you use it for, you know, for a variety of different creative applications?
So the positive are actually pretty easy to imagine. There's, you know, the usual NLP applications are really interesting, but let's go there. It's kind of interesting to think about a world where, look at Twitter, where not just fake news, but smarter and smarter bots being able to spread in an interesting, complex, networking way information that just floods out us regular human beings with our original thoughts. So, what are your views of this world with GPT-20, right? How do we think about it? Again, it's like one of those things about in the 50s trying to describe the internet or the smartphone. What do you think about that world, the nature of information? One possibility is that we'll always try to design systems that identify a robot versus human and do so successfully, and so we authenticate that we're still human. And the other world is that we just accept the fact that we're swimming in a sea of fake news and just learn to swim there.
Well, have you ever seen there's a popular meme of robot with a physical arm and clicking the "I'm not a robot" button? Yeah. I think the truth is that really trying to distinguish between the robot and human is a losing battle.
ultimately you think it's a losing battle?
I think it's a losing battle, right? I think that is in terms of content, kind of the action you can take. I think about how captures have gone, right? The captures used to be very nice, simple. You just have this image. All of our OCR is terrible. You put a couple of artifacts in it. Humans are going to be able to tell what it is. An AI system would be able to. Today, like I barely do captions. And I think that this is just kind of where we're going. I think captions were a moment-in-time thing, and as AI systems become more powerful, that there being human capabilities that can be measured in a very easy, automated way that AI is not capable of. I think that's just it's just an increasingly hard technical battle. But it's not that all hope is lost, right? You think about how do we already authenticate ourselves, right? We have systems, we have social security numbers in the U.S., or you have ways of identifying individual people, and having real world identity tied to digital identity seems like a step towards authenticating the source of content rather than the content itself. Now, there are problems with that. How can your privacy and anonymity in a world where the only content you trust is, or the way to trust content is by looking at where it comes from. And so I think that building out big reputation networks may be one possible solution. But yeah, I think that this question is not an obvious one. I think sooner than we think we'll be in a world where today I often overread a tweet and be like, do I feel like a real human wrote this? Or I feel like it's genuine. I feel like I can kind of judge the content a little bit. And I think in the future, it just won't be the case. You look at, for example, the FCC comments on net neutrality came out later that millions of those were auto-generated. That the researchers were able to do various statistical techniques to do that. What do you do in a world where those statistical techniques don't exist? It's just impossible to tell the difference between humans and AIs. In fact, the most persuasive arguments are written by AI. All that stuff, it's not sci-fi anymore. Look at GPT-2 making a great argument for why recycling is bad for the world. You got to read that. You're like, oh, they're right. They are.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I mean, ultimately, it boils down to the physical world being the last frontier of proving. You said like basically networks of people, humans vouching for humans in the physical world. Somehow, the authentication right there. I mean, if I had to ask you, I mean, you're way too eloquent for a human. So, if I had to ask you to authenticate, like prove, how do I know you're not a robot? How do you know I'm not a robot?
Yeah.
I think that's so far we're in this space, this conversation we just had, the physical movements we did, is the biggest gap between us and AI systems, is the physical relation. So maybe that's the last frontier.
Well, here's another question: why is solving this problem important, right? Like, what aspects are really important to us? I think that probably where we'll end up is we'll hone in on what do we really want out of knowing if we're talking to a human, and I think that again this comes down to identity. And so I think that the internet of the future, I expect to be one that will have lots of agents out there that will interact with you. But I think that the question of, is this real flesh and blood human, or is this an automated system, may actually just be less important.
Let's actually go there. It's GPT-2. It's impressive, and let's look at GPT-20. Why is it so bad that all my friends are GPT-20? Why is it so important on the internet? You think to interact with only human beings? Why can't we live in a world where ideas can come from models trained on human data?
Yeah, I think this is actually a really interesting question. This comes back to how do you picture a world with some new technology? And I think that one thing I think is important is let's say honesty. And I think that if you have almost the Turing test style sense of technology, you have AIs that are pretending to be human and deceiving you. I think that is that feels like a bad thing, right? I think that it's really important that we feel like we're in control of our environment, right? That we understand who we're interacting with, and if it's an AI or a human, that's not something that we're deceived about. But I think that the flip side of, can I have as meaningful of an interaction with an AI as I can with a human? Well, I actually think here you can turn to sci-fi. Her, I think, is a great example of asking this very question, right? One thing I really love about her is it really starts out almost by asking, how meaningful are human virtual relationships, right? And then you have a human who has a relationship with an AI, and if you run into that, right? That all of your emotional buttons get triggered in the same way as if there was a real human that was on the other side of that phone. And so I think that this is one way of thinking about it, is that I think that we can have meaningful interactions, and that if there's a funny joke, sometimes it doesn't really matter if it was written by a human or an AI, but what we don't want, and what I think we should really draw hard lines, is deception. And I think that as long as we're in a world where, why do we build AI systems at all? Right? The reason we want to build them is to enhance human lives, to make humans be able to do more things, to have humans feel more fulfilled. And if we can build AI systems that do that, sign me up.
So the process of language modeling, how far do you think you take this? Let's look at the movie Her. Do you think dialogue, natural language conversation is formulated by the Turing test, for example? Do you think that process could be achieved through this kind of unsupervised language modeling?
So I think the Turing test in its real form isn't just about language, right? It's really about reasoning too, right? To really pass the Turing test, I should be able to teach calculus to whoever's on the other side and have it really understand calculus and be able to go and solve new calculus problems. And so I think that to really solve the Turing test, we need more than what we're seeing with language models. We need some way of plugging in reasoning. Now, how different will that be from what we already do? That's an open question, right? It might be that we need some sequence of totally radical new ideas, or it might be that we just need to kind of shape our existing systems in a slightly different way. But I think that in terms of how far language modeling will go, it's already gone way further than many people would have expected, right? I think that things like, there's a lot of really interesting angles to poke in terms of how much does GPT-2 understand the physical world? Like, you read a little bit about fire underwater in GPT-2, so it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't quite understand what these things are. But at the same time, I think that you'll also see various things like smoke coming from flame and a bunch of these things that GPT-2 has no body, it has no physical experience, it's just statically read data. I think that the answer is like, we don't know yet. These questions, though, we're starting to be able to actually ask them to physical systems, to real systems that exist, and that's very exciting.
Do you think, what's your intuition? Do you think if you just scale language modeling, significantly scale, that reasoning can emerge in the same exact mechanism?
I think it's unlikely that if we just scale GPT-2 that we'll have reasoning in the full-fledged way. And I think that there's the type signature is a little bit wrong, right? That there's something we do with what we call thinking, right? Where we spend a lot of compute, like a variable amount of compute, to get to better answers, right? I think a little bit harder, I get a better answer. And that kind of type signature isn't quite encoded in a GPT, right? GPT will kind of it's spent a long time in its evolutionary history baking in all this information, getting very, very good at this predictive process. And then at runtime, I just kind of do one forward pass and able to generate stuff. And so, there might be small tweaks to what we do in order to get the type signature right. For example, it's not really one forward pass, right? You generate symbol by symbol. And so maybe you generate a whole sequence of thoughts and keep the last bit or something. But I think that at the very least, I would expect you to make changes like that.
Yeah, just exactly how you said think is a process of generating thought by thought in the same kind of way, like you said, keep the last bit, the thing that we converge towards.
And I think there's another piece which is interesting, which is this out of distribution generalization, right? That thinking somehow lets us do that, right? That we have an experience of thing, and yet somehow we just kind of keep refining our mental model of it. This is again something that feels tied to whatever reasoning is. And maybe it's a small tweak to what we do, maybe it's many ideas, it'll take us many decades.
Yeah, so the assumption there, generalization out of distribution, is that it's possible to create new ideas. It's possible that nobody's ever created new ideas, and then with scaling GPT to GPT-20, you would essentially generalize to all possible thoughts that I was supposed to have. I think just to play devil's advocate.
Right. I mean, how many true story ideas have we come from? That's Shakespeare, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just all different forms of love and drama and so on. Okay. I'm not sure if you read a bit of lesson, a recent blog post by Ray Sutton.
Yep, I have.
He basically says something that echoes some of the ideas that you've been talking about, which is he says the biggest lesson that can be read from 70 years of AI research is that general methods that leverage computation are ultimately going to ultimately win out. Do you agree with this? So basically, and OpenAI in general, about the ideas they're exploring, coming up with methods, with GPT-2 modeling, or whether it's OpenAI 5 playing Dota, where a general method is better than the more fine-tuned, expert-tuned method.
Yeah, so I think that, well, one thing that I think was really interesting about the reaction to that blog post was that a lot of people read this as saying that compute is all that matters. That's a very threatening idea, right? And I don't think it's a true idea either. Right? It's very clear that we have algorithmic ideas that are very important for human progress, and to really build AGI, you want to push as far as you can on the computational scale, and you want to push as far as you can on human ingenuity. And so I think you need both. But I think the way that you frame the question is actually very, very good, right? That it's really about what kind of ideas should we be striving for. And absolutely, if you can find a scalable idea, pour more compute into it, pour more data into it, it gets better. Like that's the real holy grail. And so I think that the answer to the question is yes. That's really how we think about it. That part of why we're excited about the power of deep learning, the potential for building AGI, is because we look at the systems that exist in the most successful AI systems, and we realize that you scale those up, they're going to work better. And I think that scalability is something that really gives us hope for being able to build transformative systems.
So I'll tell you, it's a partially emotional, a thing that a response that people often have is compute is so important for state-of-the-art performance. Individual developers, maybe a 13-year-old sitting somewhere on campus or something like that, they're sitting, they might not even have a GPU, or they have a single GPU or 1080 or something like that. And there's this feeling like, well, how can I possibly compete or contribute to this world of AI if scale is so important? So if you can comment on that, and in general, do you think we need to also in the future focus on democratizing compute resources more or as much as we democratize the algorithms?
Well, so the way that I think about it is that there's this space of possible progress. Right? There's a space of ideas and sort of systems that work to move us forward. And there's a portion of that space, and to some extent, an increasingly significant portion of that space, that does just require massive compute resources. And for that, I think that the answer is kind of clear, and that part of why we have the structure that we do is because we think it's really important to pushing the scale and to be building these large clusters and systems. But there's another portion of the space that isn't about the large scale compute. There are these ideas that, again, I think that for the ideas to really be impactful and really shine, that they should be ideas that if you scale them up, would work way better than they do at small scale. But you can discover them without massive computational resources. And if you look at the history of recent developments, you think about things like the GAN or the VAE, that these are ones that I think you could come up with them without having, and in practice, you could come up with them without having massive computational resources.
Right, I just thought the good fellow, but the thing is, the initial GAN produced pretty terrible results. Right, so only because there's a very specific group, because they're smart enough to know that this is quite surprising can generate anything that they know. Hey, do you see a world, or is that too optimistic in dream like to imagine that the compute resources are something that's owned by governments and provided as utility?
Actually, to some extent, this question reminds me of a blog post from one of my former professors at Harvard, this guy Matt Welsh, who was assistant professor. I remember sitting in his tenure talk grade, and he had literally just gotten tenure. He went to Google for the summer, and then decided he wasn't going back to academia. Right, and the kind of blog post makes this point that, look, as a systems researcher, that I come up with these cool system ideas, right, kind of the whole proof of concept, and the best thing I can hope for is that people at Google or Yahoo, which was around at the time, will implement it and actually make it work at scale. Right, that's like the dream for me. Right? I built a little thing, and they can use actually working. And for him, he said, I'm done with that. I want to be the person who's actually building and deploying. And I think that there's a similar dichotomy here, right? I think that there are people who really actually find value, and I think it's a valuable thing to do, to be the person who produces those ideas, right? Build the proof of concept. And yeah, you don't get to generate the coolest possible GAN images, but you invented the GAN, right? And so but there's a real trade-off there. And I think that's a very personal choice, but I think there's value on both sides.
And do you think creating AGI, something or some new models, we would see echoes of the brilliance even at the prototype level? So you would be able to develop those ideas without scale, the initial seeds.
So take a look at, I always like to look at examples that exist, right? Look at real precedent. And so take a look at the June 2018 model that we released. We scaled up to turn GPT-2. And you can see that at small scale, it set some records, right? This was the original GPT. We actually had some cool generations. They weren't nearly as amazingly as stunning as the GPT-2 was, but it was promising. It was interesting. And so I think it is the case that with a lot of these ideas, you see promise at small scale. But there is an asterisk, a very big asterisk, which is sometimes we see behaviors that emerge that are qualitatively different from anything we saw at small scale. And that the original inventor of whatever algorithm looks at it and says, I didn't think it could do that. This is what we saw in Dota, right? So PPO was created by John Cholman, who's a researcher here. And with Dota, we basically just ran PPO at massive scale. And there's some tweaks in order to make it work, but fundamentally it's PPO at the core. And we were able to get this long-term planet, these behaviors to really play out on a time scale that we just thought was not possible. And John looked at that and was like, I didn't think you could do that. That's what happened when we had 3 orcs and had 2 more scale. Tested that.
Yeah, but it still has the same flavors of, at least echoes of the expected buildings. Although I suspect with GPT scaled more and more, you might get surprising things. So yeah, you're right. It's interesting. It's difficult to see how far an idea will go when it's scaled. It's an open question.
Well, so to that point with Dota and PPO, here's a very confusing one, right? It's like, it's actually one thing that's very surprising about Dota that I think people don't really pay that much attention to is the degree of generalization of distribution that happens, right? That you have this AI that's trained against other bots for its entirety.
Sorry to take a step back. Can you talk through, a story of Dota, a story of leading up to OpenAI 5, and that passed, and what was the process of self-play and so on, training?
Yeah. So
What is Dota?
Yeah, Dota is a complex video game, and we started trying to solve Dota because we felt like this was a step towards the real world relative to other games like chess or Go. Right, those very cerebral games where you just kind of like these very discrete moves. Dota starts to be much more continuous time. You have this huge variety of different actions. That you have a 45-minute game with all these different units, and it's got a lot of messiness to it that really hasn't been captured by previous games. And famously, all of the hard-coded bots for Dota were terrible. Right? It's just impossible to write anything good for it because it's so complex. And so this seemed like a really good place to push what's the state of the art in reinforcement learning. And so we started by focusing on that versus 1 version of the game, and we're able to solve that. We're able to beat the world champions, and the learning, the skill curve was this crazy exponential, right? It was like constantly just scaling up, that we were fixing bugs, and you look at the skill curve, and it was really a very, very smooth one. It's actually really interesting to see how that human iteration will yield very steady exponential progress.
To one side note, first of all, it's an exceptionally popular video game. The side effect is that there's a lot of incredible human experts at that video game. So the benchmark that you're trying to reach is very high. And the other, can you talk about the approach that was used initially throughout the training agents of this game?
Yep. So the approach that we use is self-play. So you have 2 agents that don't know anything. They battle each other. They discover something a little bit good, and now they both know it. And they just get better and better and better without bound. And that's a really powerful idea, right? That we then went from 1 versus 1 version of the game and scaled up to 5 versus 5, right? So you think about kind of like basketball where you have this team sport, and you have to do all this coordination. And we were able to push the same idea, the same self-play to really get to the professional level at the full 5 versus 5 version of the game. And the things I think are really interesting here is that these agents, in some ways, they're almost like an insect-like intelligence, right? Where they have a lot in common with how an insect is trained, right? The insect kind of lives in this environment for a very long time, or the ancestors of this insect have been around for a long time, have a lot of experience, gets baked into this agent, and it's not really smart in the sense of a human, right? It's not able to go in calculus, but it's able to navigate its environment extremely well. It's able to handle unexpected things in the environment it's never seen before pretty well. And we see the same sort of thing with our Dota bots, right? They're able to, within this game, they're able to play against humans, which is something that never existed in its evolutionary environment. Totally different play styles from humans versus the bots. And yet, it's able to handle it extremely well. And that's something that I think was very surprising to us, was something that doesn't really emerge from what we've seen with PPO at smaller scale, right? The kind of scale we're running this stuff at was, like it's like 100,000 CPU cores running with like 100 GPUs. Probably about, something like hundreds of years of experience going into this bot every single real day. And so that scale is massive, and we start to see very different kinds of behaviors out of the algorithms that we all know and love.
Dota, you mentioned beat the world expert 1v1, and then you weren't able to win 5v5 this year.
Yeah,
at the best players in the world. So what's the comeback story? First of all, talk through that. That's an exceptionally exciting event, and what's the following months and this year look like?
Yeah. So, one thing that's interesting is that we lose all the time because we play. So the Dota team at OpenAI, we play the bot against better players than our system all the time. Or at least we used to, right? Like the first time we lost publicly was we went up on stage at the International and we played against some of the best teams in the world, and we ended up losing both games. But we gave them a run for the money, right? Both games were 30 minutes, 25 minutes, and they went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so I think that really shows that we're at the professional level, and that kind of looking at those games, we think that the point could have gone a different direction, and could have had some wins and stuff. That was actually very encouraging for us. And it's interesting because the International was at a fixed time, right? So we knew exactly what day we were going to be playing. We pushed as far as we could, as fast as we could. 2 weeks later, we had about an 80% win rate versus the one we played at TI. So the march of progress, you should think of it as a snapshot rather than as an end state. And so, in fact, we'll be announcing our finals pretty soon. I actually think that we'll announce our final match prior to this podcast being released. So we'll be playing against the world champions. And for us, it's really less about like the way to think about what's upcoming is the final milestone, the final competitive milestone for the project, right? That our goal in all of this isn't really about beating humans at Dota. Our goal is to push the state of the art in reinforcement learning, and we've done that, right? We've actually learned a lot from our system, and that we have, I think, a lot of exciting next steps that we want to take. And so, as the final showcase of what we built, we're going to do this match. But for us, it's not really the success or failure to see do we have one from Dota direction or against.
Where do you see the field of deep learning heading in the next few years? Where do you see the work and reinforcement learning perhaps heading? And more specifically with OpenAI, all the exciting projects that you're working on, what does 2019 hold for you?
Massive scale. I will put an asterisk on that and just say, I think that it's about ideas plus scale.
So that's a good point. The question in terms of ideas, you have a lot of projects that are exploring different areas of intelligence. And the question is, when you think of scale, do you think about growing the scale of those individual projects, or do you think about adding new projects? And if you are thinking about adding new projects, or if you look at the past, what's the process of coming up with new projects and new ideas?
So we really have a life cycle of project. So we start with a few people just working on a small scale idea. And language is actually a very good example of this. There was really one person here who was pushing on language for a long time. Right? And then you get signs of life, right? So this was like, let's say, with the original GPT, we had something that was interesting. And we said, okay, it's time to scale this, right? It's time to put more people on it, put more computational resources behind it, and then we just kind of keep pushing and keep pushing. And the end state is something that's like go to or robotics, where you have a large team of 10 or 15 people that are running things at very large scale, and that you're able to really have material engineering and sort of machine learning science coming together to make systems that work and get material results that just would have been impossible otherwise. So we do that whole life cycle. We've done it a number of times, typically end to end, probably 2 years or so to do it. The organization's been around for 3 years, so maybe we'll find ourselves on longer life cycle projects. But we'll work up to those. We have one team that we're actually just starting. Ilya and I are kicking off a new team called the Reasoning Team, and this is to really try to tackle how do you get neural networks to reason. And we think that this will be a long-term project, one we're very excited about.
In terms of reasoning, super exciting topic. What kind of benchmarks, what kind of tests of reasoning do you envision? What would, if you set back whatever drink and you would be impressed that the system is able to do something, what would that look like?
It's theorem proving.
Theorem proving. So some kind of logic, and especially mathematical logic.
I think so, right? I think that there's kind of other problems that are dual to theorem proving in particular. You think about programming, you think about even like security analysis of code. That these all kind of capture the same sorts of core reasoning and being able to do some out of distribution generalization.
It would be quite exciting if OpenAI reasoning teams were able to do
It would be very, very, very exciting, especially if it turns out that people that be, that would be interesting too.
It would be ironic and humorous. So what problem stands out to you as the most exciting and challenging platform to work for us as a community in general and for OpenAI this year? You mentioned reasoning. I think that's a heck of a problem.
Yeah, so I think reasoning is an important one. I think it's going to be hard to get good results in 2019. Again, just like you think about the life cycle, it takes time. I think for 2019, language modeling seems to be kind of on that ramp, right? It's at the point that we have a technique that works. We want to scale 100x, 1000x, see what happens.
Awesome. Do you think we're living in a simulation?
I think it's hard to have a real opinion about it. It's actually interesting. I separate out things that I think can have yield materially different predictions about the world from ones that are just kind of fun to speculate about. I kind of view simulation as more like, is there a flying teapot between Mars and Jupiter? Maybe, but it's a little bit hard to know what that would mean for my life.
So there is something actionable. So some of the best work OpenAI has done is in the field of reinforcement learning, and some of the success of reinforcement learning come from being able to simulate the problem you're trying to solve. So do you have a hope for reinforcement, for the future of reinforcement learning, and for the future of simulation? Whether it's we're talking about autonomous vehicles or any kind of system, do you see that scaling? So we'll be able to simulate systems and hence be able to create a simulator that echoes our real world and proving once and for all, you're denying it that we're living in a simulation.
I feel like there's two separate questions, right? So, kind of the core there of we do simulation for self-driving cars. Take a look at our robotic system, Backbone, right? That was trained in simulation using the DOTA system.